for this wonderful event. I'd also like to take the opportunity to tell you just a little bit about pros.com training, about all the courses and workshops that we offer freelance translators and interpreters to help you succeed. Let's take a look at the platform. So to access the pros.com training platform, simply come on over to the home page. In the top menu bar here, you'll see education and drop down to education@pros.com. That will take you to the training homepage. Alternatively, you can simply type in, as you can see at the top here, training.pros.com. So once you're on the training homepage, you can simply have a look through the courses. They're divided up into different sections. You can see here in top picks, for example, we have video game localization, we have the Cat Tools starter kit, we have transcreation essentials, and more. As you explore the options, you'll also find that we have e-learning courses such as this Transcreation Essentials. This is a 5-hour video course with assignments, with quizzes. We try to make our courses as interactive as possible. So it's not just about watching a series of videos. It really is about getting that connection with the trainer and getting that interaction and being able to ask questions. For example, in the case of this particular course, we have monthly group coaching sessions as well, where you can ask those direct questions. So that's that particular course. We also have workshops. So workshops are live. This Transcreation Essentials course is a self-paced course that you can take in your own time. This direct client marketing workshop is a workshop that takes place on a specific date, as you can see on the 5th of October 2021. So that's with Corinne McKay, Fearless Direct Client Marketing. And I just encourage you to explore, to have a look around, to watch some of these short videos and really find what's right for you in terms of training. I think training is such an important component for many freelance translators and interpreters. It really is important that you invest in yourself, invest in your career. We also have an interpreting section here. So we have the pros.com MCIS online interpreter training program that's very comprehensive. We have the remote interpreter bootcamp, a great course from Claudia Brower. We also have an introduction to voiceover, which is an interesting area. We've got Andrew Morris's course. We've got project management with Nancy Mattis, and so on and so on. I just encourage you to have a look around and find what's right for you. If you have any questions at all, please don't hesitate to get in touch. You can contact me via email, training@pros.com. That's training@pros.com, or you can submit a support request via the pros.com website. So that's our pros.com training platform. I hope you find it interesting. I hope you find it useful, and I hope you can find something here that is going to help you advance your career in some way. It might help you to get more clients. It might help you to be more organized. It might help you to diversify into a different area. But whatever it is, I think you will find something of interest there. So thanks very much for watching. You can find out more at training.pros.com. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Introducing Una's Convert API. Convert API has 4 tabs. The first tab describes the API endpoints. The second tab tracks your API usage. The next tab manages your API access. And the last tab manages your import and export configurations. To start using the API, you'll need to use the token endpoint. Copy the URL value. Paste it in a post request, copy the content type header, and the request body. The only value you should replace in the request body is the secret. Generate a new secret key and keep it somewhere safe for future use. Paste the key as the secret value. Copy the access token value from the response and use it in the authorization header of the conversion API requests. The prefix of the access token will always be the word bearer. Now copy the convert endpoint URL. Change the request type to POST and create the required import and export configuration templates. Copy the ID value of the import template into the URL. Copy the ID value of the export template into the URL. Select your input file and run the request. Now you know how to run a file conversion in our API and integrate it into your platform.
Here is your working place. Our project manager will come in a minute.
Hi Sam, nice to meet you. I'll give you the tour.
Too much text, too much text.
Ha, it is not as difficult as I expected.
Ready.
New in-house translator.
Sorry, guys. We'll play tomorrow. Lot of work to do.
Our clients choosing texts because we are reliable and responsive, easy to work with, and because we care about both product and clients' needs. That is multilingual DTP, all European languages, hieroglyphic languages, OCR and preparation of files for further translation with CAT tools.
Modern translation and subtitling workflows are multifaceted, consisting of a sequence of related tasks, often formed by different individuals remotely. UNA's Toolkit provides instant access to a suite of simple-to-use specialist tools for these tasks, and is completely web-based. As the tools are designed to perform just the task you require, they're not weighted by redundant functionality, and so they're incredibly easy to use. The toolkit requires no setup time, which simply means that you can start the job immediately. Just fire up your browser and get the job done anywhere, achieving the time and cost efficiency required to offer a truly competitive service. All the tools you expect for caption and subtitle creation are in one place. With UNA's Toolkit, you'll deliver your captions and subtitles online, on time.
Hey there, I'm Paul Irwin from pros.com. I hope you're doing great and I hope you're enjoying this fantastic event, UTICamp 2021. At pros.com, we're delighted to be a partner for this amazing event. And I'd like to take the opportunity to just tell you a little bit about pros.com membership, which if you're a freelance translator or interpreter, it's something that you might find of interest. But you're not going to hear more from me. I think it'd be much more interesting if you can hear a little bit about what some of our current members have to say. Here we go.
I'd recommend Pros. I think it's the biggest platform for translators out there, and it makes me feel very safe. It's a place I can look up clients and know if they have a good reputation.
I would recommend Pros because it's one of the best platforms for learning resources, job opportunities, networking, and collaboration.
I enjoy working on the Pros platform. I'd say 90% of my clients have come through this tool.
I have found many clients through pros.com. Actually, I can say I have found almost all of my clients through pros.com.
If you're thinking about becoming a Pros member, I think you shouldn't hesitate. The membership is absolutely going to pay for itself, basically with the first client you get. And I don't think you will have any regrets given all the content that you get access to.
I would definitely recommend Pros for other freelance translators. It's very reliable, and I think it's all in there. It's worth it. The first job that Pros brought me paid for the yearly subscription and more, so I would definitely recommend it.
Can you translate 100 pages in a week?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Project will come soon.
I have 150 pages project for translation. Can you do it in 10 days?
Yes.
Okay, please wait for the files.
Please help.
As if we have been here all the time. Good morning, everybody. I hope the weather makes you productive, or at least you feel a bit easier because it's not that hot. My name is Anna Ivanchenko. I'm a freelance interpreter since 2007. For 10 years I have been involved in medical interpretation and translation, and the first topic that I studied with was clinical studies, clinical trials. I had a huge document, about 300 pages. I translated it, and I understand that I really hooked on the topic. And since that time, I'm doing medical interpretation, and I hope I'm successful. at it. My name is Dmitry Shapochka. It's not that easy to name my job in Ukrainian. Very often people say molecular geneticist or molecular biologist, but these are a bit of umbrella terms because molecular biologist deals with everything about molecular processes inside the cells, not necessarily human cells, but all other cells. Molecular geneticists, these are molecular genetic processes, but everywhere. And it is not only about oncology and, again, not necessarily related to human studies. In the West, I'm called molecular pathologist. In Ukrainian, probably it will sound as molecular pathologist, molecularный patholog, but this term is not established as yet. But these are people who deal with molecular and genetic things related to tumors. For example, some molecular issues related to diagnosis specification or to individualized treatment, etc. And today we are going to tell you about clinical trials, clinical studies. While we were looking through our presentation before our report and while we were trying to divide the sections of the presentations, it occurred to me that probably it's not very clear. Is it about clinical trials or is it about interpretation? In one song, they say it's quite difficult to understand without some vodka. And let's start with the way people think about clinical trials and about what people do in clinical trials. We are inside the clinical studies, clinical trials. We are actually not inside the very trial, but at least we are at the periphery. I would say we support clinical trials. But lots of people think that those who work in clinical studies have to travel a lot and probably think it's like that. Some people think that these are medical meetings. But in real life, it involves lots of paperwork, documents, different types of forms and protocols to be filled in by our investigations or by our clinical research associates. The doctor and the researcher are just the same people. Today, this person is treating patients, and tomorrow or in the evening, the same person is already on site and is already called an investigator or clinical research associate. Treatment within clinical studies or clinical trials cannot be called treatment. It's rather scientific research, and the terminology is different. But we get to the beginning of our report. About terminology, in English it's simple: clinical studies and clinical trials. And in Russian it's клинические исследования, клинические испытания. But it's not that simple. In Russian, as it often happens, two terminology, clinical studies and clinical trials, have become full synonyms. However, in English, they are a bit different. Clinical studies are not the same as clinical trials, as clinical trials is more general term and clinical trials is a narrow term. There are two types of clinical studies. The first type is observational and the second type is interventional. Well, how are they different? Observational studies is when the doctor, the researcher, is not interfering into the process of treatment. The patients are just observed, and having some sample, he will make some conclusions. If we are talking about interventional clinical trials, this is the very experiment or trial, and therefore interventional clinical studies may be replaced with the term clinical trials. Definition: this is trial of new non-registered drugs or researching the existing ones, but in a new way. We are talking about new indications, new dosage, new administration, new combination, or new category of patients. I would like to specify a bit. Clinical trials, clinical studies is usually understood as something related to medical treatment or drug-related treatment, but it may be radiotherapy or it may be a surgical treatment in a new way, or, for example, the treatment may be just the same, but the combination of procedures might be different. First of all, drug-related treatment and then surgery or vice versa. Or, for example, it may be about research of a screening system. It will be still a clinical trial or clinical study. But today we are going to talk about those clinical studies that happen in Ukraine, and mainly they are drug-related clinical trials. Types of clinical studies, open or open label. This is the trial where all the patients are given the investigational drug, and controlled clinical studies where the investigational drug is compared to a standard of care. There is a control group that is given something that is usually given in clinical practice, but there is an experimental group that is given an investigational drug. Some other types of clinical studies: randomized and non-randomized. Randomized clinical trial is the trial where patients are allocated regarding the groups randomly, who will get investigational drug and who will get standard of care. Non-randomized is the trial where the patients may choose what they will be given, or the associates allocate the patients into the group according to their own purposes. The open trial is actually non-randomized because everybody is given just the same drug. So controlled clinical trial is randomized trial. Now let's talk about blindness of trial. Who knows and who doesn't know something? There is single blind trial where the patient doesn't know what kind of group the patient belongs to. There is double blind trial where the information is not known both to patients and to doctors. There is even triple-blind trial where the monitors, where the representatives of the sponsors located on site also do not know what kind of group the patients belong to. And probably the managerial body know this information, and later they deal with unblinding the trial. In the majority of cases, the trials are double-blind when the monitors know what group the patients belonged to, but the very patients and the doctors do not have this information. Why the patients do not know about it? Because it's for ethical reasons. Why doctors do not have this information? For the doctor to be unbiased, to be objective, because there may be some biases. Okay, he is an experimental group, the results should be better. What is the primary purpose of a clinical trial? To get reliable data, to get credible data of the trial. Some more types of clinical trials: unicenter and multicenter. Unicenter trial where there is only one site, one clinic, and multicenter where there are lots of hospitals and clinics. And as translators and as interpreters, we usually deal with the second one, when the clinical trial is conducted in 10 or even 20 countries. And the terms that may look similar, single-arm and multi-arm trials. Single-arm clinical trial when there is only one group, and again it will be non-randomized and it will be open-label trial. Multi-arm trial, this is usually controlled and randomized when there are several groups, not necessarily 2 groups. Actually, there can be even 10 groups. For example, some early phases when the drug is researched regarding different types of cancer, and there will be different groups with different types of cancer. What kind of information do we need about clinical trial if we have to translate it or interpret it? So what do we need to know? First of all, the name of the investigational drug. We should take into account that if these are early phases trial, we shall have probably some abbreviation from figures and letters. The second aspect is study design, randomized, non-randomized, open, the degree of blindness, etc. The third aspect is inclusion-exclusion criteria. Definitely not all the patients are recruited into the trial. There are different types of criteria which are taken into account in order to get homogeneous group and in order to get credible and objective data. And finally, primary and secondary endpoints. This is the aspect which shows that the trial has achieved a certain outcome. There are cases when the outcome is not achieved. For example, the efficacy was tested and unfortunately it was not the case. And I will add a bit about the endpoints. For example, there are cases when the first endpoint is reached and we do the assessment. So we meet the primary endpoint. If it is met, we continue. Then we reach the second one, the third one. What is the first primary endpoint? This is the frequency of objective response, or response therapy, objective response rate. Objective response rate. What is response? When the tumor is decreasing. When we see that the primary tumor and metastatic tumors have been reduced. This is the objective response. If we meet it, we go to progression-free survival endpoint. If it is met, we go to the final endpoint, overall survival. General survival of the patients. And when we work with clinical trials, very often these are abbreviations. And these terms are usually abbreviated like ORR, PRS, etc. The phases of clinical trials. First of all, there are preclinical trials. There are different preclinical phases. There are hundreds of thousands of substances which are synthesized while we are staying here. There are huge pharmacological plants that deal with synthesizing drugs. For example, in Ukraine there is an enterprise like that called Dynamine. So they synthesize the substances, but they do not know what kind of substances they be. First of all, they test them on cell cultures. Okay, we see, and this type is called in vitro. For example, the substance is effective, and then the same substances are tested on mice. This is the second line regarding efficacy and safety. And if at these preclinical trials the results are good, the clinical trials start. Now the phases are a bit vague, and the way it is described here is actually not the case, because in the past the first phase have really been the point where the test was done on healthy people. Now the majority of clinical studies of the first phase is used on patients. Probably it is non-ethical. We do not know the safety of the drugs, but still it is already tested on the patients. But these are cases when the patients do not have any other treatment options. For example, the patient has already had 5 or 10 therapy lines, but there were no good results, and the physiological condition of the patient is good enough to have some treatment, but all the treatment options have already been exhausted. So this is the first phase. If we confirm that the drug is really safe, we go to the second phase of clinical studies. In our conditions, this is actually phase 1.2. First of all, we test the safety, and then they expand the existing clinical studies and already try and research potential efficacy. When they finally researched the safety of the drug, and when they have already shown that in comparison with historical data, the investigational drug is at least the same, then they go to the third phase, when the investigational drug is compared to the standard of care, and the groups of patients are usually large. So in Ukraine, mainly we have the third phase of clinical studies. But if the study of the second phase, for example, didn't have some standards, and it is understandable that the investigational drug is really the best one, then the drug is approved for this indication. Therefore, I will reiterate myself that the phases are a bit vague because the speed is up.
And now let us proceed to some examples. What should we focus on? How can we decide what terms we should select while we are preparing ourselves for interpretation? So look at the first example, dose escalation study of, I believe you can read this slide. What is the dose escalation study? This means this is a study to test the highest safe and efficient dose. Then we can see the name of the drug, but it's actually the first stage study, therefore we see the acronym only. Then we see the indications. Let me remind you such names as solid tumors. These are different types of cancer. So we see the sponsor, we see the name, this acronym as the drug name. The allocation is non-randomized. This means that all recruited patients receive this drug. Recruitment status, this means that the recruitment is complete, nobody else is going to be recruited. Then next we see that this is phase 1, this is a study drug, this is the open-label multi-center and multiple-dose drug. During the study they test the safety, the efficacy, the pharmacokinetics and the pharmacodynamics. The drug can be administered intravenously, IV or subcutaneously, as seen in previously treated adult patients. So all other patients won't be enrolled because it won't be ethical. We do not know neither safety nor efficacy, potential efficacy of this drug. Therefore, the patients with such diagnosis should have met certain criteria. The second stage example. Again, we see the code of the drug name. This is the study for which the patients with the HER2 expressing recurrent advanced or metastatic endometrial carcinoma are enrolled. The status is recruitment. This means that the clinical study is active and the patients are being enrolled. This is the non-randomized study. This is an open-label, single-arm study. So in this context, these are actually synonyms. The patients with the HER2 protein expressing tumors and a recurrent, advanced or metastatic endometrial carcinoma. After the first line of platinum-based chemotherapy, these patients enrolled for this study should have progressed. Besides that, the patients who have had 2 or more lines of the treatment are not eligible for this study. So the eligible patients are not those who have been first diagnosed with this carcinoma. The patients are going to receive the therapy before the disease starts progressing or until the unacceptable toxicity is demonstrated. So here we see the third stage study example. These drugs have names now because they have been registered, they have been approved, and we see several groups of study. We've got 3 drugs. This is the randomized study, and the status is recruitment of patients. This is a phase 3. The patients receive bevacizumab, and bevacizumab is compared to bevacizumab and olaparib as investigation group. Or the second arm will receive the combination of olaparib with bevacizumab. So this is the phase 3 of the study. A big number of patients has been enrolled, and perhaps some of the combinations will prove to be more efficient than the standard care. The patients receive the first-line therapy, and the standard care for the first line is FOLFOX with bevacizumab as a target drug. The patients who have not progressed after 6 courses, after the first line, receive a so-called maintenance therapy. FOLFOX is a very potent therapy, but it's not very favorable for the patient's body. The patient, of course, can be left on some less potent therapy. This therapy is supposed to maintain the status of the patient, and in this case, the olaparib is not is a new substance, is a new drug. It's under study for colorectal carcinoma. if it is proved that the combination is more efficient, then olaparib will receive some new indications, so indications which will be added to the previously established indications. So these were examples, we derived them from the descriptions provided by the pharmaceutical companies, and Dima will demonstrate you another example of a study conducted in Ukraine. This is the study at the National Institute of Cancer, and the patients enrolled, the patients eligible, are patients who can undergo the surgery. And if patients can undergo the surgery, it is mandatory that the survival rate is quite high. Prior to the surgery, the patients are supposed to get chemotherapy. Flot and Xelox. Xelox is less toxic therapy. So there are no data of comparison. We do not know clearly whether this more potent and more toxic combination offers higher efficacy. And we have to discuss here the PCR in this respect. This is not the polymerase chain reaction, but this is a pathological complete response. After the patient had undergone surgery and got the chemotherapy, pathologists are not supposed to find any living pathological cell in the tissues of the patient. We may know that some cells might have been scattered in the body of the patient, but most likely that the chemotherapy killed them as well. And if there are some living cells in the tumors, this means that the forecast is less positive. So it is more likely that we did not target all the cells. So the study is aimed at this PCR, pathological complete response. I've spent 11 years in a CSD laboratory, and this laboratory is specialized on growing 3D models of cells called organoids, and then these cultures were treated with some substances to see their response. So it is not possible to make individual forecasts for patients without such studies. There are various situations in which we can apply some certain drugs, certain substances. Every clinical study has its own endpoints, such as non-progression survival or this PCR. In our study, we envisage our own endpoints. So we will grow the 3D cultures, then we will treat them with the substance, with this Xelox and Flot, and then the patient will undergo surgery, and we will compare the data. We will compare the responses provided by the patients, and the goal of this study is to test the predictive value. So we should test to which extent our model can be predictive for selecting this or that therapeutical regimen. And I'll briefly tell you more about the ethical principles of the clinical trials before we proceed to the clinical trials and connection with the interpretation. So Big Pharma is believed to earn lots of money on the poor patients, trying to enroll patients from poor countries such as Ukraine, but in fact that's not true. The patients should sign the informed consent form, and this means that the patient is fully aware of the trial he is going to participate in. So the patient fully knows what awaits him or her. The patients also should be able of a risk-benefit ratio, and this ratio should be favorable. Otherwise, it won't be ethical to enroll the patients. And in fact, the patients in placebo groups are not eating chalk like it's widely believed, and placebo groups are not used for patients with serious stages of oncological diseases. So unfortunately, the patients in our country do not have access to potent drugs, and this treatment is typically very expensive. Therefore, for Ukrainian, it's a good chance to participate in such trials, because thus they can get access to new and potentially efficient drugs. Usually, companies such as big American companies participate in this, or they organize these clinical trials. The FDA should first of all approve this trial, and this organization sets forth very strict requirements. Every country which announces the enrollment to such a study has also its own ethical requirements, and everything should be checked, of course, prior to enrollment of the patients. Of course, there is the reverse side of the coin, and I frequently work with the patients who have exaggerated expectations. The patients believe that if they participate in these clinical trials, their treatment will be 100% efficient. Of course, it is not possible, and we do not know in advance whether this drug under investigation will prove efficient. So, a couple of words about placebo. In fact, there are trials which are called placebo-controlled clinical trials. Quite recently, a new target drug was tested, and such drug is usually applied in patients with metastatic forms of cancer accompanied by certain mutations. This drug was applied in non-adjuvant regimen, so this is before the surgery. The patients received the standard care, adjuvant therapy if indicated, chemotherapy, and afterwards some patients received placebo. According to standard care, they would not be eligible to any other drugs, and then the control group received the drug under investigation, and this group demonstrated really good results. So, in case of placebo-controlled trials, the patients are not supposed to receive anything else. So, and now let's discuss the involvement of interpreters. So, it's clear that translators have to translate a big deal of documents, but interpreters participate in CRA, Clinical Research Associate meetings. Usually these meetings are online, but in the previous life we went to very beautiful locations, and people could enjoy nice food and discuss all these issues, and usually two languages, two booths were installed for Ukrainian and Russian language. And the second occasion on which interpreters can be involved is clinical trial audits. During these audits, big number of documents can be checked, whether all the patients have signed the informed consent form, whether all the diaries are completed, and so on. So how can we get access to materials to prepare ourselves? Actually, this is a very delicate issue because usually these materials are confidential and the interpreters are not allowed to look through the protocols. However, many materials can be found in the open sources, such as clinicaltrials.gov. On this website, you can learn at least about the name of the sponsor company, the name of the disease, or you can even search the particular medical facility, medical site. This is the screenshot from this website, and here you see the list of clinical trials which are conducted in Dnipro. And I've selected Dnipro not because we are not far from Dnipro, but because Dnipro is a big center for oncological trials, owing to Professor Bondarenko, who cares about research in this field. If we press on the link, at least you will find brief description of this clinical trial, and usually it is enough for a brief preparation. Okay, so this is the key website we can use, and I also frequently resort to this website. There are not too many clinical trials in Ukraine, like 50 or less than 50. But in oncology, there are 163 clinical trials in the first stage in Ukraine. Well, it's not enough, of course, it's not too many. In Europe, in America, there are many more. And in fact, clinical trials, the statistics is given per capita of population, and the highest density of clinical trials per capita is in Spain. And some time ago, they developed the legal and regulatory framework, and they focused on the clinical trials because, in fact, the state gets significant financial benefits. Sponsors give money, patients get innovation drugs, and the medical facilities, healthcare professionals get paid. So everyone, this is like win-win situation, of course. Win-win situation for everyone, but for people who are in the government, let's say. Maybe for this reason in Ukraine we do not see so many trials. The patients, even if the patients have the access to very expensive drugs, it's not very beneficial for the state in general.
I usually help them to choose some clinic and, for example, to go and participate in a clinical trial abroad. For example, one clinic in Spain has the number of clinical trials, which is really high. It actually has the greatest numbers than all over Ukraine. So here you have a number of links. The one on the top is the site with information about clinical trials in Ukraine. Probably you should start with the international link, and if you have found the clinical trial you are interested in, then you may go to the Ukrainian one. You see the European Register of Clinical Trials. Also, you may find this information at the website of pharmaceutical companies. And the pharmaceutical companies hospitals have a special page about the clinical trials they do, and you may also go to the websites of the clinic. For example, you go to the website of Verum Clinic in Kyiv, and then you may get all the information about clinical trials conducted there. Participants of clinical trial. Clinical research organization, or CRO, this is sponsor. This is a pharmaceutical company conducting clinical trial. For example, Roche, Pfizer, etc. CRA, Clinical Research Associate, this is a specialist coordinating clinical trials on sites. These are not doctors who will directly work with patients. These are associates that will coordinate a number of sites, for example, in one city or all over the country. They are also called monitors. In Russian, we have also the same term, monitor. There is also another term, principal investigator. This is the doctor responsible for clinical trial at the site. So this is the doctor who is directly working with patients. However, clinical research organization may be a sponsor. For example, let's take Pfizer or AstraZeneca. In Ukraine, they have a special group which performs the role of CRO, so they actually deal with all the aspects related to clinical trials. But very often, sponsors do not have these branches in all the countries. In this case, this role is performed by external third-party organizations. For example, Pfizer will be the sponsor, but they do not have CRO, their own CRO in Ukraine, and they hire a company that will deal with monitoring and all this stuff. Definitely this CRO will be accountable to Pfizer, and they primarily deal with technical issues. Patient. If the patient is lucky enough to find a clinical trial where he is eligible, he or she is eligible, and which is similar to standard of care, or probably that potentially may be better, what is required from the patient? First of all, a clear-cut visits schedule. For example, and very clear template of, for example, different types of tests. Blood test today, then drops, then, for example, MRI or CT. So a very clear-cut visit schedule. And also, the patient is supposed to write a diary where he or she will introduce all the information and all the adverse events. For example, even if the patient falls down and he thinks it is not important, but, well, it is important. And at one of the websites, we were just looking through these documents, and it was written there that on the way to visit, the patient fell down, broke his leg, and therefore the visit didn't take place. Well, probably it is related to the investigational drug, because the vestibular doesn't work in a proper way, and it will be studied anyway. Thank you. That's everything. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Dmitry, for a very interesting report. Are there any questions? Good morning. Thank you very much. A very informative and a very interesting report. I would like to ask what source should we use if we translate the information about pharmacological medications? For example, is there any register? What should we take into account? The indication, the substance, how the translators will know that the terminology is really checked and confirmed. Well, so far as the drug is non-registered in Ukraine, it doesn't have official name, official transliteration. Therefore, we are guided by our common sense. So far it is used as abbreviation, or we transcribe. And in Ukraine, we use, for example, certain orthographical rules related to spelling rules related to Ukrainian language. So if we are talking about the proper name of the disease, there is international disease classification ICD-10. You can refer to these terminology data. And the Ukrainian side of clinical trials, what about the terminology there? Can it be used as a reference point? Well, probably there won't be that many terms there. Again, if the investigational drug is non-registered, then it will be translated as it was translated. For example, we may not even have the name of the drug. It may be a code. Probably you've seen Alaparib, bevacizumab. These are non-commercial names. But olaparib, Lynparza, bevacizumab is Avastin. So if you work in clinical trials, you will still use the term bevacizumab, and you will use the term olaparib and not Lynparza. The problems with names are related to commercial issues because chemical names are really simple. Trastuzumab, pertuzumab, you may not get confused, but, well, commercial names may be really not very good, well-sounding. They will be localized probably for the name to sound nice for the Ukrainian language, but it's not about the translators here. Thank you. Thank you. Are there any other questions? Thank you very much for your very interesting reports. Probably I would like even to listen more about it. It's really informative. I wanted to ask about the clients, your clients as of you as an interpreter. How do they find you? Well, if we are talking about clinical trials, usually we do not work with direct clients. Pfizer or AstraZeneca are huge organizations. They have their own LSP they work with, and probably this LSP is not even in Ukraine, somewhere it is located somewhere in Europe, and they actually hire us. I have some experience. There is, for example, Korean company Samsung Bioepis. They were my direct client. Well, we didn't continue our cooperation, but usually, once again, these are indirect clients. So probably you'd better submit your CV to LSPs. Yes, to LSPs that state that they work with medical translations. Actually, there are not that many good medical interpreters and translators, and they are on demand usually. And about CV will be told by Anna Aleynik in a couple of minutes, but so far we still can give a couple of questions regarding this report. What are the requirements to the translators or interpreters, for example, to participate in clinical trials? What is required? Experience, or probably medical education? I do not remember that there was a requirement about medical education, but at least they would probably ask you your experience, a series of meetings. Probably you should indicate the name of sponsor or probably the name of clinical trials. And the same about clinical trials audit. You are supposed to be experienced in working with clinical trials audit. It's quite a specific area. And in this case, I would recommend two interpreters because they may start early in the morning and finish late in the evening. One will be working directly with the doctor, and the second, for example, interpreter will work with documents and provide some additional information. So this area of work is quite specific, but at the same time interesting. Are there any other questions? Thank you very much for your interesting report. We understand that in order to be a medical interpreter, still there should be some very narrow preparation. So what can you say as an interpreter, as a potential probably client? What could be a format to train such interpreters? For example, definitely we're not talking about 10-year studies, but how can we train our interpreters? Well, this is quite a complicated question. I definitely do not state that you should have medical education, at least 100%, but probably we should start with linguistic training, translation training, and then probably you should specialize. You cannot be a jack of all trades, particularly in medicine. Clinical trials are really positive and favorable area regarding this because the terminology is very specific. But if you specialize in a certain branch of medicine, definitely you should read a lot, you should follow digest, you should follow innovations in the area. So it's self-education. Okay, in our previous report, we actually answered this question, so you may refer to this. Well, this should be, the translator should be a person, and the person should be able to think, actually. A person primarily should be interested in the field. If you're interested, but still you do not have some skills and competences, still you won't be successful. So, if you are interested, if you try and you have some success, it will enhance your interest and will probably motivate you to further development in this area. Well, I have actually taken a course of medical interpreting and I understood it's not my cup of tea. Jonathan Downey stated last year, перекладач – це людина, яка може стати фальшивим експертом, не справжнім експертом в усьому. Це жарт, звичайно, був. Well, but we are not doctors, but we can do translation, we can do interpretation. Thank you very much. A technical question from me. Tatiana asked about the drugs and how can we find their names. So I wanted to know how should we translate the name of an American drug regarding, so shall we follow the active substance and find its Ukrainian analog, or, for example, you should still indicate the English name and American name? Are we talking about the active substance, or we are talking about the commercial name? For example, there was a commercial name and in brackets the active substance was included. It means you have to translate the active substance into Ukrainian, and the commercial name should be given in two variants, the English variant and the one you offer in Ukrainian. When any substance is registered in America, it will probably take a couple of years to register it in Europe, and in Ukraine it will probably appear some 10 years later, or probably there won't be official name. So regarding the active substance, everything is simple here. The commercial name, well, you translate it the way you think will be correct, because there is no just unified variant of translation. Usually the report of Anna and Dmitry provoke lots of questions. Probably I start a search engine, and if there is no, for example, a photo with Ukrainian or Russian name, I leave the English name. And the patients who, for example, would like to find the drug won't be able to find it following the name you have made up yourself. Therefore, probably you'd better leave the English or American term. Okay. We thought the questions are over. We thought you've just summarized our report, saying that it provoked lots of questions, and I see that there is one more question. Thank you very much for your presentation. The topic you have chosen is really interesting. And actually, my question is a follow-up question, the one that was given by Svetlana. For beginners, it's important to understand that probably your translation may not be 100% right. Probably you can give us some life hack if you have had a situation like that. I'm talking about the situation when you understand that probably you cannot render a term or a phrase. What should the beginner do? I always recommend to ask for advice of an expert. And if it is interpretation, simultaneous, consecutive, or what kind of interpretation you mean? For example, let it be simultaneous interpreting, and this is an important topic, and you, for example, come across a chemical composition which is important and you do not know how to render it. Therefore, there should be two interpreters. One is in the booth, and the second one may ask for an expert advice of an expert. Usually, there are doctors who know English perfectly well and who can provide expert advice to the interpreters. Yes, there may be a case like that one person is in the booth doing the interpretation and another one is asking for advice of doctors. Thank you. Are there any other questions? I think such situations are inevitable. I'm not a linguist. I'm at the other side of the barricade. And in the previous company I worked in, we had a couple of international conferences, and our managers were trying to hire interpreters from an agency, and I was asked just to listen to their interpretation, and I was not very much satisfied. And then Anna came, and then I decided that somehow I can be of help here. I remember it about Anna. At the time we were not together. as yet. There may be situations like that. This is not good, definitely. Well, but life is not a bed of roses.
Well, if you see that the interpreter generally understands the topic, then there is some room for improvement, and next time the quality of the work provided will be better. If you as interpreter realize that it is not yours, you just shouldn't agree to these assignments. You should not chase the money. It is important to be knowledgeable in any field you interpret about, especially medicine. Sometimes we face with situations when interpreters render just the contrary of the content. I've heard such situations many times. Of course, it's a very negative phenomenon. However, it does not frequently happen to interpreters who tend to provide high-quality services. Sometimes, generally, interpreters give modified names of mutations, or they allow for some deviations. These things happen, of course, but if you hear that there is no sense in everything interpreter says, this perhaps means that all other topics are not covered by this interpreter likely. Thank you very much, dear speakers. In about a minute we will pass the floor to the next speaker. So I think it's high time for our next speaker, Ms. Anna Olinik. She also deals with the healthcare field, just like Anna and Dmitro, and she will let us know about specialization. A round of applause for Anna, please. Good morning, dear participants. Can you hear me well? Yes, excellent. So I hope and I'm really sure that you are fully awake after such an interesting presentation given by Anna and Dmitro. I work in the similar field. I work in the field related to the healthcare, and I think it's good that today we have an opportunity to discuss such a topic as specialization. So let's consider whether it's something positive or negative, whether it's worth being a specialized interpreter. If you are the one, in what way can you look for your customers? How can you develop your strategies? Should you work in a very narrow topic, or you should cover the related topics? So let me ask you, who believes him or herself to be a specialized interpreter? Please raise your hands. Well, I would say that we are not too many, and who believe themselves to be universal interpreters. A little bit more people we see. So of course both approaches can exist. So let me introduce myself. My name is Anna. I've been involved in interpreting for a long time. I've been working as interpreter since the first years of university. And over the past years, I've been dealing mostly with healthcare, in particular HIV, AIDS, other infectious disease, vulnerable groups, prevention and treatment. And let me tell you more about choosing my way. Of course, this did not happen overnight. My educational background is international economy. I used to work in trade companies, in some manufacturing enterprises, dealing with the imports and exports. I also taught English at the university. I also provided personal training in English. And in 2008, I moved from Zaporizhia to another city, so my native town is not very far away from this location. So I moved to Kiev and I learned about 3 vacancies of interpreters at some available at some companies, because in Zaporizhia this was quite a rare phenomenon. I was as an interpreter on staff, and I worked as an interpreter in a commercial bank, as I believed it was bingo for me, because I worked in the field of economy, so this was corresponding with my educational background. And on the other hand, I also got trained as interpreter, and I could dedicate more time to interpretation services. I used to work as an interpreter for the translation agencies, but these were some assignments on rare occasions, and I also happened to help my friends and family. I helped them to translate manuals for some devices or some machine tools, but actually it was a real nightmare for me. In the first stages of my career, it was quite difficult to specialize in a certain field, and I had to try my hand in various spheres just to understand what I can do best and what's on demand at the market. Then, further on, it is possible to make decisions about the future career path. After this commercial bank, I started working in a charitable organization, and this organization focused actually on the healthcare issues, and I believe this was my best decision in professional terms. By working on staff, I managed to dive into the topic. I learned not only the terms themselves, but I also understood their meaning. As a freelancer, we have to get ourselves prepared for every assignment. We make glossaries, we ask the customers about the materials. Of course, we study the topic. But if you spend months and years in a certain topic, working for a certain assignment, you get a deep dive, so to say. And I always tell my customers that I do not have a medical background. I'm not a healthcare professional, and that's I also tell my clients, but I am quite knowledgeable on the same level as the project manager, let's say, because I understand the disease, the course of disease, the risks, the treatment, and other aspects. I know some things about prevention, about the services related to this disease. So at this level, I can say that I'm quite knowledgeable in the topic. So I'm not a healthcare professional or a nurse, but at the same time I'm quite experienced. And then you can also get consulted by the specialist. As a freelancer, on some occasions you may ask questions. However, the events can be arranged by event agency. The event agency also works with a translation agency, and the translation agency hires you. And if you have to ask the question, your questions goes through all these circles. It's quite a different situation if you are close to the experts sitting next door. If you are curious, if you are ready to develop your skills, if you are ready to ask the questions, it's a very good opportunity to have these specialists at hand. And another benefit of this work and staff is availability of contacts. Of course, I cannot overestimate the importance of the contacts. I've been working for 4 years as freelancers, and many customers at the moment are people from the organizations I worked for before, the customers of those organizations. And if these people know you well, they are ready to refer you to other customers, and thus you can make up a portfolio of customers. With such a portfolio, you will be really comfortable as a freelancer. Of course, it's also important to find your topic. If you are a universal interpreter, maybe it is not that significant. However, if you are going to work with the same topic for many years, of course, it will be a crucial decision for you. So I'll give you this example of the bank I worked for. It was not very interesting for me, and I did not feel important. I didn't feel really useful. I just believe that I was helping big bosses earn money. Of course, everyone needs bank services. Of course, these services are high on demand. And I know that there are many colleagues working with the manufacturing companies. They manufacture certain goods, and these companies produce something tangible. Unlike organizations like non-governmental organizations that get grants and appropriate these grants. I'll tell you one story. At one of the events, I had to interpret about the democracy, about civil society, about the politics. So it was not the promotion of any political party, but there were lots of politicians attending this event, and during the whole day I've been listening for this misconduct of these politicians, and this event was quite emotional, and the emotions were really negative. So it was not a good option for me to specialize in. Or another example, the foundation I worked for. This foundation dealt with vulnerable groups of population, with the HIV/AIDS communities. It's not a problem for me. I've got many acquaintances in this community. I've got, for instance, an interpreter. I know an interpreter, and he used to tell me that please invite me because you have to translate lots of documents, you have to interpret lots of events. At the same time, this person is quite homophobic, and this person is very open about his attitude, and actually I was really surprised when he asked me to invite him to one of the events attended by representatives of a homosexual community, let's say. Okay, and now you see some pictures, some good memories from UTIC 2016. Together with Adelaida from Belarus, we were delivering a presentation on benefits of freelance and working on staff. So we compared working on staff and freelance. A year after this UTIC, I became a freelancer myself, and at that time I had to make an important decision whether I had to diversify or whether I had to specialize in a certain topic. I've been working in this topic for 7 years, so it was actually evident that this would be the further path for my career. So the first months of freelance were quite chaotic. I tried many topics, many spheres, and I realized that in monetary terms, let's say, it's not very beneficial for me. It's not very profitable, so to say. Of course, if it's my topic, I still have to spend some time preparing for an event. I have to refresh the names of organizations, some figures, some terminology. Maybe I should watch the video which is supposed to be presented, but this won't take too much time. However, if it's a completely new topic, I, as a responsible person, can spend a whole day getting myself prepared for a 2-hour event. Of course, it's not profitable for me, even if the rate is high. Therefore, I made a decision in favor of specialization. And at that time, at that stage, the support of my colleagues was really crucial. So I mean the support of the interpreters community. As the colleagues learned that I became a freelancer, they started inviting me to their assignments, or they referred me, or they also helped me with the written translation. It was really important, maybe not so important from the point of view of assignments, because I got enough assignments, but I felt this helping hand of my colleagues. They were ready to support me, and participation in such events as UTIC or interpreters meetings, online meetings, international events is a cool thing, because thus you contribute to the community. You get support, you can provide support, and this is really beneficial. And what helped me to occupy my niche? So first of all, my knowledge, my experience, which I gained while working in the foundation. Then the contacts with the colleagues, with other interpreters I worked together. The contacts with colleagues who are not interpreters. We used to involve some interpreters in terms of outsource, and we got to know each other better, and I invited them and they invited me. It was also very cool. Then another benefit is the geographical spread. To some extent this may sound a bit trivial, but we should not forget about the physical presence of the customers. I live in Kiev, but the majority of my customers are not Ukrainian companies, but international organizations based in the Eastern Europe and the Central Asia region. Many programs cover the entire region. They work with English and Russian languages, so there is high demand in this sphere. And some organizations, of course, coordinate some projects in Ukraine, or they have their offices in Ukraine, and here Ukrainian language is also really relevant. So what can I do? What do? I do both translation and interpreting. Sometimes I get involved in proofreading if I do not have enough assignments with interpretation. I am not really willing to spread, to broaden the range of my topics. I am not really comfortable when I do not have enough assignments. If I do not go on vacation, I just take some translation by translating documents, I learn something new, I earn some money, and I don't just waste time. But it's, of course, a personal decision of every interpreter. I also cover some healthcare-related topics, such as healthcare reforms, because there are lots of them in Ukraine. Communicable and non-communicable diseases, and of course the situation with the pandemic, with the vaccination, they also intersect with my specialization, because there are terms such as incidence, prevalence, and so on and so forth. These things will be common for all healthcare-related topics.
It will be much easier for me to know the topic rather than an absolute newcomer to the topic. And I've written here that there are 40 hours in your working week, and I do not need 100 clients because I won't be able to provide services to all of them, as I'm working alone. 10 will be, or probably 15 or 20 will be enough for me. Some clients will be regular clients who will give you some job every month. Probably they organize some events or a series of webinars, or they need some publications for their websites. Some clients will be occasional, they will come you from time to time. And some orders may be generally single orders, but they may be quite significant. For example, it may be a big conference or a many-page report, or, for example, a big event regarding interpretation, which will take you several days. There are some concerns regarding your niche specialization. For example, my colleagues asked me, what if you run out of orders in your topic? I also had this concern. What am I going to do in this case? Well, you should psychologically be ready for this. The world is changing very quickly, and definitely there may be a case when disease-related topics will be on periphery. But these things do not happen overnight. Anyway, there are certain market tendencies that we have to trace, and we really have to understand in what area there are more translations, what areas are better developed, what plans your clients have for future, etc. What else I'm trying to do for myself? I'm trying to get out of my comfort zone, and I try to see what's going on. And therefore I submit for some big projects or for some vacancies in different topics, in different types of translation or interpreting. So I submit my CV, I do some mock translation, a test translation, probably I go and have some job interview, and in this way I check whether my knowledge and competences meet the market requirements. I try to check it, and even if you reject the job offer, still you feel confident that if you run out of your own projects, there are some other clients who potentially might be interested in your services. And another concern that was often voiced, isn't it boring to translate all the same all the time? Well, I do not translate the same things all the time. It's not that I translate for a certain professor who's delivering one of the same lecture all the time and I'm translating it all the time. Now, we are talking about a big area. Some projects come to the end, some projects appear, new drugs appear on the market, there are new clinical trials. So the market is developing, and we as interpreters and translators also are developing. So the topic is definitely not boring. On the contrary, it's a bit strange for me to read the posts and comments of my universal colleagues who say, well, I have been working for 3 days at Let's ABC conference, and still I haven't got understood what it was about. It's really sad when a person was translating the conference and still doesn't get a single idea what it was about. So it's another concern. Advantages or pluses of specialization for me. First of all, I'm more confident about the quality of my work, a better understanding of the topic, and less time for preparation, which definitely has its consequences for some commercial things, because I may take probably more orders. What are the pluses for the client? This is expected quality, expected good quality or stable quality. No serious blunders or blatant errors. Dmitry said that we are not robots, and definitely in interpretation field, a lot depends on the speaker, on his or her delivery rate, on the technical issues, the quality of sound, if it is online interpreting. But if you specialize in the topic, you can easily grasp what the speech is about, what this particular passage is about. But if a person just hears separate words and is trying to combine them, it may be really funny. I remember myself interpreting at a big conference, and there was a random choice of interpreters, and I was in the same booth with a lady who has good delivery, but it was obvious that she was not well prepared for the topic. And the speaker said, we would like to meet 90 targets. So it is UN strategy with some target indicators in the area of HIV, AIDS, and a lady actually heard the figure 90 and said that we would like to reach the targets of 1990. So she was definitely mistaken. So we have to take into account both linguistic and non-linguistic factors. The topic I often work with a really highly sensitive topic. For example, this may be working with people with some specific diagnoses, with some risks, and it's really important not to hurt these people. It's very important to use the correct terminology, so it's much easier to trace and follow these issues if you are in the topic. For example, when I started working in the field about 10 years ago, the idea was that, for example, you should not use drug addict term, but you'd better use drug consumer or drug user. So these terms were considered to be appropriate. Later, the concept has changed, and now the correct way of saying it is people who use drugs. And the same thing is about the other characteristics. First of all, we say people who or people with, and the primary accent goes on the word people. What is my final goal regarding specialization? So how to become, for me, it's to become translator by default. What I mean is, if the client needs translation or interpreting in my area, this person will come to me. Or if, for example, somebody needs reference in this area, again, the person will be referred to me. So this is what I'm going to reach in this specialization. How should you search for client if you have your niche specialization? This is the art of interpreting. So if you are an interpreter, it means you go to some events. People hear you, people listen to you, people see you. Even if you're working online, you may have your camera on and you may make yourself visible for people to associate a name, a voice, and a face. So there are really very standard things: participation in some conferences, participation in some events, informal communication, business card, social networks. For example, you got acquainted with some people at some events, and then you network with them. You probably write some posts and some articles about interpreting and translation. But I have noticed that some colleagues do not do this. For example, if it is simultaneous interpreting, a person comes to the event, sees a booth, goes to the booth, says hello to technicians, puts his laptop on the table, probably starts doing some written translation. A person goes to a coffee break and comes back to the booth. So actually, there is no networking at all. It means potentially a person lost 4 or 5 clients. Well, it's understandable that if you have huge number of clients and orders, you can ignore all these things. But if you try to get some new clients, definitely networking is the primary thing to do. And I wanted to present 3 cases. One case is not my case, but 2 other cases are cases from my real life. The first case is Julia, the photographer. I did the photo session. In 2018, I set my goals regarding self-promotion, and there was some social media course. I wanted to have new business cards, and I wanted to have professional photo session. I saw the photos of my colleagues, and I wanted to follow their example. So I thought, okay, what should I do? Probably I should subscribe to some pages of photographers. I have chosen 5 photographers from Kiev, and I decided to look at their works, and probably later I wanted to use their services. Well, but Kiev is not a big city, as it turned out, and I saw that I had mutual friends with these photographers. So I subscribed to their pages. Okay, I've done something on the way to my goal. Let it be. And then one of the ladies wrote to me, Anna, hello. I see that you are my subscriber and we have some mutual friends. So let's become friends. I'm Julia, I'm a photographer, I provide photo services. Okay, I responded, my name is Anna, I am an interpreter, and actually I wanted to have some professional photo session. She said, great, let's drink some coffee together, I show you my works, let's communicate. I thought, okay, why not? Let's do it tomorrow. I really looked through her portfolio, I liked her portfolio. And then she said, okay, if you are ready, let's book time. Probably later you may change the time, but at least let's have some preliminary booking and there will be a special discount for you. I thought, well, I was not thinking of doing it right now, but anyway, I need a photo session and moreover there is a discount, why not? So after this subscription in Facebook, 1 month later, I already had the photos I needed. And this photo is already our family photo session. We came to Julia, and I also recommended Julia to my colleagues when people asked whether you have some good photographers. Probably it doesn't work like that in our world, I mean in the world of interpretation or translation. But what I'm trying to say, the other photographers I was subscribing to probably are also good, are also great, and their portfolios may really be good. But Julia was really client-oriented, she was really initiative, and therefore we have been working together, and she even found some other clients through my reference. The second case is my case, contract 1 and Vasily, how I won the tender, the contract, but didn't get any orders until I met Vasily. Okay, the company offered a contract for translation services. It was my niche. They requested a pack of documents. I sent them my CV, excerpts of my translation, and really they confirmed that you have won the competition process. We even signed the contract, and then nothing. Nobody gave me any orders. And then I reminded them that I'm here. Again, no results. And then I made a conclusion for myself that probably my price offering was too high. Probably some other people provided more favorable rates, and therefore I did not have any orders. So I forgot about it. But then I was doing some interpretation for some other clients, and then I saw in the list of reporters the representative of this company. And I decided to communicate with this representative. During the coffee break, he was drinking coffee alone, so I took a cup of coffee. I came up to him. Definitely, I didn't do it immediately. I just asked him, probably you have some handouts, probably there could be some videos that I have to know about. And he asked, are you an interpreter? And he said, okay, but we need some translation services. And I said, okay, I know, I really signed the contract with your company, but somehow there are no orders from you. And he answered, well, we have so many CVs and we have some negative experience of working with new people. Therefore, it turned out that they do not give orders to unknown translators in case they were not recommended to them by their acquaintances. So we really got acquainted. He saw that I am a good and adequate person. I work in the field, and he said, okay, let's work with you. And when I came back to Kyiv and opened my laptop, I already saw an order from that company. And we have been working together for 3 years, and actually it is one of my favorite clients, one of my favorite companies. So you should really remind about your existence. And the third example, charismatic speaker Samantha, how a business card and kind word brought us very long-term and mutual cooperation. It was a simultaneous interpretation for one of my clients. It was a training, and the trainer was representing an international organization from Geneva, with headquarters in Geneva. We had some handouts. The speaker was really good, and then I do not remember the topic. It was related to human rights, and Samantha said that next year we plan to prepare some publications for you, and we plan to interpret them into Russian. And I make some mental note for myself that they need translation services, and during the lunch break I came up to her, definitely not immediately mentioning the topic. I said, thank you very much for being an excellent speaker. You had really well-structured speech, and you had the handouts. Thank you very much. And then I continued, well, I also provide translation services, so if you need some translation, here is my business card, so probably you may come in contact with me. And later I sent a follow-up email saying it was nice to work with you. And 1 year after, I have been translating these guidelines for this organization, and it was probably one of the most profitable orders throughout my freelance career. And when the pandemic started and the online era came, they also referred to me for interpretation services. So it doesn't take you too long, and it is not really difficult and effort taking to go out of the booth and talk to the clients, talk to people you interpret. And once again, I see that not all the colleagues are doing this. Probably they do not want to do this. But it's much more efficient rather than send your CVs 100 times. Because sending your CVs resembles fishing with a net. Probably you catch something, or probably not. And the approach I'm talking about is a sniper approach. You find your potential client, you know that you may be useful for him or her, and you may communicate about it. And now this is the time for discussion. Here you see my contact information. And to finalize my presentation, I would like to say that quite recently I have found just notebook, which I started 4 years ago, and I wrote there my goals, financial goals, job-related goals, and there was a list, a sort of a map of my potential clients, international organizations I would like to work with, and I could be useful for, taking into account my specialization. So I opened it, and actually turned out I have been working with this company throughout these 4 years. Some of them are my regular clients, some provided me with some single jobs, single orders, but anyway, it was really pleasant for me to understand this case.
So this reminds me once again that we as interpreters should primarily focus on the quality of our services. We should offer high-quality services in all the cases, but let us not forget that we should inform our customers about the services. So know your client, and the client should know you. Thank you very much for your attention. So you may share, you're welcome to share your comments, your questions, your experience. I'll be happy to take your questions. Thank you. Thank you, Anna. It was wonderful, was all ears listening to you. So you have received the ready-made strategy of the long-term development. It's awesome. And the first question would be from me. We've discussed many times the benefits of being nice. But what would you recommend for me? I'm a person who enters the booth on the tiptoes, trying to be really invisible. Well, if people are complete strangers for me, I'm very shy and I would always hesitate. I do not know what a small talk is, and I believe that there are many people like me. Oh, Victoria, I'm so sorry, but you do not make such an impression. Okay, let's pretend that Vika is a very shy and hesitant person. Some recommendations for such a person. If you've been invited to interpret, you at least should be acquainted with the customer. So you may communicate with the customer. If it's the first contact, you should polish it, so to say. You should leave the business card. You should make friends on FB. Especially if the person is interesting. You can follow this person on FB, on other social networks, for instance. Or let's say today we are attending a conference. There are people who know each other well. They make some, so to say, clusters. But there are people who are always new to the organization, like the new project lead. He or she arrives and then nobody knows the person. But of course, it's always a pleasure to start a communication. It's good to join the table where not only your customers, but some potential customers also see it. Or you may start small talk about pets, dogs, kids. This topic may be not related to your interpretation, but nonetheless this topic may give rise to a very nice communication, nice conversation, thus leading to productive contact. So start small, make small steps. I'm not a very open person myself. I do not start communication spontaneously, but you can be aware of this skill. You can start doing this as part of your business strategy. More questions, please. So I've got the mic, and now I will ask a question as a moderator. You said that you are not a healthcare professional, but since you are involved in healthcare topic, you have enough knowledge. You are on the same level as the project manager. Maybe you know your customers, you know the accents, so to say, but in simultaneous interpretation, you often get tempted to make some improvements, to improve the speaker. I'm trying to suffocate this temptation. I never try to decorate the speaker's words, but some colleagues indulge themselves. Well, okay, I know such situations, and as I was interpreting once, I recognized the person who was being described at that moment, and just the name of this person was given during the presentation, but I knew this person, and I gave the last name of this person, and the organizers, the customers made big eyes because they just didn't want to disclose the full name of this person, and I was not supposed to make any additions. And after this situation, I realized that I should be really brief and concise. I should stick to the point, stick to the words by the speaker. If something is not clear, the audience always has an opportunity to ask the questions, to ask for clarification, because we cannot be sure why the speaker did not disclose this or that piece of information just because he or she's not a good speaker, but because there are some reasons. Okay, thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. I think such presentation are the goal of attendance. Okay, so you mentioned the specialization, and you said that the specialization can be selected, can be chosen by spirit, so to say. So your topic should be close to your heart. Sometimes you get involved into some topic because it's an organic process, because the topic is close to your heart, or because anyway you are involved somehow into this sphere. I have an example. One of my customers actually described an event, and I said that I would like to interpret at this event, and the customer said that yes, I believe that you would be fitting into this event because I'm following you on FB and know that you are interested in the topic. But of course there should be some compromises. There are internal processes, there are internal passions and interests. On the other hand, there is a current economic situation and the demand on the market. It's of course important to know that the healthcare is a relevant topic because the pandemic won't leave us very soon, and one should choose the profitable topics, so to say. Thank you for your comment. Indeed, you are right. As I started working for this charitable foundation, I was really inspired, and because this was human-centered centered topic. It was really interesting for me to watch about people, to read the materials. I was really engaged by it. I know that not everyone is interested in the same way, and sometimes my colleagues were really scared off by this topic because they believed that everything was about the diseases. People may feel even depressed after translating or interpreting. It might be a burden for a person, indeed, a psychological burden. Thank you. Thank you. We've got lots of questions. Hello. I have a follow-up question. Could you please recommend us how to switch to another topic? Because it cannot happen overnight. You cannot wake up in the morning and say, okay, today I'm gonna get down to the healthcare-related topic. You, of course, cannot enter the university the first year. What should you do? What should you read? Maybe you should start reading literature, watch Dr. House, and what are the limits of the preparation, so to say? Okay, thank you. Of course, nothing can be done that abruptly. It should not be a dramatic transition. Let's say you are a universal interpreter, but you would like to dedicate more time to a particular topic. In this case, you should take up more assignments, more orders in the field. You should focus on the topic, and you should work selectively, so to say. You may also focus on what's closer to your heart. As a translator, I work with the texts, and it's very difficult to start reading something for fun. It's easier for me to watch some materials, some videos, some audios. So step by step, gradually, you can start your preparation, and thus you can approach the particular orders. And actually, I don't know what your specialization is. I don't know whether you are a translator or interpreter. You are a translator. Okay. So, throughout your professional development, you will be getting more and more customers, and you will be referred to some other customers. And of course, it will be easier for you if your CV contains information on a certain number of the assignments or the projects completed. So gradually, step by step, you can switch. Thank you very much for your presentation, and I'd like to ask you a slightly provocative question. We know about the ethical standards, about the guidelines we're going to discuss a little bit later today. So let's say you've got a direct customer and you can approach this customer and communicate. But what if it is not your assignment, if your colleague has invited you, or you are there through the translation agency? How can you promote your freelance services? Because in many cases it is strictly prohibited. The translation agencies are against such policy, and the colleagues, of course, won't be very happy. Well, thank you for your question. I do not work with the translation agencies at the moment. I used to work with them before, but of course there are various situations. In some situations, you can approach the customer. I worked with the WHO, for instance, through the translation agency, and if they ask me about my contacts, if they asked me, I never disclosed my details. Of course, I could give them my name, because, of course, I have a name. On the other hand, the customer always has an opportunity to find me somehow in a different way. But it was not my primary goal. I did not work too much with the translation agency. you regard the translation agencies as your customers, and you are, of course, reluctant to lose such a customer. It is likely that you will be getting more assignments through the translation agencies than through the direct customers. But there were some other situations. We were communicating with the customers in some informal situations during the lunch break, let's say, and some other attendees approached me and told me that we liked your work, we would like to get your contacts, and then I told them that I was through the translation agency. I was not supposed to give my contacts. They were reluctant to work through the translation agency, and then afterwards, in some other informal setting, while going to the taxi or to the underground station, I could give the details. Another situation is when the colleague has invited you, because it is not really positive to let the colleagues down. So thank you. Thank you. I have another question. How can you drink coffee with this hypothetical Samantha and Vasil during online events? How can I approach them? How can I offer them business cards if I do not know even their proper names, just their nicknames, like Pussycat 2020? Okay. There are still offline events, so my experience is relevant, of course, for offline events, not for online live. During online, you can also communicate. You can communicate with this key speaker. What would I do, for instance? If I were interested in cooperation, I might contact the speaker through FB or LinkedIn, or it might be some preliminary communication, so to say. Before the event, I might contact the speaker, ask for some materials, consult him or her, and then mention briefly that I'm a freelance interpreter, and if you need something, you can contact me. By the way, there are also some professional communities, some groups, and you can join these discussions. You can interfere in the positive sense of this word, and you can broaden your geography.
I'm a general interpreter. Thank you very much for your intervention. I'm mostly interested in the networking part. I'm curious how you transited this period of pandemic. You said that some of your customers asked you to interpret remotely, but are you also on remote platforms such as Kudo, or all your customers asked you to interpret remotely in this period? And also, are you a part of professional associations, local or international, such as AIIC, or are you part of networking platforms such as PROS? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Well, as for me, like this pandemic, it was it just changed the mode of the work, yeah. So it just changed the way we work with clients. But I still mostly, like by the time of when the pandemic started, I already had my portfolio of direct clients, and I just continue working with them. But now, instead of having a conference somewhere like in beautiful Prague or somewhere else, yeah, we would just have it online. Mostly, my clients, they would use Zoom. They do not use RSI platforms, and no, I just kind of go with that. I'm not currently actively searching for clients, I would say. So I do not, for example, just register at some platform looking for clients there. So it's just more than my clients and I, we were looking for the way how to continue our cooperation in the times of pandemic. And as for the professional associations, no, I'm not part of or like member of any association, though I believe that it is a wonderful like opportunity, and it is very good when associations are functional in the countries. I know that in Ukraine we do have association, but it is pretty new, and at some point I believe that I might join as well. But I try to use some more informal networking opportunities, such as even this one, or such as some meetings in my city or in other cities where there are like translators or interpreters who just decide to kind of have coffee together or a glass of wine and also talk about their work. And it is also possible to find some like colleagues who would then like share their work with you if they are like overloaded.
Забагато. Дуже дякую, і ми готові відповісти на останнє питання, навіть не хочу. So I'm not going to waste any more of your time. We are ready to take up one more question, because it's the time for a break now. Well, thank you, Anna. I have a related question. Could you please recommend us any platforms where the beginners can introduce themselves, so to say, let the others know about themselves? And maybe you could also recommend us some organizations which young interpreters may join. Well, regarding the platforms, just visit FB. There are lots of groups, special groups for interpreters, dedicated groups for Ukrainian interpreters, for Russian-speaking interpreters, and you can join these groups. Sometimes you see the messages, such messages as, "Hello, my name is Anna, and I offer interpreting services." Actually, such messages do not make any sense, because everyone in this group is an interpreter or translator. Maybe the colleagues are rather willing to see some results, some deliverables. In this case, they would be willing to invite you or share the assignments. I would focus on the customers if I were you. If you have just 2 customers, you should try and broaden your list of customers. Regarding the organizations for interpreters, I'm not really knowledgeable. I'm not a member to any of such organizations. There are other people who can tell you more about the professional association. You can ask them. Okay, let's thank Anya. A round of applause for Anya. We've got a very brilliant discussion, and let me remind you that our speakers are on site, and after the presentations you can also approach them, ask your questions. And a couple of announcements from Irina. Let me remind you of the blankets and the heating stations, as we call them, because the weather is quite cool today, in spite of slight improvement. And let me remind you of the hashtag of our conference. This is UTICamp 2021. No spaces, no underlining. You can enter this hashtag and check the news. And let me also announce you about a small technological breakthrough. Starting from today, our streams are available on LinkedIn, so you can visit LinkedIn. UTICamp, by the way, doesn't have its own website. There is just a group, but if you visit in-text webpage, you can follow the link. You can also add your likes, and this will also contribute to our enlightening activity. And now we've got a 15-minute break. Afterwards, we will listen to a couple of presentations on formal and informal associations of presentations and their purpose. Thank you. Have a nice break.
Introducing Una's Convert API. Convert API has 4 tabs. The first tab describes the API endpoints. The second tab tracks your API usage. The next tab manages your API access keys. And the last tab manages your import and export configurations. To start using the API, you'll need to use the token endpoint. Copy the URL value. Paste it in a post request. Copy the content type header and the request body. The only value you should replace in the request body is the secret. Generate a new secret key and keep it somewhere safe for future use. Paste the key as the secret value. Copy the access token value from the response and use it in the authorization header of the conversion API requests. The prefix of the access token will always be the word bearer. Now copy the convert endpoint URL. Change the request type to post and create the required import and export configuration templates. Copy the ID value of the import template into the URL. Copy the ID value of the export template into the URL. Select your input file and run the request. Now you know how to run a file conversion in our API and integrate it into your platform.
Here is your working place. Our project manager will come in a minute.
Hi Sam, nice to meet you. I'll give you the tour.
text.
Ha, it is not as difficult as I expected.
Ready.
New in-house translator.
Sorry, guys. We'll play tomorrow. Lot of work to do.
Here is your working place. Our project manager will come in a minute.
Hi Sam, nice to meet you. I'll give you the tour.
Too much text, too much text.
Ha, it is not as difficult as I expected.
Ready.
New in-house translator.
Sorry, guys. We'll play tomorrow. Lot of work to do.
Here is your working place. Our project manager will come in a minute.
Hi Sam, nice to meet you. I'll give you the tour.
Going by Anton Lashenko, who's gonna introduce our next speakers and talk about them. Dear colleagues, welcome once again. We've met multiple times by now, but still welcome. Our guys are gonna join us. I'm not underplaying this. They're like the Metallica of localization. It's gonna be fun and enjoyable. Sasha Ashikhin and Pavel Ismakov, that's responsible for localization of SQL app. It's an app for interval
собственно, просто стать лучше. Но, наверное, было бы скучно просто так рассказывать какие-то фит-системы, потому что ребята...
Fasting. It's a very interesting topic. These guys have prepared some interesting examples on how they localize apps into different languages.
There was supposed to be Pasha on the screen at the moment. Pasha, summoning you. Audience chanting Pasha. Find Pasha in the picture. Hello. There you go. Let me know if you can hear me. Alright, greetings everyone. Our presentation is called Simple Localization, question mark. A little bit of irony embedded here. I mean, whether it is simple in the first place. And simple is also the name of our app. Yeah, so our disclaimer. Just briefly, what you will and will not find in this presentation. There will not be a single word about machine post editing or using machine translation. No info on where to find cheap translators or how to negotiate the rates, because we're against that.
No funny illustrations about the errors in translation. And then for the umpteenth time, we will not be explaining what localization and internationalization is. There will be an OD of irony here, self-irony included, lots of jokes, English borrowings, professional slang, lots of memes, furry art, and of course there will be cases sharing the experience, because that's the whole point, right? So briefly about our app. The app is called Simple, and our company is called IMAX. And so the app is about intermittent fasting, about this whole approach to nutrition. But we're not going to be your nutrition experts telling you what to eat and in what amounts. We're more like your pocket advisor, helping you to transition to a healthier lifestyle. We've been 2 years in the market, 20+ million overall revenue, 11+ million installations. We're translated into 6 languages, rated highly in the US market. Just briefly about us. Rated top, actually. So about our mascot. You might have seen these stickers. And Sasha, by the way, I believe that you've distributed those. So as you can see, these are 2 mascots that we have. These little Ratatoskr and Freya. Ratatoskr is a Scandinavian creature, mythical creature, and a little squirrel, Freya, linking those 9 worlds, being a messenger between the top worlds and the bottom worlds. And so we figured that this squirrel would work as a mascot. It would be perfect for us because it is a mythical creature, connecting the worlds, the same as what we do in a way. And so it is there for a reason, this mascot, I mean, because it stands for our common message, our common vision, how we see ourselves, what we do. We often use that in our style guides, internal, external communications, including at events such as this one. Truth be told, every sticker has a story behind it. Such as this one's story about adding ketchup to pasta. You can see that the squirrel is doing just that. I mean, the Italian clients were outraged by that. And their advice was to take it out. I mean, you shouldn't be portraying anyone using or adding ketchup to their pasta, according to them. So anyway, we still have some of those stickers available. And if you enjoy the presentation, you can always come up to Sasha and get one. So hurry. Next slide.
So, tooting my own horn a bit here, I am a localization lead. My name is Pasha. I have about 10 years of experience. I am a military translator and a reserve officer. And I manage localization in Simple. I also make and produce music. Hey, that would be me. Yes, over to you, Sasha. So my name is Sasha, helping Pasha localize the app. Yeah, like this. Okay. So I've been doing this for many years here and there, localizing stuff as a translator, the editor. Then I took it to I had this mental level up thing, and I now localize Simple. I do full stack. I am now a full stack localization specialist. I freelance. I have plans to do this further as a localization engineer or manage the development of localization products. So I will see you later, guys, in my part of the woods here. Sasha, Pasha, over to you. Yes, I will tell you a little bit about how we localized the app. I will just share some experience, and then Sasha will pick up from there to tell you more about the tech part. So, as it usually happens, when I came to work for Simple, this was me, essentially. I didn't know much. I had to learn stuff. So there was this starter pack that we had to localize 350 plus thousand words. Our content is mostly Instagram stories and posts, story-like articles rather, 1500 plus. And roughly 5,000 UI strings, FAQ for marketing, major redo matrices, things like that. So this is like a picture from the documentary, me being the tumbleweed, and the guys looking at me and the things that I have to handle somehow. And the deadlines were tight. We had to do this somehow in 4 months. And then there was this big question of recruitment. We had to build the team to do this. So it wasn't an easy task, let me tell you, to build a team of freelancers. Usually it costs a lot. So we had this plan. The starter pack would be handled by an MLV or an LSP. Then we would figure out the bottlenecks, the main challenges, how it works. Then, meet with all those breaks, step on them as many times as we had to. And on our team, we have translators, editors, testers, designers, artists, DTP guys. So this is what our approach was. And now I feel that this is just the right time for us to explain to you why we do this in this special way. I don't mean to make it sound to academics, such as the expert knowledge and things like that. I don't want to make it that sort of a presentation. Let me just tell you that our approach is simple, it is fun, and it is easy to understand. So we care about our user and we try to avoid any complicated phrasing. It sounds very simple, what we offer. Like I said, our app is about healthy lifestyle. And so the user works with the text that we offer. They rely on that text, hence the processes that we employ.
It's very important that the user's interaction with the text remained positive and offered positive experience, so that people wanted to read our articles and increase their engagement. And considering our approach and considering our localization pack, we've found out certain problems. The picture speaks for itself. What I want to say here is working with the MLVs on a variety of projects, we were not completely happy with that. First of all, because just an internal thing for us. We say that this is the Prometheus fire. It's the knowledge of the product that you need to have to localize it at high quality. And the Prometheus is the person who is responsible for localization and who would pass this fire. And the more people are there in the chain of passing this fire, the more issues are there. So we wanted to pass this fire of knowledge of our app directly to our translators without as few middle people as possible. Of course, there were quite a few difficult points here, and you had to put more effort and energy into developing a proper team, in-house team. And I'm thinking here, to discuss this topic, you probably need a separate presentation, but I'm going to mention just the main issues that our team encountered. The most painful one was about feedback. Feedback of people responsible for executing, for delivering, considering our approach to the quality of localization. It's important to have feedback and give feedback that facilitates further improvement of localization quality. Unfortunately, we had points where this feedback resulted in certain internal competition, and we had to track those cases. Our tasks are creative tasks, and our level of adaptation is quite high. I'm going to show it to you later. And sometimes people responsible for executing the task itself would just decline it, and they would be offered something else. They were ready to conduct simple tasks like just translation or editing, but that does not align well with our approach, and we had to part our ways with people like that. There were also cases where multiple people from one team would be saying that some other part of the team is failing the team, but the person that was blamed would not agree and would say that they would just want to get rid of me from this team to take more work for them. So you had to go through all the details about who's right and who's wrong, and it's nothing. It's not fun. This social engineering thing. So people talk to each other and they start asking each other dude-like question, like how much you earn. And once they found out that somebody else has higher rate than them, they would come to us and say that they want to be paid more because somebody else is paid more, because this is unfair. Naturally, we had to manage those situations as well. really just a lot of problems and a lot of issues, a lot of plan issues. If there's a manager that is happy to work with us, with these problems, work through these problems, they are getting resolved quite quickly by the manager. If not, and it's a dream come true to work with a freelance team like that. But if not, those problems just tend to accumulate. Your team needs to be developed. Not many people think about it. So no, quite a few people think about business metrics, like how many money did you save, how many translation engines did you connect, but those are not the relevant metrics. To continue this story, we are going to be talking about the communication within the team, the human-to-human communication. From the translator standpoint, you can do your work in different ways. You can stay silent professional, or you can pose yourself as someone who is very interested and engaging. To create a team of people who are engaged, who are proactive, not just a team of people who are tired of their life, is our goal. In exchange, we offer a team that is listening to you, a team that is talking to you and offers a lot of opportunities. If we see that a person is active, a person is engaged, we are not shy of raising their rates, for example, or offering other benefits, or offer a better breakdown of rates. When a freelancer's, our job is to make sure that when a freelancer receives a task from us, our task becomes a priority for him. You can look up reviews from all over the world about working with us. We are not shy showing those reviews, just like other companies do. They're very shy showing who do they work with, which is just laughable in my opinion. To summarize, it's to build a team and to determine the principles within the team, you have to determine your business goals. You have a lot of apps with very poor localization, and there is no such thing as a perfect localization, perfect translation, but a great option of setting setting business goals and adapting culturally to it. If you don't have your own localization, if you don't have resources for your in-house localization team, you may address to freelancers. So unless you don't have resources, I suggest that you have your work set up directly with your translators, without any people in the middle. Next slide, please. Here I'm going to provide some examples of adaptation and culturalization that we have in our app. And I'm going to share a bit on practical effects of this adaptation. We have a section who is responsible for content for the United States. There is. For instance, stay here. As an example, we have a thing called territorial adaptation. Maybe next animation, please. We can see there's Kremlin there. That's for the Russian localization. While the source shots were taken from something more familiar to the American audience, or the Kursk gates in Spain, in Berlin, Brandenburg gates. In Spain, there was some local sightseeing spot as well. We have a lot of cases like this where we adapt the background as well. We make our app basically native. Next slide, please. I don't think I have to comment anything here. For Russia, we could not avoid adapting this for the Russian language. We just used a different picture, and it's better drawn. I think it's a great example. Not only graphical adaptation, we also use the sweet tooth example. In English, in the German, pardon my German accent, is called like this, and it translates literally as a cat that has sweets in it. So sweet tooth doesn't apply here, so that's why we drawn a cat. In a Brazilian adaptation, they call someone with a sweet tooth as an ant. Ant is driving towards sugar, and we've drawn an ant here to make sure that we adapt that as well. Here, it's a case of adapting statistics. It talks about so our content is initially written for the American audience, and it includes a variety of statistics that might be applicable only to the United States. The Americans, it's not a good idea to leave this in the translated version. It might not be relevant for someone from Russia or someone who reads in Russia to know how much obese people are there, what's the percentage of obese people. It's much more interesting to find out the statistics on the CIS countries. Like this. It's a great example of how we how we use our research, find research results, and apply this to our adaptation. That 95% of Russians are under stress, for example, which is a sad figure, but it's still there. Here, in this slide, these are the stories that we write for holidays, for each specific country. For instance, you can see here Christmas and New Year article, localized. In other localizations, it differs, it varies, and we adapt all of this content. This is the example of how we present our New Year article. In Brazil, New Year is summer, basically, unexpected, and it would not be a great idea to draw snow there. And we've adapted the text as well, completely rewritten for local figures.
So essentially, this is transcreation, not just translation. Again, self-explanatory, the Butter Week. Just for every country, we localize the holidays. We adjust the info to the local context. The Butter Week is something that is relatable to a Russian-speaking audience. But then we have an Oktoberfest piece on the way intended for the German audience. This is just how we do it. It's a personalized approach. And wrapping up, my next slide. Practical meaning or practical effect of this adaptation. Why Why do we need this? Intermittent fasting is about your conscious approach. It's about mindfulness, but it can be sensitive depending on the context of a particular country. And our content should reflect that specificity. So first we do the testing, go through the beta stage of the localized copy. Usually we have like a 20 to 30% improvement if we take this approach, and it gives you better yields in terms of number of users, for example. So we collect the analytics all the time. We read articles on the associated topics. In some country, it could be about stress. In another, it could be about family and children, such as in Brazil, for example. In Germany, it's the articles about sport, and in sports, and in Spain, it's about mindfulness and mindful nutrition. So we process those articles, we rank them somehow in our library, and then we display the most relevant ones depending on the localization. So the statistics give you this flexibility. They help you align the content with the user, and when the user sees that, when they feel that this is something relatable, it improves your whole user experience, and it makes them want to use the app more and to share that experience on the social media, saying like, wow, guys, check out this app. Because something designed for an American audience would not work if you have a Kremlin image on that. I mean, this is something that you cannot measure, but it adds to your ratings and it adds to your user engagement, retention, stuff like that. Okay. I think that it's time to switch. Sasha? Give us more info on the tech part. Yes, thank you, Pasha. You could have left me more time, actually. But thank you, anyway. After this intermission, let me tell you a little bit more about how we localized the app and about the issues that we faced and about our Napoleon plans for the future. And before I go into that, let me just quickly tell you that when we were preparing this presentation with Pasha, we came up with 100 slides, and then we had to somehow squeeze that into 30 minutes, which means that we had to leave just the essential stuff. But it didn't make us sad. It helped us do what they do in Hollywood, like create sequels all the time. You know, breaking it into 3 parts, actually. So the plan was really very easy. We had to decide on the format, on the timelines, and on the string base and connectors, choose the cat, integrate and automate, then decide on the platforms and devices, and then get the profit. You know that famous monologue from the Las Vegas movie about the fear and loathing in Las Vegas. So this is, in a way, what we did. We did the chatbots, we did the Android and iOS clients, backend emailing, web funnel, FAQ. There must have been something else that I'm forgetting. So we did a lot of things like that, and all those different pieces of content were located in different places. They had different formats. So we had to choose something transitional and localize it. And we believe humbly that this is your best format. When just besides the text to be translated, you have all the metadata and the context for the translators, those unique string keys, character limitations, any comments from the product team, from our team, references to the screenshots, things like that. That is why those standard resource formats just didn't work for us. Neither did the native formats such as the HTML and the like. So we had to choose. We were choosing between the two, your regular files with the context and meta info, the PO, the .json, different formats like that, and then multilingual, something that is very convenient in terms of audio-visual representation, the Excel, the Google Sheets, the CS files, and they have their strengths and weaknesses, and we had to choose somehow, and we believe that they both are legit. This is what the final scheme looks like. This is how it works with databases and the connectors. The base is in the center. It is the core, a repository of the text that we are processing. We put them together, then we send them in for translation, and then again we distributed the output into the respective folders. We have resource files in different repositories. We use the connector, just one button that aligns them and compares with or against the database. And if the string is not in the database, it puts it there and marks it as new. And then if there are strings with unique keys but different text, it also adds the string and then marks it as an altered one. If the resource file had some text but then it was removed, some feature was dropped, things like that, it is marked as obsolete and just hidden from us. And then in the chat, we get the notification about the new strings, and it is very handy, by the way, because you just don't need to wait for the team to inform you. You're always up to speed about what's new, and it's very easy to plan your work. Then we export it into the file, then import it or upload it into the cat tool, then the magic of translation happens, then we adapt it culturally, take the output, put it in the database of translations, and then using the connector we create the localized version and put them where they're supposed to be. I know that this might sound confusing, but in reality this is very easy, very neat. I'm gonna skip these ones. I understand that I don't have that much time left. So could you demonstrate video 1? Thank you. This is like what you expect your automated processes to happen. I mean, when you are bundling tools, when you're using the API, but this is the reality. Video 2. Thank you so much. So this is what it looks like usually, I mean in reality, because there are always those bottlenecks, disagreements between the elements of the system. Yeah, like that. An ocean of devices, says the slide. This is how we were selecting our device. And this is a great metaphor, actually, by the way, about the digital market and the devices, because we all want to cover as many platforms and as many devices as we can, but it is not easy, especially when it comes to localizing, because it like multiplies your budget. And so this is what we did. We looked at the user statistics to see who's using what and on what platforms. We grouped this data, and iOS was not bad, the statistics, so we just went for different kinds of different screen dimensions, because whatever you take on the 12th iPhone would look great on a mini and other dimensions. So Apple respect for making it work, your ecosystem. For Android, things are much worse. So we looked at the density of the pixels, and the Android guys, they actually group their devices by this characteristic, and so we did the same. And we went for this more or less premium segment, XX HDPI, those state-of-the-art Samsung 9, 10, what have you, XX HDPI. Like I said, those can be the phones like a couple years old models, average price segment. So we are happy that we managed to cover, say, a certain amount of devices used by our users. For Apple Watch, it's all very simple, couple different sizes, and it looks great on any one of them. Now, Android, I just love the platform. Not so much, actually. The right challenges that just keep following me wherever I go. This is the zoo of devices. This is a BlackBerry #1 with an Android installed on it, and something went really, really wrong here on the main screen. There is no insurance against that, because there will be this Galaxy Fold tomorrow that you can just fold over your belt, and who knows what's going to happen. Then the font. Many users use larger fonts, and this is not something that we can control. I mean, we try to vary the settings, but still, those users who have problems with vision, they make their font larger, which leads to what you see on screenshot #2, and then those ELF fonts, those Comic Sans that some of our users prefer, they're impossible to integrate, they are impossible to test, to model. So this is like our dark spot. This is something that we do not know what's gonna happen, and this is very difficult to test and support. Future plans. This is what our plans are. We will keep up automating, we will develop the internal tools. The database is inside the CMS with a different context, so we're planning to add different features using visual editing solutions or editors, the chatbots, and then we want to use the chatbots to handle our communication with the users based on the triggers in the case system. When, for example, there's just a day left to the deadline, we could notify the translator via this bot, like, are you doing okay? And then, I mean, instead of using personal emails, because no one likes that, right? The managers, the translators, and so we could use the bots to do that job. And what Sasha said, the A and B testing and the experiments, localization. Not very many companies actually do that, but they should. I mean, imagine you have this screen, very important, a paywall, selling subscription to an app or the app itself. And then you have that that button at the bottom, like buy, continue, change your life today, whatever. And so every option is perceived differently, and it can impact your conversion rates. So bottom line, you need to optimize the text when you localize. You need to make sure everything aligns, and if you want to know more about it, look for the Shakespeare system used by Netflix. They published this very interesting post, and we need to localize this one, and no one ever does somehow. Or few companies, like I said. Now the rakes. They are just all over the place. I mean, wherever you go, you step on it, something that you've already done. I mean, the team has this understanding, their own vision. Then there are strings that they need to process. Just remember about the rakes and do your job right. Then your team, those who work for you, are they are gold. They are your reserve that you rely on, and making sure that the team works well. I mean, there's collaboration can get you a long way. Now, the tools that we're using, they are secondary. I mean, there's a lot of CAD tools in the market, different stuff available, and you need to be prepared that you have to adjust every time. You need to take what's new and integrate. I mean, using not what you are used to, but something that is more adequate and more appropriate. Now, product metrics over translation metrics. I mean, I understand that MLVs and LSPs, they have their own requirements, but we're not so much interested about the number of bugs per 1,000 words, for example. We are much more curious about whether our app performs in different languages. I mean, we are concerned about performance, and so your best localization impact is when you can see that you're separate, like certain elements of your product, that they work in different languages. And finally, your localization manager, and consider this a word of encouragement for those who are starting out. I mean, localization is not the end of it, because there is the data analytics, there is writing, development. I mean, you can apply all those skills when you localize. So keep exploring the new things, the new skills. Like Pasha and I, for example, we are developing all the time, continuously. And if you do the same, it will make you more valuable as an asset to any team, and you will perform better compared to doing the same thing every day.
A bit of a promotional slide. I'm wrapping up already. So the first one, listen to Pasha's music. It's our rising star of dark neo-folk scene. His group, his band is called Hellbreed. There's also Yana, our designer and illustrator. She's drawn all the stickers. If you need any assistance in design, feel free to address her. There's also Boris Sergeyevich, who is my brother and who has helped with compiling this presentation. Thank you, that's about it. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them. Thanks for your attention. We have just about enough time for a couple of questions. If you have any further questions, feel free to reach out to the presenter and they will be happy to answer you. Thanks a lot. I had great time listening to you. Very enjoyable and fun. First of all, do you plan to add Ukrainian into the set of your languages? It's a tricky question. We often say that we want to add Ukrainian, but economically it's not feasible at the moment. We have targets for other languages, and by adding another language to a platform, we're not sure we will be able to gain our expenses, earn back our expenses. Some companies, when they plan to expand into the Asian or European market, they start adding regional languages. So probably in the future we will be adding Polish, Ukrainian, etc. I can add from myself that we value our Ukrainian users a lot. We have a lot of users. And the speaker is not using the microphone. So what drives the selection of your language? Data analysis on whether society is interested in proper healthy nutrition, healthy lifestyle. Yes, it's related to metrics. The speaker is not using the microphone. We've conducting research where we research intermittent fasting, whether that's interesting, whether there's any interest in the society, and only after certain research we come up with a decision, including marketing research. We are able to tell whether we want to expand into that market. It's not just us pointing in the sky and saying, right, we should be localizing for a certain market. Guys, another question about languages. Is it Russian for Russia, or is it Russian for Ukraine, Russian for Israel, adapted languages, adapted locales? For example, you've shown an illustration where you had a girl with Kremlin in the background, and then Golden Gates in the background, Brandenburg Gates in the background. What about Israel? What about Ukraine? What about Russian-speaking audience in those countries? We have statistics. We analyze users that are switching to a certain language from in a certain country, and we include support for certain language. Of course, we use Russian for customers in Russia. Same applies to Spanish localization, Spanish European, and we have Spanish localization for Mexican locations. As for Israel, Russian language is not included there. It's mostly popular in English. Our app is mostly used in English there. As for Russian specifically, it's only the most locations are enabled there, like CIS countries, not Israel so far. But we have not analyzed how many users switch to the Russian locale in Israel. Maybe we should have a look. It makes sense. Thank you. Feel free to take those last stickers. The very last batch, there's not going to be any more. Guys, thanks a lot. I think everybody understood that this is going to be a rock star great presentation. I can see people are filming, people are writing down, so good job, good job. Let's give them a round of applause once again. What follows this is another talk by Sasha Bufonov. Sasha has vast experience in games localization, over 15 years, and he understands a lot about processes. He works in a company called Coffee Stein that works on exporting Russian texts from Unreal Engine, from Unity language, Unity Engine. Maybe Sasha would be able to share some secrets, some tips and tricks. Sasha, hello, you're live. You're online.
Привет, привет, Саш.
Hello.
Кажется, Саша нас не слышит.
Sasha does not seem to respond.
Sasha.
Sasha.
Hey, can you hear me?
Да, Сашу мы слышим. Саша.
Yes, we can hear Sasha. Sasha, hello.
I can hear Anton from the whole thing. So probably if I'm online, hello everybody. My name is Alexander. I work at Coffee Stain Publishing. I've joined like 8 months ago. This might seem like a lot of time, but it really wasn't. But it's been quite a journey, and I'd love to share what I've done, what I'm trying to do, and what we have done as a company. So I'll start a bit about Coffee Stain. Yeah. So who we are? We are a publishing company who help a bunch of studios to develop and publish games. And I'd love to say that we really are not the kind of publisher who just takes a game that is almost ready and just throws in a bit of marketing and just goes off and publish it. We work with our developers more closely than that. We start working with them years before release usually. So, and that's important because that is exactly what enables me as a localization lead to take care of all the things we need to take care for good localization long before the release. So probably most of you heard about Valheim, but probably Deep Rock Galactic and Satisfactory are known as well. And we have a bunch of other games. So a bit about me. I have almost 15 years, like Anton said, more than 15 years, but actually it's almost 15 years of translation experience. I've done some volunteer projects, and at some point I've decided to join a studio, localization studio, as a project manager, and I've been working there for like 4 years, and ended up being a team lead of project managers, and I've got a bit of experience in sales. So it's kind of goes this way. I know how it feels for a translator. I know how it feels for a localization studio to be in the middle between those, between the client and the end translator. And now I finally found myself in the product company, and it's very interesting. So I have a lot of experience with CAD tools and generally a lot of software because I'm very
creativity and new ways of thinking. It happened to me for the first time in my life that my presentation was interrupted by chicken.
Це ідеальний формат, це те, про що я завжди розповідаю всім, кого зустрічаю на якихось інших конференціях.
Я открыл для себя новый формат проведения конференции.
Я в восторге от этой идеи, я просто поздравляю того, кому она пришла в голову.
Very nice, gives enough time to have both work and play.
It's unbelievable. I mean, look at the trees and the nature, the landscape, the river. Couldn't be more better.
Приглашаю вас.
Приглашаю всех вас.
Я всех приглашаю на UTICamp 2020.
Запрошую всіх на
Запрошуємо вас на UTICamp 2020.
I am inviting you.
I'm inviting you. I am inviting you.
I am Sameh Ragab, inviting you to UTICamp 2020.
Ми з Ілюша приглашаємо вас на UTIC 2020.
This winter season, we want to make a special gift to our partners and friends. First, a few words about the ideas behind it. Remember those wonderful childhood years, the time of new achievements and great goals? We were pushing ahead, running fast, and growing up. Then, one day, we looked back and discovered abandoned memories and places behind us. Those places that once inspired us are now forgotten and deserted. We believe that the time has come to take care of our past in order to build a better future. A little attention, a bit of time and investment are all that is needed to bring back what really matters. As we all know, the important things in life are not actually things. That's why this year, instead of sending traditional greeting cards, InText is donating money to the renovation of an old children's camp. Although our resources are not limitless, it will be enough to clear up the forest, plant some new trees, drag the river, and develop the beach. We are looking after this amazing camp with its wonderful scenery, while getting much more in return. This place serves as a holiday destination for our employees and their families, as an informal meeting place for our partners and clients, and of course, as a great venue for unparalleled open-air events. Some of you may recall this venue, where in 2016, language professionals from many different countries gathered for the Ukrainian Translation Industry Conference to discuss language industry trends and have fun with their families. With our help, the Meteorite Camp will be even more comfortable and welcoming next time you visit. We say our help, but let's be honest, all of the credit should go to all of you. We are making this donation thanks to your great support and your trust in InText. We wish you a year of happy moments. As for our gift, it will be waiting for you, refurbished and clean, among the trees on the bank of a peaceful river. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Modern translation and subtitling workflows are multifaceted, consisting of a sequence of related tasks, often formed by different individuals remotely. UNA's toolkit provides instant access to a suite of simple-to-use specialist tools for these tasks and is completely web-based. As the tools are designed to perform just the task you require, they're not weighted by redundant functionality, and so they're incredibly easy to use. The toolkit requires no setup time, which simply means that you can start the job immediately. Just fire up your browser and get the job done anywhere, achieving the time and cost efficiency required to offer a truly competitive service. All the tools you expect for caption and subtitle creation are in one place. With UNA's toolkit, you'll deliver your captions and subtitles online, on time.
Hey there, I'm Paul Irwin from Pros.com. I hope you're doing great and I hope you're enjoying this fantastic event, UTICamp 2021. At Pros.com, we're delighted to be a partner for this amazing event. And I'd like to take the opportunity to just tell you a little bit about Pros.com membership, which if you're a freelance translator or interpreter, it's something that you might find of interest. But you're not going to hear more from me. I think it'd be much more interesting if you can hear a little bit about what some of our current members have to say. Here we go.
I'd recommend Pros. I think it's the biggest platform for translators out there, and it makes me feel very safe. It's a place I can look up clients and know if they have a good reputation.
I would recommend Pros because it's one of the best platforms for learning resources, job opportunities, networking, and collaboration.
I enjoy working on the Pros platform. I'd say 90% of my clients have come through this tool.
I have found many clients through Pros.com. Actually, I can say I have found almost all of my clients through Pros.com.
If you're thinking about becoming a Pros member, I think you shouldn't hesitate. The membership is absolutely going to pay for itself, basically with the first client you get. And I don't think you will have any regrets given all the content that you get access to.
I would definitely recommend Pros for other freelance translators. It's very reliable, and I think everything, it's all in there. It's worth it. The first job that Pros brought me paid for the yearly subscription and more, so I would definitely recommend it.
Can you translate 100 pages in a week?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Project will come soon.
I have 150 pages project for translation. Can you do it in 10 days?
Yes.
Okay, please wait for the files.
Please help, I need 50 pages in 2 days.
We can do it for you.
Okay, we will send it soon.
Why do they always come together?
Hey there, I'm Paul Owen from Pros.com. I hope you're enjoying this amazing event, UTICamp 2021. And at Pros.com, we are delighted to be a partner for this wonderful event. I'd also like to take the opportunity to tell you just a little bit about Pros.com training, about all the courses and workshops that we offer freelance translators and interpreters to help you succeed. Let's take a look at the platform. So to access the Pros.com training platform, simply come on over to the homepage. In the top menu bar here, you'll see Education and drop down to Education at Pros.com. That will take you to the training homepage. Alternatively, you can simply type in, as you can see at the top here, training.pros.com. So once you're on the training homepage, you can simply have a look through the courses. They're divided up into different sections. You can see here in top picks, for example, we have video game localization, we have the Cat Tools starter kit, we have transcreation essentials, and more. As you explore the options, you'll also find that we have e-learning courses such as this transcreation essentials. This is a 5-hour video course with assignments, with quizzes. We try to make our courses as interactive as possible. So it's not just about watching a series of videos. It really is about getting that connection with the trainer and getting that interaction and being able to ask questions. For example, in the case of this particular course, we have monthly group coaching sessions as well, where you can ask those direct questions. So that's that particular course. We also have workshops. So workshops are live. This Transcreation Essentials course is a self-paced course that you can take in your own time. This direct client marketing workshop is a workshop that takes place on a specific date, as you can see on the 5th of October 2021. So that's with Corinne McKay, Fearless Direct Client Marketing. And I just encourage you to explore, to have a look around, to watch some of these short videos and really find what's right for you in terms of training. I think training is such an important component for many freelance translators and interpreters. It really is important that you invest in yourself, invest in your career. We also have an interpreting section here. So we have the Pros.com MCIS online interpreter training program that's very comprehensive. We have the Remote Interpreter Bootcamp, a great course from Claudia Brower. We also have an introduction to voiceover, which is an interesting area. We've got Andrew Morris's course. We've got project management with Nancy Mattis, and so on and so on. I just encourage you to have a look around and find what's right for you. If you have any questions at all, please don't hesitate to get in touch. You can contact me via email, training@pros.com. That's training@pros.com, or you can submit a support request via the Pros.com website. So that's our Pros.com training platform. I hope you find it interesting. I hope you find it useful, and I hope you can find something here that is going to help you advance your career in some way. It might help you to get more clients. It might help you to be more organized. It might help you to diversify into a different area. But whatever it is, I think you will find something of interest there. So thanks very much for watching. You can find out more at training.pros.com. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Introducing Una's Convert API. Convert API has 4 tabs. The first tab describes the API endpoints. The second tab tracks your API usage. The next tab manages your API access keys. And the last tab manages your import and export configurations. To start using the API, you'll need to use the token endpoint. Copy the URL value. Paste it in a post request. Copy the content type header and the request body. The only value you should replace in the request body is the secret. Generate a new secret key and keep it somewhere safe for future use. Paste the key as the secret value. copy the access token value from the response and use it in the authorization header of the conversion API requests. The prefix of the access token will always be the word bearer. Now copy the convert endpoint URL. Change the request type to POST and create the required import and export configuration templates. Copy the ID value of the import template into the URL. Copy the ID value of the export template into the URL. Select your input file and run the request. Now you know how to run a file conversion in our API and integrate it into your platform.
Here is your working place. Our project manager will come in a minute.
Hi Sam, nice to meet you. I'll give you the tour.
Too much text, too much text.
Ha, it is not as difficult as I expected.
Ready.
New in-house translator.
Sorry, guys. We'll play tomorrow. Lot of work to do.
is a brand new directory for professionals working in the audiovisual localization industry. It's an online platform that language service providers and individuals can use to find professional audiovisual translators specializing in different fields and language pairs. The pool will promote global networks by providing a directory of audiovisual translation professionals offering a wide range of services. Subtitling origination, closed captions, voiceover, quality control, post-editing, and much more. Contact us to know more.
Hello, Patrick. We have a big project.
Hello, Laura. Great.
Need 20 translators next week. Can you book them?
Give me 2 hours, please.
Okay.
Hi, John. Are you available next week?
No, sorry. Already have a job.
Okay, thanks. Are you available next week?
Yes, but just on Tuesday and Wednesday.
Okay, then I book those days.
Not sure, it depends.
Yes, count on me.
Yes, got 20 of them. We can do it. I've booked 20 translators.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to say, but we are canceling the project.
Okay, no problem at all.
Our clients choosing texts because we are reliable and responsive, easy to work with, and because we care about both product and clients' needs. Over the last 2 years, we have greatly increased our DTP capacities and are offering our clients a wide range of services. That is multilingual DTP, which includes, of course, our native Russian and Ukrainian, all European languages, hieroglyphic languages, OCR and preparation of files for further translation with CREAT tools. Besides, we have also developed a special workflow for processing AutoCAD drawings. Our experienced teams of in-house and freelance DTP specialists deal with various complex publishing software. We have a quality management system which describes main business processes of the company. Each business process has its key performance indicators and responsibility matrices. In text, business processes are formalized, clear, easy to use.
UTIC will benefit the Ukrainian industry in the same way. Well, it's a great opportunity to raise the whole industry within Ukraine, be it here, freelancers and companies.
I'm happy to be here at this event. I also came to this first Ukrainian translation industry event to find out new faces, to see new people, and to be able to listen to them.
We can collaborate with anyone, from anywhere, in real time. Language, infrastructure.
Our professions make it difficult for translators and interpreters to get started in an industry. Also, young interpreters coming out of institutes and universities need to have some kind of a trajectory or path that allows them to start with conferences or meetings or interactions that are less demanding and less stressful, and they need to work with seasoned professionals that are willing to help them. They will be able to become proficient much faster and hopefully avoid some of the missteps.
But they knew that this guy knew so much about language and knew so much, had such a power over.
So, and I think the conference is a place where you can begin in the Ukrainian market to form an identity of what that means to the outside world. That there's energy here, there's a great deal of intellectual capability, there are a lot of resources, and conferences are a key way to show what that identity is to everyone else around the world.
I think it might have, it's the first conference here in the Ukraine. And I think that what we can hope for is like a domino effect, or the opportunity for people to share their experience in such a fantastic environment.
This conference is intended to make the Ukrainian translation market more civilized. The quality of freelancers' work should grow based on learning new technologies, gaining knowledge and sharing their experience. The conference's mission is to create the core professional community in Ukraine and to enable companies from abroad, e.g. Europe or Russia, to get easy access to these people, meet them, and actually open a window to Ukraine for them.
Благодаря тому, что у нас много помощников, много людей.
Thanks to the fact that we have a lot of supporters, a number of people who invested in this undertaking and made good presentations, became sponsors, special guests, and just helped us in organizing the event. Thanks to all this power team of helpers, conducting the conference actually did not take us too much efforts. Many thanks to all of them.
Я приехал из Израиля.
I came from Washington, D.C.
Luxembourg.
Львов, Украина.
Санкт-Петербург.
We are from India.
I'm from Ukraine.
This is a novel experience for me. I've never had a conference in the woods. I've been to a lot of conferences in the world, organized some in Israel, and it's never been in such a beautiful location. It's great. It's the first time for me.
Since I came here, it's fantastic, and I think the atmosphere is so much more relaxed and friendly and much more social and engaging. So I'm very, very happy. I think this is a fantastic event.
В этой конференции сконцентрировано очень много докладов, которые просто охватывают все области переводческой отрасли.
And the tracks that you have, the art, technology and business, I think that's a good balance.
В этом сочетании природы и технологий и всего общения, которое происходит, есть что-то такое свежее, новое и совершенно замечательное.
формат новый, формат необычный, формат, располагающий более к тесному общению. Мы хотели сделать его более информативным, менее формальным, так чтобы переводчики, которые приехали сюда, смогли унести с собой прямо отсюда какие-то полезные практичные знания, которые завтра же смогут применить на практике у себя дома.
I didn't expect that level of knowledge, of commitment to the work. So I'm happy. I found many new friends, but also many new possible colleagues.
Shining all my kisses just for you. Shining with love forever true.
Благодарю гостей из Америки, из Европы, из стран других, которые действительно делают эту конференцию международной. Спасибо вам за то, что вы помогли нам организовать это мероприятие.
Я никогда в жизни не стоял перед такой, ну скажем, живой и одновременно деревянной аудиторией.
Конференция, безусловно, удалась. Люди счастливы, люди расслаблены, люди, очевидно, наслаждаются тем, что происходит. И я считаю, что это большой успех.
I'm coming from Italy.
Города-героя Киев. I live in the Netherlands, Holland.
Области Филадельфии.
Приехал из Израиля.
Paris. Мы опять приехали из Санкт-Петербурга.
I'm from Finland.
Мы приехали из Львова.
Из Киева.
Из Казахстана. I'm from Cairo, Egypt.
Tel Aviv, Israel.
This is such an unusual conference that it's been added value. There's been so many other things happening as well as just good presentation.
I come here for new ideas, but mostly I come here to get inspired.
The whole place is just incredible, and talking about, technology and all these topics in open air with beautiful, sceneries and nice people is a premiere for me.
This is a very unique experience, and I like that very much.
Формат изумительный.
Абсолютно уникальный для переводческой индустрии формат.
I think the format is perfect, and also it's so incredibly well organized that everything just works perfectly.
Мне нравится формат недели, и я понимаю, что когда нахожусь здесь, я тоже работаю. Причем работаю там на годы вперед.
I love the setting, I love the way everything is seamlessly done.
Presence of nature in this place, because it creates a very special atmosphere that stimulates creativity and new ways of thinking. It happened to me for the first time in my life that my presentation was interrupted by chicken.
Це ідеальний формат, це те, про що я завжди розповідаю всім, кого зустрічаю на якихось інших конференціях.
Я открыл для себя новый формат проведения конференции.
Я в восторге от этой идеи, я просто поздравляю того, кому она пришла в голову.
Very nice, gives enough time to have both work and play.
It's unbelievable. I mean, look at the trees and the nature, the landscape, the river. Couldn't be more better.
Приглашаю вас на
Приглашаю вас.
Приглашаю всех вас. Я всех приглашаю на UTICamp 2020.
Запрошую всіх на
Запрошуємо вас на UTICamp 2020.
I am inviting you.
I'm inviting you. I am inviting you.
I am Sameh Ragab, inviting you to UTICamp 2020.
Ми з Ілюша приглашаємо вас на UTIC 2020.
This winter season, we want to make a special gift to our partners and friends. First, a few words about the ideas behind it. Remember those wonderful childhood years, the time of new achievements and great goals? We were pushing ahead, running fast, and growing up. Then, one day, we looked back and discovered abandoned memories and places behind us. Those places that once inspired us are now forgotten and deserted. We believe that the time has come to take care of our past in order to build a better future. A little attention, a bit of time and investment are all that is needed to bring back what really matters. As we all know, the important things in life are not actually things. That's why this year, instead of sending traditional greeting cards, InText is donating money to the renovation of an old children's camp. Although our resources are not limitless, it will be enough to clear up the forest, plant some new trees, drag the river, and develop the beach. We are looking after this amazing camp with its wonderful scenery, while getting much more in return. This place serves as a holiday destination for our employees and their families, as an informal meeting place for our partners and clients, and of course, as a great venue for unparalleled open-air events. Some of you may recall this venue, where in 2016, language professionals from many different countries gathered for the Ukrainian Translation Industry Conference to discuss language industry trends and have fun with their families. With our help, the Meteorite Camp will be even more comfortable and welcoming next time you visit. We say our help, but let's be honest, all of the credit should go to all of you. We are making this donation thanks to your great support and your trust in InText. We wish you a year of happy moments. As for our gift, it will be waiting for you, refurbished and clean, among the trees on the bank of a peaceful river. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Modern translation and subtitling workflows are multifaceted,
consisting of a sequence of related tasks, often formed by different individuals remotely. Una's toolkit provides instant access to a suite of simple-to-use specialist tools for these tasks and is completely web-based. As the tools are designed to perform just the task you require, they're not weighted by redundant functionality, and so they're incredibly easy to use. The toolkit requires no setup time, which simply means that you can start the job immediately. Just fire up your browser and get the job done anywhere, achieving the time and cost efficiency required to offer a truly competitive service. All the tools you expect for caption and subtitle creation are in one place. With Una's toolkit, you'll deliver your captions and subtitles online, on time.
Hey there, I'm Paul Erwin from Pros.com. I hope you're doing great and I hope you're enjoying this fantastic event, UTICamp 2021. At Pros.com, we're delighted to be a partner for this amazing event. And I'd like to take the opportunity to just tell you a little bit about Pros.com membership, which if you're a freelance translator or interpreter, it's something that you might find of interest. But you're not going to hear more from me. I think it'd be much more interesting if you can hear a little bit about what some of our current members have to say. Here we go.
I'd recommend Pros. I think it's the biggest platform for translators out there, and it makes me feel very safe. It's a place I can look up clients and know if they have a good reputation.
I would recommend Pros because it's one of the best platforms for learning resources, job opportunities, networking, and collaboration.
I enjoy working on the Pros platform. I'd say 90% of my clients have come through this tool.
I have found many clients through Pros.com. Actually, I can say I have found almost all of my clients through Pros.com.
If you're thinking about becoming a Pros member, I think you shouldn't hesitate. The membership is absolutely going to pay for itself, basically with the first client you get. And I don't think you will have any regrets given all the content that you get access to.
I would definitely recommend Pros for other freelance translators. It's very reliable, and I think everything, it's all in there. It's worth it. The first job that Pros brought me paid for the yearly subscription and more, so I would definitely recommend it.
Can you translate 100 pages in a week?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Project will come soon.
I have 150 pages project for translation. Can you do it in 10 days?
Yes.
Okay, please wait for the files.
Please help, I need 50 pages in 2 days.
We can do it for you.
Okay, we will send it soon. Here is your working place. Our project manager will come in a minute.
Hi Sam, nice to meet you. I'll give you the tour.
Too much text, too much text.
Ha, it is not as difficult as I expected.
Ready.
New in-house translator.
Sorry, guys. We'll play tomorrow. Lot of work to do.
I hope you enjoyed your break. You had enough time for rest and now you are back, full of energy. I will invite Tatiana Mitkova, who is the head of localization department in Riedel Incorporated. This is a company who is developer of business applications for iOS, for Mac and for Android. So please welcome. Hello everyone. I'm Tanya. I came to you from Odessa. I work for a product IT company called Riedel. For more than 6 years, I was engaged in localization of mobile apps that our company is doing. I will not reinvent the wheel for you, but tell you something you've never heard, especially provided the speeches that we've heard before mine. However, today I will demonstrate you real-life examples of how localization works in our company as well. Where we started, where we came to, where we are now. I'll share our success stories and our epic fails that we also had. So I do hope you will be interested, or at least not bored. A couple of words about the company. Riedel started 14 years ago. We started developing our own apps for iPhone, which was not very well known then. We have more than 30 different applications, games, a mobile browser, readers of various sorts. Not all of them stood the test of time. Some we had to take away from App Store, some we resold to other startups. Ultimately, now the company has a portfolio of 4 applications that are stably developing. They are all available from App Store for iPhone, iPad. Some can be used with Macs and Google Play. I'd like to say that our applications are popular. I'll take this moment for boasting a little bit. We regularly make it to the top of Google Play and App Store, and this is just a small portion where we were seen. The press, the media, they write about us locally, internationally, and we're grateful for that. The largest achievement, I believe, is that we could win the hearts of 130 million of people worldwide. Localization has very much to do with this figure. Localization of our applications started from iOS 4. A month from now, iOS 15 will be released. The first application was very small, primitive. Take a note. iPhone users could make notes using their phones. It was released in 2010, and the first locale, apart from the original English one, was the German. This is how the German application looked. Quite simple. 2010, well, that was the time. The situation now is different with the locales that we support. Their number increased largely. Everything that our company does now, starting from applications and then going on to marketing materials, email shots, landings, all of that is interpreted from the original English to 10 plus locales: Russian, Portuguese, Ukrainian, Japanese, Spanish, German, Italian, and Vietnamese. This set of languages didn't happen like that from the very beginning. Languages were added one by one. Yet the choice of languages was motivated by two factors: the demand that we saw for our apps in various countries and the ability to pay for them. During the time that I was doing localization, I came up to the conclusion that this is a complex process. It needs to be planned. It has the beginning, but it has no end. And it follows its own rules. If you follow the rules, you can adapt any product, any service to any country you wish. And today, I will invite you to go through the primary 10 steps you need to make sure your app is successful somewhere far away. So, the first stage is the simplest. You need to find the answer to the question like this: what are the languages that we need to interpret our product to? Here we use analytics, either App Store Connect Analytics or Google Analytics. I know there is a large number of other instruments which can be more complicated and they give you more understanding about your audience. But the basic is this: it's enough to understand how many people download your product daily, what the churn rate is, and so on. This is a Vietnamese locale, and I'll exemplify this, how we use the analytics to add another language. One of our apps was free, Documents was free, and it had a set of languages, but there was no Vietnamese there, because we believe this is no market for us. But once we looked into App Store Analytics, and we saw that Vietnam makes it to the top 15 download countries, 200,000 users a month. Of course we were happy, but the problem was that out of these 200,000 users, more than 70% stopped using the application in a week and never came back. We started analyzing what it was they didn't like. And what was on the surface, of course, was the language. So we decided we would interpret it into Vietnamese. So we translated it all and the product page in the App Store into Vietnamese, and in a week we saw that the retention rate grew by 20%. Another week, more growth. And the Vietnamese market was definitely worth it. We still see this. So the conclusion number one is this: look for your markets, analyze data. Maybe Vietnam in your case is no target for you, but in our case it did work. So do look into the analytical data maybe more often and earlier. Step 2, that's the team. Once you know the language you will translate into, you need to understand who is going to do that. The situation with our team of translators is unique. We do not have translators in our staff sitting in the office. At the same time, we do not use translation interpretation bureaus or agencies. It historically happened so that most of our apps are translated by our big fans. It's a group of people, that's our team. So it's a group of people, 18 people, not all of them are here. These are our loyal users, scattered around the world from China to Brazil. These are people who have been translating all of our products for many years, 8 years more. What does it give us? Since these are the same people, they know very well the product they are translating. They know the history of the company. They're engaged in the process. They're always in touch. It could be night time, or we could be really very late, running late in terms of deadlines. We try to keep friendly relationship with them and stay in touch despite the differences. And these are examples of how our translators came to meet us several years ago. Colleagues from Germany came, and on the right, that's me, the visit to Berlin. Again, this is our translator in Germany meeting me in his office. So, conclusion, look for your ambassadors, build your team, a team of translators who will be always on touch. This is your human potential, the golden reserve, as we heard in the previous speech. Now, instruments, the tools that we're going to use. So, know the language, we have the team. Now we need tools that we will use for translation. My toolbox has 3 tools I use every day. First of all, that's WhatsApp. Why and how does it come in here handy? Well, we need it for chit-chat with our translators. We have a group in WhatsApp. We're all here in one chat, and we can talk on various topics, new releases, birthday congratulations, other tasks related to work or something else, including smileys and hearts. It's all here. What it gives us, not only we as managers talk to the translators here, but the translators themselves can communicate and they get closer, which improves the team spirit. Our second tool, it's ClickUp. It's a task management tool we started using some 6 months ago. It has a lot of things to give. We are not using all of them right now. Some things we do use though, and this is how we distribute the assignments to the translators. We follow deadlines, we add comments, we see how the progress goes for each particular task. And the third is crowding. All of our translators is here. This is a translation management tool. Everything we did in 10 years, it's all here. I will not talk much about it, just enough to say that we have been particularly happy over all of these 10 years. And we support at our local producers, people from Ternopil. Their support team is really great. Next step. It keeps jumping ahead of me. Garbage in, garbage out. I thought I would not try to look for a Russian equivalent. it's the best way you can put it in. What I mean here is this: you have your team, you have your tools, you're ready to fly. Don't do it. Don't hurry up, because really we learned a lot here and we learned it hard. Before you really start localization, you need to make sure that your incoming text, English or any other language, are good. Stylistics, punctuation, grammar, and even common sense, it's all there. In our company, we usually proofread all of our texts with native speakers. Sometimes we can do it by ourselves, sometimes not. Well, things can happen, something can leak in, sometimes typo get in. I'll show you some examples. But what's worse, if it is bullshit in terms of the information. Bullshit input makes bullshit output. Please follow your content. You're responsible for clarity, at least at that point of entry. This is an example for you. I hope you see it well. These are screenshots from our apps, an interface online. Select none, you can see it on the top, but at least it's not user-friendly. It should be something like this selectors, which means, again, bad proofreading. Here you find a typo in Scholar, H is missing. Here the prices are different, 49.99 and then 78.99, and you don't really know who did it, but that happens. Here the meaning is not really quite what we wanted. Edit, and then the same button is called add outline. Probably something changed in the product and was not reflected into the English version of the text. Another typo authorized. This is a very fresh screenshot, quite recent one.
The next step is actually localization of the interface. That's the core. As I said, all our translations are made in Crowdin, but our developers also made automation tools and scripts that can actually drag in all our translations and then upload into the strings. And I cannot show that because I didn't have time to speak to the developers and get the information from them. But that's actually, I told you how we work. Sasha also showed Slag of notifications. We also have this feature with Crowdin, and if there are any Crowdin changes or we are tagged, then we can see in our Slack right away that something had happened and we need to go there and see what's happening. Now I'm showing some screens, how localized apps look like, Japanese, Russian. These are a Spark printer. More examples. Besides the apps themselves, we also translate the guides. This is the example how the guide looks like in Spanish, Japanese, Russian. They do not look very differently, only the text is different. Besides the app itself, there's also creative content around it, and localization has to consider that as well. I'm going to show that during discounts, for example, Black Friday, we have banner advertising. We also translate that. That's how you can see on different languages how the discount tabs look like. And that's another paywall. That's splash screen made several years ago for Black Friday. period. And I would like to bring your attention how 60% discount was actually translated differently to different languages. For example, you can see that in Chinese you do not have 60%, you have just 4. And that means that only the native speaker can actually show how the discounts are translated in that very languages. So here you have the share that you have to pay, taking into account the discount. In German and French, you can see that in French the euro sign is after the figure with a space, and in German it's before the figure itself. These are tiny things, but it's all about trust to the product, to the company. Another example of translated discounts. Don't look at the prices, because the screens were made from testing devices, and they are also translated differently for 50%. Depending on the language. The next stage, localization of letters and websites, that's our creative content. That's an example how a letter, newsletter looked like with iOS 13 release, and visually it's very similar, but the text is different. That is an outdated Black Friday one. Here is an example of landing of simplified Chinese, and you can also see that it was for Chinese, another one for the German. Here we also have Japanese, and we have the background of an Asian woman on the background. We want to culturally blend in. If you did the translation of an app, the work hasn't finished. If you want to get more attention from your audience, you need to prepare a page in App Store, Huawei Gallery, and there could be different stores, no matter which. Usually, we invite our specialists on App Store so that they analyze the market, look at our competitors, learn semantics, make the keywords, description in the best way, so as to bring us higher in the search results. This is an example of how to culturally adapt one of our apps to the Chinese market. PDF Expert in all languages is the same, but in Chinese it's different. The app in English is in brackets, but actually the name of this is different. We have hieroglyphics, and we asked for help from our translator in Chinese. We asked to research the market and to help with this work. He did a good job, and he actually gave us an interesting story. We actually see that the icon of PDF Expert looks like an eye. In Chinese, there is a phrase, the idiom that to perfect something, to make something better, and there we have the eye, like to finish drawing with an eye. Historically, this idiom came from an legend. There was a very good artist in China. He actually would paint and draw different nice pictures like dragons, but he never drew eyes. The people, the passerbys, asked him, "Why don't you finish with eyes?" He says that if I do, the dragons will fly away. They asked him so much, and then this very dragon flew away. And since then, in Chinese, this idiom is used to finish with eyes, means actually to make a perfection, make an ideal out of something. And it made pretty good with this Chinese icon, like a PDF, to make something better out of something. And to our surprise, 6 months later, our application broke all the records, and it was higher than Adobe Acrobat. People started to look for this very app by this very how it is called, and it is still in App Store. That's our success story. And this is an example of visual artworks in App Store. Besides localization of the name of the app description, we also put a lot of efforts to adapt to the market level. For example, here we have for the press, the media, that actually spoke or wrote about us in respective countries. And we think that by doing so, the token of trust in Japan or Germany has risen. This is an example how email providers are different from country to country. For example, in Japan, we have Yahoo Japan. We support this, and it is there, actually. And in Germany, for example, we also have the second row is different from other countries as well. These are very fresh ones, and they were made this year. We also wanted to please our Japanese customers in Japan, and we updated this, making it more bright. A fox is very popular and brings a positive connotation for Japan. And that's another example how we did it for the Chinese market. This year, the symbol is the golden calf, and according to it, we changed these artworks. Here you can see 4, but there are 10 of them. We do not have enough space for the to show it better. In English-speaking countries, we also have Google Meet from the supported services, and since a big Chinese firewall does not support it, we do not show it to China. If we think that these sophisticated features are actually of direct effect, and we can say for sure that yes, it works, I cannot say that. We do it actually to attract the customers, to engage them, to show respect to their culture, and probably it has an impact for retention on the product. Next, 9th step. As soon as we translated our app and everything is ready in App Store and we are ready to release it, to launch it, don't hurry up. Test everything. I'm not speaking about the text team. I'm speaking about testing by translators. Usually, when the translation is done, we upload that for the better version in test flight. That's what App Store actually gives to us. Then we give this reference to our translators. Since our base of translators is quite big, and then translators test everything. Probably they do not spot everything, but if they do, they can actually put into crowd in. And I would say that on this very stage, 40% of something is just written over because it doesn't look good. Since we have an opportunity to make it better, we do so. And my 10th most favorite step, these are fuck-ups. Despite the fact that we are that good, we do everything well, we still have fuck-ups. I can divide them by three reasons. The first one is not enough space. We always lack space. Very often the product companies do not have enough place for other languages. For example, German could be 30% longer than English. That's why we might have some big problems, and unfortunately people can see that. You will see on the screen that something was redone on that stage. Here you can see the text was actually on the button. There was not enough space, and the same refers to French. Here we have the Ukrainian language problem. Something is bad with Russian. Here, there we have another Ukrainian problem. And that's also a long problem. We didn't have an opportunity to fix it. Portuguese people had 0% of discount, and here we have Russian, as always.
Second reason for all of our fuck-ups is not enough context. Very often our translators are blindfolded, meaning that either the developers do not provide us at least a text version of the context, meaning where that line will go. Is it the name of a folder? Is it the name of a button? Is it a verb? And we always have to come back and ask, see the design and feed me or in any other tool available. And of course, due to the lack of context, we suffer a lot. That's an example. Thumbnail view. In Russian, this is a page in a miniature. Was interpreted here as a checked page or a grid. Probably the translator did not understand the context, but that was really serious fuck-up, we know. Here, it's a page where you could choose your font, and the weight was interpreted as a physical weight, which is a different parameter, not thickness. I give you Russian examples not because our Russian translators are really, well, bad, but it's just to make the examples meaningful to you. We would not understand Japanese, would we? Here the form of the word is wrong. To the left, to the right, on the left, on the right. Though it had to be something like turn left, turn right. Here, where that was the word in English, was interpreted just as is where, but a different meaning in Russian. We really saw that several years after this localization went to App Store. Here, that's my favorite. Two buttons. Two buttons, basically, one says decline, the other says the same, but in a different form of the word. So you can choose either and you will always be right. The third reason, no time. We never have time. All of the translators are necessary yesterday. And the time of releases or updates, we are always rushed. It's natural, and this is how we usually look. Like this poor dog on the front line somewhere. But of course, since there is no time, we make mistakes. Most of them are related to meaning. There is no time to think. The mail short was telling our users that our app can be found at can be working on all devices, iPhone, iPad, and we gave it a name as a cycle of files in nature. And cloud storage, we call this gigabyte venues. So people were very creative here, really they were. Another example, we were advertising our new function. You can fast forward video content, double clicking from the left to the right, 10 seconds of the at a time, but then it has to be really a long video to do that. These are typos. Very often this is something we miss because you don't really have a clear view already. It's a mistake in terms of the final letter. It had to be a different case. Again, a typo, a word that is misspelled and gives it a funny sound. But we fixed it. I can tell you we did. So thank you, but I will actually have something else to tell you. Localization is a complex process. There are no ideal. We are all just learning how to do that perfectly. And I do hope that we all remember that language is a living entity. It keeps changing. And our task as that of localizers is to observe the change and reflect it in our translations. If you are a user, if you use our product, maybe you saw some of the icons from the previous slides. So, if you use something, if you didn't like something about translation, maybe Spanish, Japanese, French, Russian, Ukrainian, please email me. I'll be happy to hear from you. And if you have questions right now, I'll be happy to address them as well. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much. I have a question. In your company, testing, linguistic, functional testing, how is that organized? Who does it? Some independent people or translators who do translation? And what kind of platform do you use for that? So do you check the screenshots or do you use a simulator? What do you do? Thank you for such a good question. This is what we do. We're actually quite good at testing, but we're using a fairly old model because I heard from other people today. And I thought that probably we need to do that too. We have a testing team like any product company, but it's not really language quality assurance team. This team tests the application, its logic, and also checks localization provided they have time. So before releases, when we understand that they have too much on their hands, we have a lot of applications, releases happen regularly every several weeks for different projects. So we assume this kind of responsibility. Me as a manager and our translators, we now do check our own translations. We use simulators to check translation. This does our quality assurance team, but they have some other devices, simulators as well. Translators have a link to beta version. They download it to their devices, and then they take a look, see what they have time to monitor. Of course, they don't go into all of the fine-tuning, but what they can, they do. And as managers, we also do that. We use test devices or our devices to see what's happening. I think that still can be organized in a different way, more professionally, to avoid these failures that sometimes happen. But generally, this is what we do in terms of testing. Thank you. I'm a loyal customer for many years, using iPhone, using Mac. I document and reader, so thank you very much. You saved many, many hours for me. Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. That was really very interesting. I have a question about translators, because this is a very interesting approach. You don't use anybody in between you in the translators. You said these were your largest fans. How do you get in touch, or do they get in touch with you? How do you select them? How do you try and test them? Because what you told us about the Chinese language, it's not just a translator. That was a very advanced person in terms of localization. How do you evaluate that? From resumes or what? Thank you for this question. Actually, I meant to say that, but I forgot how we select our translators. All of them who we have now, they all came to us through our support team. We pay lots of time and effort on our support teams, 40 to 50 people who write their answers. So this is not a phone support team, they write answers. Some people wrote to our support team 8 years ago, 10 years ago, that we love your product and we want to help you translate the apps that we love so much into our languages. So such tickets that our support team receives, collects, and we put them into a special file, and we know that, for example, now we are not going to translate into the Czech language. We still save such contacts, because should we desire to have advertising on Facebook and the Czech Republic, then this kind of file reserve will help us find the kinds of people we need. The people who work with us, of course, we looked at their resume, but actually you can see it, what the user writes in the ticket to the support team. They usually write a lot about their experience, where they worked. We filter it all in. We trust them with many things. I can't say that we really do a thorough investigation. We got lucky that these people are not just our big fans, but they are also linguists in terms of calling, in terms of translation. Our Spanish translator has a bureau for translation. The person in Portugal works for Adobe Acrobat. It's a competitor, but he loves us as well, and he's been with us for a number of years. So does it answer your question? I hope so. But this is how we really collect those little stars of ours and try to get in touch. Not all companies do that, yeah. Yes, I will say that you said thank you to those people. They are really, really good. Thank you, Tatiana. That's a great approach. Do we have more questions? Going back to looking for mistakes and glitches, are your translators the people who check them or support checks for them, or do you have some kind of a backtracker? Thank you. Well, it's 50-50. Something is tracked by our translators. Some, unfortunately, does go away to App Store, to Google Play, and then either users will write to our support team, which will inform us immediately, and we will do something, which is a lengthy process because users need to think about what they want to write. Then we have Twitter, and that works fast. If somebody sees something that's wrong, our Twitter community is really very active because they will tag us immediately. We never had a huge problem with them, of course, but Twitter is a good way of learning, of hearing feedback about our translation. We don't really have a tracker where users can inform us about a bug, and then we have a way of thanking them. We only have that for security done by our tech developers. So in case there are some kind of soft spots, but that's usually the web part. If something's wrong there, then we even pay for that. People will report such problems, such bugs, and we will fix them and reward them for that. Twitter, what else did I mean to say? Well, that seems to be it. At least, well, I may have forgotten. Well, this is how it happens anyway.
Thank you very much. If there are no questions, we will let you go. That was awesome, a very good presentation, so interesting how everything was organized. We can make a small break, probably 10 minutes, if you want to air ourselves, to stretch. So let's meet each other in 10 minutes.
I think that UTIC will benefit the Ukrainian industry in the same way. Well, it's a great opportunity to raise the whole industry within Ukraine, be it here, freelancers and companies.
I'm happy to be here at this event. I also came to this first Ukrainian translation industry event to find out new faces, to see new people, and to be able to listen to them.
We can collaborate with anyone, from anywhere, in real time. Language infrastructure.
Our professions make it difficult for translators and interpreters to get started in an industry. Also, young interpreters coming out of institutes and universities need to have some kind of a trajectory or path that allows them to start with conferences or meetings or interactions that are less demanding and less stressful, and they need to work with seasoned professionals that are willing to help them. They will be able to become proficient much faster and hopefully avoid some of the missteps.
But they knew that this guy knew so much about language and knew so much, had
So, and I think the conference is a place where you can begin in the Ukrainian market to form an identity of what that means to the outside world. That there's energy here, there's a great deal of intellectual capability, there are a lot of resources, and conferences are a key way to show what that identity is to everyone else around the world.
I think it might have, it's the first conference here in the Ukraine. And I think that what we can hope for is like a domino effect, or the opportunity for people to share their experience in such a fantastic environment.
This conference is intended to make the Ukrainian translation market more civilized. The quality of freelancers' work should grow based on learning new technologies, gaining knowledge and sharing their experience. The conference's mission is to create the core professional community in Ukraine and to enable companies from abroad, e.g. Europe or Russia, to get easy access to these people, meet them and actually open a window to Ukraine for them.
Благодаря тому, что у нас много помощников, много людей.
Thanks to the fact that we have a lot of supporters, a number of people who invested in this undertaking and made good presentations, became sponsors, special guests, and just helped us in organizing the event. Thanks to all this power team of helpers, conducting the conference actually did not take us too much efforts. Many thanks to all of them.
Я приехал из Израиля.
I came from Washington, D.C.
Luxembourg.
Lvov, Ukraine.
St. Petersburg.
We are from India.
I'm from Ukraine.
This is a novel experience for me. I've never had a conference in the woods. I've been to a lot of conferences in the world, organized some in Israel, and it's never been in such a beautiful location. It's great. It's the first time for me.
Since I came here, it's fantastic, and I think the atmosphere is so much more relaxed and friendly and much more social and engaging. So I'm very, very happy. I think this is a fantastic event.
В этой конференции сконцентрировано очень много докладов, которые просто охватывают все области переводческой отрасли.
And the tracks that you have, the art, technology and business, I think that's a good balance.
В этом сочетании природы и технологий и всего общения, которое происходит, есть что-то такое свежее, новое и совершенно замечательное.
Поскольку формат новый, формат необычный, формат располагающий более к тесному общению, мы хотели сделать его более информативным, менее формальным, так чтобы переводчики, которые приехали сюда, смогли унести с собой прямо отсюда какие-то полезные практичные знания, которые завтра же смогут применить на практике у себя дома.
I didn't expect that level of knowledge, of commitment to the work. So I'm happy. I found many new friends, but also many new possible colleagues.
Sending all my kisses just for you. Shiny with love forever true.
Благодарю гостей из Америки, из Европы, из стран других, которые действительно делают эту конференцию международной. Спасибо вам за то, что вы помогли нам организовать это мероприятие.
Я никогда в жизни не стоял перед такой, ну скажем, живой и одновременно деревянной аудиторией.
Конференция, безусловно, удалась. Люди счастливы, люди расслаблены, люди, очевидно, наслаждаются тем, что происходит. И я считаю, что это большой успех.
I'm coming from Italy.
Город-герой Киев.
I live in the Netherlands, Holland.
Области Филадельфии.
Приехал из Израиля.
Paris. Мы опять приехали из Санкт-Петербурга.
I'm from Finland.
Мы приехали из Львова.
Из Киева.
Из Казахстана.
I'm from Cairo, Egypt.
Tel Aviv, Israel.
This is such an unusual conference that it's been added value. There's been so many other things happening as well as just good presentation.
I come here for new ideas, but mostly I come here to get inspired.
Whole place is just incredible, and talking about technology and all these topics in open air with beautiful sceneries and nice people is a premiere for me.
This is a very unique experience and I like that very much.
Формат изумительный.
Абсолютно уникальный для переводческой индустрии формат. I think the format is perfect, and also it's so incredibly well organized that everything just works perfectly.
Мне нравится формат недели, и я понимаю, что когда нахожусь здесь, я тоже работаю. Причем работаю там на годы вперед.
I love the setting, I love the way everything is seamlessly done.
Presence of nature in this place because it creates a very special atmosphere that stimulates creativity and new ways of thinking. It happened to me for the first time in my life that my presentation was interrupted by chicken.
Це ідеальний формат, це те, про що я завжди розповідаю всім, кого зустрічаю на якихось інших конференціях.
Я открыл для себя новый формат проведения конференции.
Я в восторге от этой идеи. Я просто поздравляю того, кому она пришла в голову.
Very nice, gives enough time to have both work and play.
It's unbelievable. I mean, look at the trees and the nature, the landscape, the river. Couldn't be more better.
Приглашаю всех вас. Я всех приглашаю на UTICamp 2020.
Запрошую всіх на
Запрошуємо вас на UTICamp 2020.
I am inviting you.
I'm inviting you. I am inviting you.
I am Sameh Ragab, inviting you to UTICamp 2020.
Ми з Ілюшею приглашаємо вас на UTIC 2020.
This winter season, we want to make a special gift to our partners and friends. First, a few words about the ideas behind it. Remember those wonderful childhood years, the time of new achievements and great goals? We were pushing ahead, running fast, and growing up. Then, one day, we looked back and discovered abandoned memories and places behind us. Those places that once inspired us are now forgotten and deserted. We believe that the time has come to take care of our past in order to build a better future. A little attention, a bit of time and investment are all that is needed to bring back what really matters. As we all know, the important things in life are not actually things. That's why this year, instead of sending traditional greeting cards, InText is donating money to the renovation of an old children's camp. Although our resources are not limitless, it will be enough to clear up the forest, plant some new trees, drag the river, and develop the beach. We are looking after this amazing camp with its wonderful scenery, while getting much more in return. This place serves as a holiday destination for our employees and their families, as an informal meeting place for our partners and clients, and of course, as a great venue for unparalleled open-air events. Some of you may recall this venue, where in 2016, language professionals from many different countries gathered for the Ukrainian Translation Industry Conference to discuss language industry trends and have fun with their families. With our help, the Meteorite Camp will be even more comfortable and welcoming next time you visit. We say our help, but let's be honest, all of the credit should go to all of you. We are making this donation thanks to your great support and your trust in InText. We wish you a year of happy moments. As for our gift, it will be waiting for you, refurbished and clean, among the trees on the bank of a peaceful river. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Let's continue our today's program, and we are inviting Anton Gashenko. He is one of the localization manager of games in Levsha Studio, and he is also a founder of the School of Localization, which is called Game Localization. He also runs a blog. He speaks a lot about a lot of interesting things about localization, and he's a moderator of our flow. Let's congratulate him. Okay, he is here. Yes, I'm here. Let's start. Speaking about peculiarities of localization. Irina, thank you so much. It's a pleasure. Colleagues, can you see my presentation? Yeah, I can see that, you can see that. And now we are going to rush into the interesting world of localization. And my topic today is how to organize good localization work in the project. It's not only about choosing a language, but how to strengthen and reinforce it with linguists, the people who will do the part of work. And I would like to mention that one part of this was already mentioned. For example, we have freelancers that help out to make our product better in other languages. So let's get into the topic. About myself, Irina told about myself. I'm Anton Gashenko. I'm the founder of localization school Game Localization. I usually speak about localization in general, what it takes to execute everything in localization sphere, because they do not speak about it in universities. So you cannot find a lot of this information on the internet, but actually the guys can be prepared after they have finished their school. I am also a manager at a studio of localization of games, Levsha. Now I came out from the managerial works, but I still work with the projects. I'm actually waiting for some releases of the games where I am in the titles. I realized more than 60 projects. It doesn't seem very many, but come on, guys, that's a lot of work to do. I would like to thank the UTICamp people here. We actually brought a lot of interesting speakers, and now it's actually interesting to hear all the guys here. I follow all the lectures, and I would like to thank everybody, both the lecturers and the spectators. Guys, we are doing the same big localization flow. Thank you so much, everybody. So I manage projects more than 4 years already. I did about the software and games themselves, and I actually saw some chaotic consequences about getting the projects together. I made mistakes myself. What I like in our team, we always say, we are not ideal. We can make mistakes. Everybody can make mistakes. It's normal. And the same refers to managers of other companies. For example, on the side of the customer. For example, if you just can take a project and just translate it, no. It's a very big, complicated body that is quite sophisticated. Localization is not just about translation, but more. So, what is chaos? Chaos is basically the condition when something goes wrong there. For example, here Flanders says, stop it. And how chaos can be represented? It can be either inside the company, for example, on a localization part, and also on the side of the client. I said that it can be on the side of the translators, but I also would like to mention about the client's side as well. So, chaos on the side of the clients. By working in other companies, I came to the conclusion that not all of them actually understand how the process is done. Sometimes guys come to us and they don't know how everything works. And then I ask a question. We calculate how much something will cost, but there are no answers from the customer about what it takes to get it translated. And on our part, as the executor, I understand that they just don't understand us. And sometimes these files can actually be in chaotic manner. For example, if we speak about the Japanese work, you can actually see that the file can be very difficult when everything is inside one file, and you would like to upload it to some CAD instruments. You have to do a lot of work. But let's speak that if there is no information whatsoever, I would like to reveal you a secret. In 90% of cases, we actually do not see how this game will look like. As other people already mentioned, we have to test it. If the customer actually doesn't understand that it has to be tested, then there could be an unpleasant situation. So, for example, where the text goes, who speaks what, in majority of the situation, we actually do not have the situation like this, and sometimes we just do not have reference whatsoever. And if we speak about the developers, these are the people that can give additional information on the characters, about some history that goes behind it. And with that, it's much simpler to localize and translate this game. In small companies, it goes like this pretty well. In bigger companies, they just lack time. And if we speak about the lack of communication, I had a situation when we spoke about translation of Japanese translation, and we had to look into subtitles and then ask our client what it was about. So we actually asked about these questions. We kept asking, but we never got the answers. And actually, nobody of the managers on their side was not collected actually. So the job of this person was actually just to send the file, to receive it, and that's it. So this situation is not very good when the client actually ignores us, and that's very bad. And if we consider Japanese games, it's quite an intimate thing about limitations on the characters. And so if you know about this localization, so without communication, it's very, very bad. Our task is, if there are problems like this, we need to become a friend to our client and to help them make a good localization process in a way that we can do. And the client needs to understand that we trust him, and vice versa. So the good process looks like this. We have two sides. We have a client and we have the executor. So we have Kate. She's a manager on the side of the developer, and we have Petya, the manager of the studio. Katya asks the question, what do we need to prepare to make the process better? And this question involves, do you actually need new mechanics of catching fish, for example? It can be very unusual, and the translators might not be able to work with it. Petya will be very happy to receive something and to receive as much information as possible, and it will be much easier for the linguists involved in the projects. If the linguist does not understand something, then she can answer the questions. If there are something in Ukrainian thing, for example, is it gender, male or female? In English, it will be just I came, but it has to refer to different people, and there will be different endings regarding of the male or female. On the other side, we have Petya, the manager of the localization studio. They make this studio together, but he's also a liaison between the linguists. He also helps Katya about Kate instruments, about cat instruments, and actually he can help. And guys, we do the same thing, and let's make the order on this. And they answer all the questions on localization. So if something is not understandable, he can actually help out. These are must-have things. This is an ideal thing where we have the order. Sure enough, if the company is bigger, the more probability for having chaos there. But you cannot actually have the ideal order everywhere. There could be some problems with it, but we need to try to get to it. So for me, as a person who works in localization, is actually to build up a good process. Sometimes it happens that the client does not have experience, but we do have more experience because in our localization studio we help people, and we actually help people to not to step on the rake. And in our case, it will be to take this person by the hand and to walk through this path. We are doing the same product together, and with this warmth feeling, we approach our client, then they understand it's not only about the content translation, but we actually do the same good thing, and it's a very good thing how our cooperation will look. And then the question, you actually started speaking about linguists. Why are you talking about clients? As I said before, we speak about the chaos in two ways, on the client side and on the localization studio. So the chaos can be in-house team as well, if the company has the freelancers, the managers, and they do this localization work. Let's do this. In reality, chaos inside the company, it's an uncontrolled process. Both client and the studio will use the process word, and it could be quite lengthy. It can be about social games. Something is localized, checked, and it's good when they are checked by the testers. And this process repeats it all over and over again. And as they said before, why don't you make a good localization? We speak about the deadlines, and very often they say that the translation needs to be done for yesterday, and this tendency is always about different projects. Sometimes they actually make changes or amendments to it. Please translate it very fast, because tomorrow we are having the release of the game. It's a very bad situation. So sometimes there could be different situations. For example, one person took something and then just vanishes into thin air, and we don't know where this person is. Or when there is a toxic atmosphere in the team, somebody doesn't like somebody, scolds, it's actually an extreme bad situation, and that is the not controlled situation.
In reality, such uncontrolled process in most cases are due to linguists. A manager is a person who needs to organize the process, but the linguists will do the work. So if we imagine a mechanism, let's say a wheel, the bigger thing that is in the middle is something related to a manager, and the smaller wheels that are brought into movement by the bigger wheel are the linguists. So we need to be very careful with what and how our linguists do. I really think that we, as managers, I hope there are many managers, watch us, talk to their contractors a lot. Talking to your linguist is good practice. Communication is anyway key to a good process. A linguist, an editor, these are the people who are key to your process. Without them, your ideas will not be alive. You will not be able to sell your product and get earn money and help people. So, how do we do it if our linguists are not doing a proper job? Nobody will want our product. Nobody will be able to answer some questions, do some notes, or use your app in any other way. And if people are visual bodies, so texts are important, but pictures are important as well. Anyway, close communication with your linguist is important. Just ask them how they are, what's up. When I teach, I always instruct people to have communication with linguists, friendly communication, because friendly relationship doesn't mean sloppiness. It, on the other hand, means better workflow. So cases from our company, we do have situations when there are many games, quite large games, and like any other large projects, tasks come during the week. Friday, end of the day, everyone's looking forward to a weekend. We did a lot with some Japanese game, variables, tags, symbols. It's Japanese, you need to communicate to the client, so people were busy with that for 5 days. It's Friday, end of the day. So what would you do by the end of the working day? Would you just say people, goodbye, have a good weekend? So you work, they work, and you write nothing at all? I don't do that. I decided a different approach. I tried to use something just to switch people. We have a habit of sending memos to the people, because then people will have to leave their work with a different mood. Otherwise, all they think is those variables, those tags and complications that they had during their work time. I understand it, because when I started working, I tried to do as much as possible. I worked at the weekends. I came home and I thought about managing job or translation job during the weekend. I kind of burnt out. So having that kind of experience, I realized that I wanted more informality. And I sent them little notes. We made fun. We had a bit of a laugh on Fridays, 7 p.m. And people switch. And I try to create such friendly atmosphere. My translators, my editors need to be friendly. I want them to help each other. But how are they supposed to do that if there is a lot of tension in your team, or people just think that all they need to do is earn money? If we're talking about games, this is not a serious, so to say, industry. We need to be kind, we need to be fun. When I only started doing localization for the first 18 months, I was busy with a large project related to editing images, photos, and I also wanted to have a nice atmosphere with my linguists. And at the bottom of my page, this is a goodbye letter from one of my interpreters who said that the workflow was perfect with you. Thank you very much for being my manager. And this is another supporting evidence that tells us that communication means a lot and there are many ways to do it, but good communication can boost your company, help it develop, and you will really get a lot and you will do things together. Because in the end of the day, you work for your users and get profits from making them happy. Then just be people, be humans. Everywhere we talk about people, we mean that. Let's be honest, that we had from the previous speeches that as well, that you need to be kind to your linguists. Your linguist is sick? Find out. It's been a difficult week. Talk about something of no serious matters. If you feel that your interpreter is tired, just talk about something else, not only work. Be human, be caring. Of course, have a good working space. Send in references to your linguists. Apart from the task is not a good idea. Have some kind of a space, a working space, where you can store all of your working materials. Just imagine your linguist needing to go to one letter to get reference, then to another file to get something else, one more letter. That's a nightmare. Have some kind of a board in Trello or in something else. This is a funny Half-Life 3 board, and I collected just all the reference you could need for this project. Technical information on commas and dots, memory of their translations. Anything can be done here, and you can also make notes what stays, what has to be replaced or corrected in the text. Of course, you need to have a questions and answers file. This is a very important thing, because of course your linguists will have questions. If they just send them in some kind of a chat or email, that will be lost on the way. So have a specific file about questions and answers. Use Google Docs. You give access based on email, and your colleagues will be able to call there, ask their questions. Your client needs to have access and then look into this spreadsheet and answer questions. But this is a very, very important thing, that it's worth having that on your project. Of course, if a client doesn't answer questions, I had it once, I told you about my Japanese project, remind them, and I hope you will never have a problem when your client is non-responsive for 6 months. And number 4, be realistic about your tasks. Once I had a situation when I was working with Indian colleagues. I needed to do 16,000 words for today. It's a game. And we said, okay, but there's many people. This is doable, but what about quality? It's a very big question then. So please do think about deadlines and be realistic about how much your linguists can do. People have their limits. Don't overwork them. If you understand that they can do 3,000 words a day, don't give them 4, because this surplus of 1,000 of words can really be too much, and the person will make many mistakes. So let's not turn them into Schrödinger cats, because clients sometimes need something just now. But be honest, just tell them, we can do it quickly, but then in terms of quality, that will not be good. Let's find a different way. Warning about risk is much better and much easier than, well, be punished because you made mistakes. That's true. Well, I need to come to conclusions. So, concluding, chaos is the situation where something went wrong. The client can have its own chaos, and the company that has the service of localization can has a different kind of chaos. No one's perfect. There will always be something there, but we need to try to reach the situation when we have a friendly atmosphere and healthy workflow. Both of these causes are curable. We need to support the client and help in difficult cases. If a client came to us, they need them. We need to support clients, help them, be friends with them, and have good partnership relationships. Such clients stay. They will be with you until the end. You need to remember about that and teach your clients about this. We do one thing together. Then your linguists, be nice to them, communicate to them, make them laugh, have some kind of fun. If you live in one and the same city, get together, go to a park or to a bar, just have something, have some rest. Your linguists will be even more devoted. They will never disappear into the thin air. They will always be on your side. And this is really healthy workflow. So what's next? a bit of an advertising. If you need to localize a game, you can come to my company, Levsha. This is the first QR code. Just use your phone camera and we will help you with localization, which we do well. We can do it in different languages, not only English or Russian. So if you need to localize your game, do come to us. If you want to learn more about localization, come to my school, Game Localization. I think I started the blog in 2018 and I like it more and more with each year. I tell about localization, working with variables, with constants, with many other things that are important in localization, which we heard about. Our colleagues talked about them. If you have some time, then please go with your questions, or you can always write to me. These are my contacts. Good. So do we have questions? Thank you. That's a great presentation. Really interesting. There were so many cases today. I would not stop listening. Each of the companies have different approaches to their workflow, and we really can learn a lot. The question I have is about communication. We talked about it. We all have our different views. We heard people talking about how important it is. So, do you have a team of translators, editors, and managers? How do they communicate? Do they communicate directly, editors and translators, or do they use managers? We have a common space, it's a Slack, and for each of the tasks, we have a special chat for linguists where they can talk. So, on a project, they can always communicate through a chat, ask questions, make fun. So, a translator has access to the editor and back. Oh, yes, of course. Because if something is not clear, they need to discuss it. After all, like you all do it, right? You are professionals, you understand what you're doing, and you understand that these professionals need to help each other, and a manager is also necessary, again, to help. So, do we have questions to Anton? If you have more questions later, you can also email to Anton or get in touch with him in some other way, and he will be happy to answer. We have a quiz on UTICamp Instagram. Please do join in. If you win, you can get a place on a course, and I will be happy to welcome you to this course. Thank you very much again. Then we will call it a day here then. Okay, I think that we can enjoy our break and be back here in 30 minutes.
to be on our last session for today. And to conclude our interpreting track, we wanted to choose something and someone truly inspirational. Our speaker, who is going to conclude the program of these 2 days, is Evandro Magalhães, who is a former chief interpreter of the UN, who is a TEDx speaker, who is also a participant of TED-Ed. And by the way, if you haven't seen his animated video on how simultaneous interpreting works, namely it is called How Interpreters Juggle Two Languages at Once, I highly recommend to do it. Not because I think that you do not know what simultaneous interpreting means, but just the mere fact that in 4 minutes it is probably the best way to explain simultaneous interpreting. And actually it's also a great link to send to your clients to educate them. And today Wandra is going to tell us about something that probably crossed the mind of every interpreter as kind of the top destination, which is to become an interpreter for the UN. So if Evandro is there, we're ready to welcome you. Is Evandro there? Hello, Evandro. We cannot hear you, unfortunately. Something with your mic?
You can't hear me?
Yes, now we can. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. Well, thank you very much for the generous introduction. Very happy to be here and ready to talk to your colleagues. Now, can you see my screen? Because I shared the screen on Zoom, right?
Yes,
Is
it's
that
all fine.
working?
Yes, yes. You can proceed.
So, do you see the UN Careers website? Is this what you see?
Yes, that's what we see.
Okay, excellent. Very good. So, ready when you are.
We are. Rock on.
Okay. Wow, I'm doing something wrong, right? Let me go to my Zoom thing. Because now you see me, is that right?
Yes.
On the screen? Okay. So before I start sharing this, guys, let's have a human conversation. How about that?
A great option, I guess.
So, excellent. Very good. Well, thank you very much. Greetings from New York City. First off, I wanted to leave a word for the interpreters. Leona had contacted me more than once asking me to share slides in my presentation. As it turns out, I don't have one. I decided not to share slides. I was told that I only have 30 minutes, and usually this is a topic that I cover in 3 hours of our webinar or our workshop. So I'll try to condense a lot of information here. So rather than bother you with slides and so on, what I thought I would do is go to the specific websites where you can get more information and get your feet wet and really grow and hit the ground running, as we say, if you really want to find an opportunity with the United Nations. So for the interpreters, please rest assured that there are no gotchas, no difficult terminology, and thank you very much for helping me make sense in Ukrainian. Right? So all I have is a few websites that I'm going to draw your attention to. Now, before I proceed, is there any way we can interact and hear back from the audience? Because I have a few questions. Right?
Sorry, yes, we have the mic, and I can pass it to the audience. So it is fully
Okay, so
possible.
very quickly, again, I can see you, but again, the question is, of course, you are in Europe, and maybe the European Parliament and the European Commission has more of an appeal to you than the UN does. But mostly, and for the most part, linguists, when they start their careers, they invariably think of the UN. And some people, that's even the reason why they learn languages, because they want to become a UN interpreter and so on and so forth. And there are many good things about that, but there are many misconceptions that go with it. So one, for example, is to think that to work for the UN, you have to have all 6 languages of the United Nations, or at least as many of those languages as possible, which, as we will see, is not accurate. Now, is there anybody in the audience? I would like to get a good feel of how many out there are interpreters and how many out there are translators, if I could ask.
Okay, let's do a show of hands. Those who are interpreters, could you please raise your hands? Well, that's almost the entire audience there.
Okay, so I'm talking mostly. Okay, now I can see you guys. Excellent. So I'm talking mostly to interpreters, and that's good. So, and if you raise your hands now, I can see you. So raise your hand if you have at any point in your career thought about becoming a UN interpreter, even if it's a wild dream.
I'll be honest as well.
Okay, very good. I see a few hands going up and so on. And are you all Ukrainian mother tongue, or do we have colleagues with different native languages, like English as a mother tongue or Spanish and so on? Right?
I think we have a Romanian colleague over there. What is your mother tongue?
Okay, okay. But for the most part, you are Ukrainian interpreters, right?
That's
right?
true. Yes.
Okay. So you are pretty much in a situation similar to the one I was in, which is, being a speaker of Portuguese, which is not a UN language. And so many people told me, because I, like you, had the dream of someday working for the UN. And many people told me that, again, it's not going to happen in a million years because Portuguese is not a language of the United Nations. And they are right. And yet I landed a job with the UN where I was the chief interpreter of an international organization, ITU, in Geneva for 7 years. So there are ways and there are different jobs with the United Nations as well. So let me quickly, again, I'm assuming a lot about you, but let me quickly take you to a place where I'm going to perhaps guess one of the reasons or some of the reasons why you would like to work for the UN. Of course, everybody talks about wanting to work for the UN because of the exhilarating feeling of just being where the action happens and because it is the best possible use for your language skills and so on. But there are other perks, and I wanted to draw your attention to that. So let me find a way to share my screen. Where do I go to share my screen, guys? On Zoom. Wait. Oh, there you go. Okay, so now let me share my entire desktop again. And you see the United Careers website now, right?
Yes,
you
we do. Yes.
Okay. So before I go there, I want to cover with you the many benefits that one could expect to have if one goes to work for the UN, right? So there are many different jobs at the United Nations. When you think about becoming, associated with the United Nations, you probably are thinking of becoming a UN interpreter. But there are many different things that you can do. You could start as low as being an intern and move through the ranks and be a manager of, language aspects or any other aspects. You could also be in a different category that's not professional, and you could eventually land the job as a linguist with the UN. So there are many different things. Now, before anything, we need to talk about professional and higher categories and general services categories, right? So you have the P scale and the G scale, right? So just briefly to give you an idea of what it means to work for the UN. When you come in as an interpreter, you usually come into the system as a professional category officer, usually at the P2 or P3 level. And that scale goes all the way to P5. So you have the P from 1 to 5, and you have the D levels, which are directors, from D1 to D2. And then the rest is just ASG and Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, Under Secretary General, and whatnot. So one major misconception is to think that you can only work for the UN as an interpreter and in one of the official languages of the UN. Number one, you can do many other things in the UN and still be in contact with languages like I did. I was the chief interpreter, I was staffing interpreters, I was managing high level aspects of language operations in the UN, and I was not interpreting. I was on occasion interpreting when somebody came from Brazil and they asked me to do it, and so on. So that's one thing you can do. But number two, you can actually work as a linguist, as a freelance interpreter, and service meetings in languages that are not one of the 6 languages of the UN. I have done many assignments in the UN when Portuguese officials or Brazilian officials came to Geneva, say for the ILO or for WIPO and so on. And on occasion, my colleagues would call me to sit in for somebody just for a short presentation and so on. And you can, on occasion, be a freelancer for the UN, which again makes you a UN interpreter in your own right. So there are different levels. You know, you could be a staff, but it could also be a freelancer. But I wanted to really quickly go over some of the financial perks of working for the United Nations. Just to, again, if you already felt like working for the UN, I wanted you to feel even more excited about it. The pay is not bad, right? So you have, these are the scale as far as pay. So if you are within the reach of a P4 to P5, which any interpreter can aspire to be, you're looking at, depending on where you are, anywhere from 70 to about 110 US dollars. Now, all that, of course, is tax free. So you can add, depending on where you are, another 40% on top of that, just from taxes that you're not going to be paid. But the beauty in the United Nations is that this is just half of the equation. You also have what we call the post adjustment, which is a compensation for the purchasing power that you can expect to have in the duty station where you are. So Geneva, for example, where I was, well, going back, New York City, which is the benchmark, is 64 or 67% of that scale, which means that on top of this salary, you're getting, if you work in New York City, 67% more every month as a post adjustment, just to make sure that you can live in New York City. In Geneva, it used to be between 100 to 103%. So you double that salary when you live in Geneva. Of course, Geneva can be very expensive, but if you find, again, a nice place to live and so on, and you don't have too expensive an operation, you can have a very good life. Now, the perks are also incredible. So on top of your salary, you're going to have, if you're moving to a different location, you're going to have all your moving expenses paid. You get what they call an assignment grant, which is equivalent to maybe 1.5 months salary just to get you settled. You have the rental subsidy, meaning the organization is going to pay the difference you can expect to pay for a house that you want to live in, and what the market and any surplus in the market, any premium that the market is charging, the organization is going to pay for 6 years. 80%, 70%, 60% of those expenses. If you have kids, you can send your kids to the best schools in the world. I did. My daughter went to the Polymotor School and for fashion in Italy. She went to Nottingham Trent for her BA. My son went to an incredible hotel school in Lausanne and so on. And the organization is going to pay 75% of all those expenses, plus the housing fees. And you got to be careful there because you still have to pay 25%, and 25% of a lot is still a lot. But you have a lot of perks, guys. And on top of that, you have 30 business days of leave, which means 6 weeks of paid holidays. Plus, every 2 years, you have what we call the home leave, which is a mandatory vacation that you need to take in your country of origin to make sure that you keep your ties with your country. And those are paid as well. So you get the full fair economy ticket for you and all your family to go where you need to go. And you can buy the ticket on miles if you want. So people who live in Australia, and when they were working for Geneva, every 2 years, they had money enough to buy a new car if they wanted. So again, I'm being very, very provincial here, perhaps, and so on, but just to again show you that the UN is indeed a prime job. It's an interesting occupation. It's where the action happens. It is a great feeling to be, among the movers and shakers and so on. And there's a lot of perks and benefits that go with it. So get excited, guys, because there are great opportunities for you there. Now, if you are a linguist, now going specifically to the job search in the UN, right? And again, guys, I'll have to be superficial in what I cover here because I only have 30 minutes if I understand it correctly. Now, if you are a linguist and you want to become a staff interpreter, if you do have one of the languages that are official languages of the UN, then you must qualify by taking what they call the competitive examinations for language professionals. These are, again, I'm going to share those links with you, but these are examinations where you're tested as a translator, as an editor, as an interpreter, and those are offered according to the needs of the departments on more or less of a regular basis. So you need to be on the lookout for those things. They advertised this on social media just yesterday. I saw a call out for translators of German. And then you show up and you get tested. These are rigorous exams where you have to really perform as an interpreter. And if you do succeed, you're put on a roster of eligible candidates who might be considered for freelance assignments, but more so for vacancies that are open in Geneva or New York or Vienna or elsewhere. So it's a good thing if you have one of the official languages of the United Nations. I'm going to share the links with you later so you can go there. So that's for you as a linguist. But as I said, if your language is Ukrainian, you still can qualify, you still can be called to do freelance work for the United Nations, depending again on where you are and if the opportunities are right. Now, you're excited about the job, you want to, you like the perks, you want to maybe move in as a linguist or otherwise. Whatever the case, the place to go if you want to find opportunities with the UN, the first thing you need to do is to go to the careers portal of the UN, careers.un.org, and create your profile. So I'm going to log in with my own credentials here. And it's a huge portal, guys. So you come in here and you have all sorts of explanations on how to become a candidate, how to exceed the expectations of the people who are going to later interview you and so on. So your first job, if you're serious about the UN, is to come here and complete your profile. Spend a couple of days here completing your profile and making it the best profile you can, the most complete profile you can, right? So, and then you're going to have notifications. You're going to have a lot of information about your applications and so on. They do a very good job of keeping you posted. Oops, sorry, guys. Now, this is all good, but you still have to find a job, right? And you can do so here. So you can do a job search here. You can do here. You can come here and say interpreter. And let's see if that brings up any results. And then you can apply. Let's see what that does. Okay, yeah, there's one or two or three. Well, there's a lot. And you could, in principle, apply. But it's a drag having to come here, I'm sure you will agree, on a daily basis to see if there's an opportunity for you, right? So every day you have to come here and check and see and look out. There's an easier way to do it, though. And what I do and what I suggest you do is you go to a website called unjoblist.org. Not sure if you're familiar with this, but this is where they consolidate every opportunity in the UN system for linguists and not linguists, right? So you come here and on the homepage, you see what are the vacancies that have no external views, meaning that they're not in high demand, so your chances are high. Those that are closing soon, the new job listings, and so on. And you can do a lot of searches here. You can search by duty station. You can search by type of job, by category, by level, and so on and so forth. But again, you don't want to have to come here every day and search manually. So what you can do, which is what I did and how I landed the job with the UN, is you come here and you do a search. So let's say you want to be an interpreter, and you do interpreter. Now you see that Vienna, Geneva, and Vienna, again, they're looking for interpreters. So there's an opportunity for Russian interpreters, guys, in Vienna. So if your language is Russian and you have passed the the competitive exams, you can apply here and you can qualify, right? Now, one thing you can do here, and that's the beauty of this system, is, okay, once you search for a certain keyword, you can create an email alert. So you click here, and that's going to create, if you enter your email here, an alert that's going to send you an email every time there's a new job with that keyword. So you enter conference, and you enter language services, and you enter interpreter, and you create a few of those email alerts. And on a weekly basis, you're going to get reminders of jobs in the system matching what you want to have. And so this is the one step that I suggest you do if you're serious and you want to really grow with the UN. How long do I have, guys, still?
Sorry?
How
I
long
think
do
we
I still
have,
have?
yeah, I think you have about 10 minutes safely.
Okay, very good. So this is how, again, this is how you get sensitized about opportunities. But again, you must always come back here and make sure your profile is good and so on. Something else that the United Nations does is it may include you in a roster of good candidates. For example, I applied to 2 opportunities in the past before I even came to New York City, where they found that I was a good enough candidate, but I ranked second. Somebody else got the job. Well, what they do is they roster you and they kind of clear you preemptively for additional work and additional opportunities at that level with that particular combination, the keyword combination and so on. So when a new job comes that matches your requirements, before they even advertise it, they go to the rostered candidates and say, hey, you are rostered for this position. Are you interested? And you kind of have a leg up and you jump, you cut the line, if you will, right? It's a good thing to have. So take every application very seriously because you may end up being rostered, which is a good thing. Now, again, we've covered the basics, and you can do a lot more just by coming here and trying these links for yourselves. But one thing I want to dismiss with you, again, is the whole aspect of language, right? And I'm not gonna. Can you still see the big screen, guys?
Yes, we do.
Okay, I'm going to play this video. I've taken the sound off just to again sensitize you about the importance of understanding the language requirements. This is usually where I spend most of my time when I talk about the UN. Again, many people think that they need to have too many languages, that they need to have Arabic and French and Chinese, which very few people do. And this will help you understand, and I have the link to this little video that I did long ago. This will help you understand what the language requirements are. So bear with me for maybe 2 or 3 minutes here as I review this. The UN has 6 official languages, and the requirements for people working in different booths are very specific. Say, if you are an interpreter of Chinese or Arabic, you must have a solid retour into English or French. Because when somebody speaks Arabic on the floor, you rely on somebody in the Arabic booth to render that into English for the benefit of the other interpreters who are going to take relay off of you, right? That is so for Chinese as well. If somebody speaks Chinese, few people understand the language. So an interpreter in the Chinese booth has to go into into English. That English becomes the base language for everybody else to work from. That's how it usually works. That's why you have 3 interpreters in the Chinese and Arabic booth because they never stop working. All the other booths in the UN, they are single booths, meaning English booth only speaks English, French booth only speaks French, Spanish only speaks Spanish, and there you go, right? So let me let it run and I can talk as I go. The thing is, if you are a Russian interpreter, all you need to work for the UN in principle is to have a solid understanding of English. And of course, a active command of Russian. Because you need to go into Russian. That's all you're going to do all day. Or if you're Spanish, all you're going to do is speak Spanish and you need to understand the English. It helps if you understand Spanish, but it's not a must, right? And the same goes for Chinese and Arabic. As long as you have a good understanding of English, you're good to go. Now, the English and French booths is where it gets complicated because, let me advance this a little further. Because in the English booth and in the French booth, you need more passive languages. So you need to have your A and B and C languages very well defined. And for you to qualify for work in the English booth, you need to have at least French and either Spanish or Russian as a passive language. So let's say your English is native English, your language is native English, and you want to work in the English booth in the UN. To do so, you need to prove that you can understand French and that you have very good, solid command of Russian as a passive language. Your colleagues sitting in the booth with you would need to have the same thing, but with Spanish, meaning that the English booth has to be self-sufficient whenever anybody speaks French, Spanish, or Russian on the floor. And the French booth needs to be self-sufficient when anybody speaks Russian, English, or Spanish on the floor. Because it's hard to find someone with all those languages, what we do is we pair people up in such a way where if this is the English booth, one colleague has French plus passive, has passive French and passive Russian, and the other colleague has passive French and passive Spanish. This way, I can be guaranteed that at any point in time, that booth is covered for French, Spanish, and Russian. No matter what gets spoken on the floor, I am available in the English booth. Somebody is available in the English booth to go into English. And that's also why you will see the interpreters taking turns every 30 minutes on the clock. It's top of the hour and bottom of the hour. If the meeting starts at 10:20, the first interpreter is only going to work 10 minutes. When the clock hits 10:30, everybody switches because the team articulation has to be kept exactly as it is, so that if this guy goes wash his hands when it's his passive shift, somebody else in the adjacent booth will cover for Spanish because that person is at a loss if somebody speaks Spanish. So all that to tell you, and again, I want to leave some time for questions, but all that to tell you that depending on your language, if you aspire to be in the English or French booth, the requirements are a lot stringent for you, a lot more stringent for you. But if you aspire to be on any other booth, all you need is a good, solid command of your mother tongue, Russian or Spanish or whatever the case might be, and a solid understanding of English. So it is a fallacy and it is a misconception to think that in order to qualify for work in the UN, you need to master all the languages out there. So I'm going to stop here. I appreciate that I had very little time to go over this with you guys. So I want to leave some time for questions. If anything, I just wanted to keep you excited about opportunities in the UN, show you a little bit of the ropes where you go to get sensitized about the opportunities and what to do. There's another aspect to securing a job with the UN, which is how you handle your applications. But this is, again, a 3-hour seminar that I usually conduct when I did when I was doing coaching for interpreters, where you start to look at your application as a piece of writing, first off, in a very strategic combination of how you present yourself and how you engage and enlist the help of your references and so on, and how you play some of these cards to your advantage. The higher you go, the more important your references become, and the more important it is for you to play the diplomatic game to a certain level as well. You need support for anything P5 and D1. These are geopolitically strategic positions where, again, the system is all clear, it is all impartial, and so on. But different people will apply, and depending on how many Americans you have in the organization, how many French people you have in the organization, what are the underrepresented countries, and so on, you may or may not have an advantage, and you need to play those cards correctly. So that's what I had for you this morning or this afternoon. In your case, I'm going to stop here. Thank you again for the opportunity, and I'm available to answer any questions that you might have.
Yes, Amandra, thanks a lot for your presentation. We already have the first question. I'm running with the mic.
Dear Eduardo, thank you very much for your extremely informative presentation, and I have two interlinked questions. Let's start from the first one. Maybe I have missed this. Shall I first pass an exam to qualify as an interpreter, UN interpreter, and only then I have to start searching for the vacant positions, or vice versa? And the second question right away, if I fail, if I do not pass the exam, do I have another attempt, or I will be banned forever?
Yes, these are very good questions. Yes, if you want to be a staff interpreter in one of the official languages, the competitive examination is a must. You must pass that exam. But if you fail, you can try again later. They will actually tell you more or less where you came short of their expectations and kind of work with you for next time. So they don't want to blacklist you. They understand that interpreting is something you grow into, and they will work with you. Now, that does not preclude you from applying for managerial positions. For example, anything up to, say, no, the position of a chief interpreter with one of the specialized agencies, for example, you can apply and you're going to be judged just on the merits of your CV, your references, and so on. For some positions, like for example, if you want to be the chief interpreter at P5 level in Vienna, I applied, for example, for that position and I couldn't go through because they expect the chief interpreter to have one of the languages because that person is expected to also interpret. So because Portuguese is not a language that I can be tested on, I couldn't go through. But at the D1 level, so if you want to be the chief interpreter of the United Nations headquarters, right, the main body, you don't need to pass the exam because you're not supposed to interpret necessarily. That's more of a managerial position, a D1, a director. And again, it's a higher position where you don't have to apply as a linguist. But I hope to have answered your question, yes.
More questions? Okay, I'm going to take my co-moderator status and ask myself a question. The thing is that I have a personal story to tell. I wanted to apply to become a freelance interpreter, and actually I was disqualified on the requirements for the A language, which is supposed to be my mother tongue. So I applied as a person who has Russian as her A language and respectively English as B and French as C. What I was told is that as I was born in Ukraine and I probably got my education, my university education in Ukrainian, this means that probably Russian is not my mother tongue. So even the fact that I'm from a Russian-speaking family and I went to a Russian-speaking school, that apparently didn't count. So could you actually comment on the rules of how you actually, how they qualify the languages as being A, B, or C?
Yeah, that strikes me as a bit unusual. Again, it depends on who the proctors are. It depends on who is on the board the day you test, right? Again, the way we look at mother tongues, again, there are two basic defining criteria to tell anybody what their language, native language is. Either your language of, the one you're born into, like in my case, Portuguese. I was born in Brazil. I was raised in Brazil. I went to school in Brazil. That's all my education up until university level, BA level, has been in Portuguese. But you could also have Portuguese, a Brazilian upbringing or a Ukrainian upbringing, and you might have had all your schooling in a different language. So take my kids, for example, they are Brazilians like I am, but at age 10 or 12, they immigrated to the United States, and all their schooling after that has been in English. Even in Brazil, their schooling was in an international school. So they can prove that they went to university in English, that they went through middle school in English. So these are, it's the main language of schooling and the language you're born into, right? Now, where do you come from is a complicated question these days, right? Because you can be born in Ukraine and then you spend more time in Lebanon than you did in Ukraine. And that's going to affect how your languages sound. Again, I can't judge how native your Russian sounds. Maybe there was something in how they heard you that kind of reinforced the notion that
Sorry,
perhaps
Evandro. The
your
thing is that
Ukrainian.
I was disqualified still in the application process. They never had the chance to hear me. I wasn't even
Oh, I
accepted to
see.
attend the
I see.
exam.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, these are corner cases where you could have appealed. Did you appeal?
Actually, I didn't. I probably should have.
Yeah, you should have appealed because again, these are very. Again, it's a thin line. You see, so you wouldn't be doing anything wrong to ask them to please tell you exactly where they're coming from, to tell you whether you have or don't have Russian as a mother tongue. So you can challenge them, and you should. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Anybody else has any more questions? Yes, sure.
Hi, Vandro.
Hi.
Hola.
Hola.
I don't have a question. I thank you for your presentation, but I'm not yet in condition I'm not thinking about that, but still I would like to thank you and to let you know that as soon as I learned that you're going to be a speaker at UTIC, I got fascinated with your career path and the story of your life, and listened to one of the episodes of En Pantuflas podcast. And I was delighted to translate it into Ukrainian and give access to all the UTIC camp community to listen to it and to appreciate your story. So I wrote to you about that on your Facebook page. If you would like, you can check it out. Thank you.
Oh, that's very nice of you. Así que hablas español entonces también, ¿verdad?
Sí. Fue
Ah, qué
una
bien, qué bien.
buenísima práctica de español argentino, el
Qué bien.
acento brasileño que tú tienes.
Claro, claro. Well, thank you very much. This is very exciting to hear. Thank you first off for listening to the episode. Thank you for your kind words.
Yeah, so I would
And thank you for
like it to be a welcome gift.
wonderful. Very, very well received. Now, one thing, guys, again, careers are never linear, right? And again, life is what happens to you while you're busy making other plans, right? I never dreamed that I would someday be the chief interpreter in the UN because everybody told me it was impossible. Although I had a dream of working for the UN, it was a wild dream. So I'm a Brazilian. I had never lived in Europe. I didn't speak French at the time when I joined the organization, when French is a huge language for an organization in Geneva. And but there's something about life that actually helps you get the things that you feel really strongly about. So deep in my heart, I really wanted this to happen. And I did everything I could to prepare myself. So, and again, as they say, luck is when opportunity meets with preparation. I was prepared when the opportunity presented itself and I seized it. And I'm here to tell you that no matter how distant it might seem to you at this point, if you really believe in your heart that you have what it takes or that you can attain what it takes to get there, no dream should be too big. And I'm here to give you the courage and the incentive to dream big because, again, I'm living proof that you can get to places where you didn't believe and everybody else didn't believe was possible at first. So again, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you. And if I can be of assistance with anything, oh, I still need to share those links with you guys, right? How I can do that?
Do you want to share the screen?
I could perhaps share in the chat in Zoom. Does that work?
Yeah, I think that if you put it on Zoom, then the organizers will get it.
Okay, so let me do that.
And they will spread the word.
So let me quickly copy this and I go over to Zoom. And so it's going in the chat on Zoom, okay? Oh, the chat is disabled, guys. I'm sorry.
Oh, the chat is disabled. Okay, then
Yeah,
I
I'll
guess
send
you
it to
could you could
Alona.
send that link to Alona, for example, and she will surely pass it all around.
I will do that. Okay.
Okay.
Any more questions, guys?
Yeah, I think we have a question. I'm running with the mic.
All right. So I would like to thank you for your presentation. I'm too young, obviously, to apply for the job in the UN yet, but I saw behind you the poster with Kudo, and I have recently started my experience with this platform, and if I might, I would just like to ask you about this platform because it's not clear enough for me. How should I start? I mean, should I bring clients to this platform, or is there any possibility that I would be, offered some job? How does it work? Thank you.
Well, thank you. That's a good question. Thank you very much. Kudu is a cloud-based platform, an RSI platform, like you have a few more out there. The difference is that Kudu is the most interpreter-centric of all platforms because I'm one of the co-founders and I'm an interpreter, so I make sure everything we do makes sense to the interpreters first. So we support our interpreters and we want them to succeed. Now, Kudo is the opportunity for you to service meetings anywhere in the world from your home office or from a hub, right? In the beginning, it was kind of a far-fetched concept. Everybody saw this as something to be considered in the future, maybe, but not now. And then the pandemic came, and it was a lifeline to all of us, to all the interpreters out there. So it was good that we had this ready when the problem hit. So you can, as an interpreter of any language, apply to what we call CUDA certification, right? So again, I can share the link with you here, but I don't know how to do it. Or you can just reach out to me just by email if you want. It's Evandro, my name, at kudoway.com, and we will provide all the information for you. But basically, you take an online tutorial that tells you exactly how to behave on Kudo, what you need to jump on a Kudo call, and with that, you're Kudo certified. Basically, we invite you also for a 1 hour long webinar, and you're up and running, right? And you can also explore the website for more information, kudoway.com. If you go under resources, I actually have it here, but sharing is complicated. You will find a page just for the interpreters. Now, as you move forward, what Kudo does is clients out there might decide to meet on Kudo and they need interpreters who know how to use the platform. They're going to reach out to you. They're going to negotiate with you. They're going to pay you directly. 85% of our clients have their own interpreters, but they need to be trained in the use of the platform, and we provide that training free of charge. We have a new development now, which is Kudo Marketplace. Kudo Marketplace is the marketplace where a subset of those interpreters are vetted as Kudo Pro interpreters. There's an application link where you can become a Kudo Pro. So if you have more experience and if you've been working with remote for a while and so on, and if you have the right gear, you can apply and you can become a pro in Kudo. Kudo Pro are the first one to be considered for assignments, and they are invited to be on Kudo Marketplace. Now, Kudo Marketplace is an open forum, a destination on the web where you come in as an interpreter and you clear your availability. You say, you look at a calendar and you say, I'm free here and I'm free here and I'm free here. These are my language combinations. These are the subject matters that I am prepared to handle. And you just make yourself available. Clients who are on Kudo and who need interpreters right away or tomorrow, they will come, they will click a button that says, get me the interpreters, and you're going to get a notification saying, hey, there's an offer for you. Are you available? This is how much we pay, and we would be happy to offer you. And you, with a click of a button, can accept or decline or wait for the next opportunity. So it has been groundbreaking. It has been a game changer because interpreters are finding work and without having to hop on a plane and travel and so on. And that's very enabling for somebody in Brazil or in Ukraine for that matter. So do reach out to me, all of you. It's my first name at kudoway.com. I'll be happy to provide more information and put you in contact with other colleagues on my team that can provide that information.
Yeah, as we started talking about Kudo, there is actually a comment from my colleague here. And
hi, it's a comment and a question. My name is Alex, and I am a simultaneous interpreter and conference interpreter for some 15 years now. And I've tried Kudo together with a translation company and their engineers. We had a thorough session through like an hour of testing everything. And I have a comment, and I wanted to tell the guys on the other side to please pass it over to the developers, because I've been interested in remote platforms before the pandemic started because I really liked it, but I scared a lot of people away talking about, well, maybe someday we're going to need remote interpreting, and so see what happens. So I'm not saying I have a crystal ball. I'm saying having tested a lot of the applications for remote interpreting, why do I think, why not only me, why Zoom actually dominates for now? Because they have invested in their proprietary software. They don't use browsers. You can use browser, but that's a shaky ground. The most of the core functionality is in their program, is in the API, is in the. So kudo to me, who worked with all kinds of equipment and the software, and I'm a developer somewhat myself and learning, but still, what I saw in kudo, it's a great idea of an interface, but all of that should be done not in a browser, for the interpreter, I mean. It would be a great idea to invest. I understand that it can be a hefty investment, but develop a core proprietary program without browsers, because browsers they used to be reliable before the add-ons, revolutionized everything. You can slap anything onto your browser and it's not reliable anymore. One or two add-ons on a pretty stable Mozilla can do all kinds of havoc to you. So kudo is a great thing, and I liked all these little details and and knobs you can tweak, but more marking, more visual orientation for the interpreter, because I was blind for some 15 minutes. I didn't know which job each fader did. And secondly, my browser started misbehaving immediately. And I tried another browser and another browser, and this is where I think the bottleneck is. It has to be a proper, solid program, a proprietary program. Thank you, and it was a great thing. With my colleague, we translated your podcast, and it was a blast. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the comments. Let me react to the two things you said. First off, why is Zoom getting more traction? The answer is very simple, because it's free. It's almost free. It's $14 a month, depending on where you are. And if you look at the language aspect in Zoom, and they are the first ones to admit it, it's an afterthought, right? It's something that they came up with to allow you to do something, if it's just two languages or in one direction mainly and so on. You can't do relay. You can't listen to your colleague. You can't. It's not a professional solution for multilingual meetings. Kudo is, and of course the price is different because of that. Now, on the whether we should have a client on the computer and so on and so forth, that's a double-edged sword. In the beginning, the decision to go browser-based was deliberate, because asking anybody to download anything on their computers these days of cyber attacks and so on was a deterrent for many of the organizations that to whom we were selling this. So, and Zoom had its own shares of problems as well in terms of security and so on. And by the way, we are great admirers of Zoom. Don't get me wrong. We have full respect for what they do, and I think they're pushing the envelope big time, for including on language, on anything else that we're doing. And now the good news is that we now have reached a point of maturity where we are developing the client API, or the downloadable application that you mentioned for the interpreters. Interpreters are even going to have an iPad solution that's really portable, they can take with them and so on. For the time being, we're still reliant on the browsers, and we ask the interpreters again. The reason why you had some of the issues that you had, again, might be localized in your machines and so on, but there's a lot of troubleshooting tips and hints that we can give you in the trainings that we conduct on our end that would have minimized those. So, but I agree with you. Having it be a client would be a lot more stable, but it's not something we're still ready to impose on the clients. But on the interpreters, yes, we're already working on that. It's just not high enough in the level of priorities because we have so much requests from clients, for the voting system that we have created. Again, you can meet, you have, organizations, parliamentary organizations as one meeting on Kudu and doing serious voting on Kudu, which again is not something you can do on any other platform. So again, it's a juggling act where you have to prioritize what's important for clients and what's important for interpreters. We see interpreters as huge clients, and I'm pushing the envelope on that as well. So you may expect to see that in a couple of months, maybe a few more months in the future. But the point is taken. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Evandro, for this great time you spent with us. We almost didn't feel the distance that separates us, and that's a lot to say in these days. We still hope that you'll be able to visit us sometime in this great location in the woods, deep in the heart of Ukraine. And for now, thanks again, and we're concluding our interpreting track.
Thank you. Thank you guys very much. And again, I really wanted to be there in person. Thank you. I really wanted to be there in person, but it was not possible because the flight connections were impossible. So next time for sure. Thank you very much.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you.
Our clients choose texts because we are reliable and responsive, easy to work with, and because we care about both product and clients' needs. Over the last 2 years, we have greatly increased our DTP capacities and are offering our clients a wide range of services. That is multilingual DTP, which includes, of course, our native Russian and Ukrainian, all European languages, hieroglyphic languages, OCR and preparation of files for further translation with CAT tools. Besides, we have also developed a special workflow for processing AutoCAD drawings. Our experienced teams of in-house and freelance DTP specialists deal with various complex publishing software. We have a quality management system which describes main business processes of the company. Each business process has its key performance indicators and responsibility matrices. In text, business processes are formalized, clear, easy to use. Our clients choose texts because we are reliable and responsive, easy to work with, and because we care about both product and clients' needs. That is multilingual DTP, all European languages, hieroglyphic languages, OCR and preparation of files for further translation with CAT tools.
Modern translation and subtitling workflows are multifaceted, consisting of a sequence of related tasks, often formed by different individuals remotely. UNA's toolkit provides instant access to a suite of simple-to-use specialist tools for these tasks, and is completely web-based. As the tools are designed to perform just the task you require, they're not weighted by redundant functionality, and so they're incredibly easy to use. The toolkit requires no setup time, which simply means that you can start the job immediately. Just fire up your browser and get the job done anywhere, achieving the time and cost efficiency required to offer a truly competitive service. All the tools you expect for caption and subtitle creation are in one place. With Una's Toolkit, you'll deliver your captions and subtitles online, on time.
Can you translate 100 pages in a week?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Project will come soon.
I have 150 pages project for translation. Can you do it in 10 days?
Yes.
Okay, please wait for the files.
Please help, I need 50 pages in 2 days.
We can do it for you.
Okay, we will send it soon.
Why do they always come together?
will benefit the Ukrainian industry in the same way. Well, it's a great opportunity to raise the whole industry within Ukraine, be it here, freelancers and companies.
I'm happy to be here at this event. I also came to this first Ukrainian translation industry event to find out new faces, to see new people, and to be able to listen to them.
We can collaborate with anyone, from anywhere, in real time. Language, infrastructure.
Our professions make it difficult for translators and interpreters to get started in an industry. Also, young interpreters coming out of institutes and universities need to have some kind of a trajectory or path that allows them to start with conferences or meetings or interactions that are less demanding and less stressful, and they need to work with seasoned professionals that are willing to help them. They will be able to become proficient much faster and hopefully avoid some of the missteps.
But they knew that this guy knew so much about language and knew so much, had such a power over.
So, and I think the conference is a place where you can begin in the Ukrainian market to form an identity of what that means to the outside world. That there's energy here, there's a great deal of intellectual capability, there are a lot of resources, and conferences are a key way to show what that identity is to everyone else around the world.
I think it might have, it's the first conference here in the Ukraine. And I think that what we can hope for is like a domino effect, or the opportunity for people to share their experience in such a fantastic environment.
This conference is intended to make the Ukrainian translation market more civilized. The quality of freelancers' work should grow based on learning new technologies, gaining knowledge and sharing their experience. The conference's mission is to create the quality professional community in Ukraine and to enable companies from abroad, e.g. Europe or Russia, to get easy access to these people, meet them, and actually open a window to Ukraine for them.
Благодаря тому, что у нас много помощников, много людей.
Thanks to the fact that we have a lot of supporters, a number of people who invested in this undertaking and made good presentations, became sponsors, special guests, and just helped us in organizing the event. Thanks to all this power team of helpers, conducting the conference actually did not take us too much efforts. Many thanks to all of them.
Я приехал из Израиля.
I came from Washington, D.C.
Luxembourg.
Lvov, Ukraine.
Санкт-Петербург. We are from India.
I'm from Ukraine.
I'm joking.
This is a novel experience for me. I've never had a conference in the woods. I've been to a lot of conferences in the world, organized some in Israel, and it's never been in such a beautiful location. It's great. It's the first time for me.
Since I came here, it's fantastic, and I think the atmosphere is so much more relaxed and friendly and much more social and engaging. So I'm very, very happy. I think this is a fantastic event.
В этой конференции сконцентрировано очень много докладов, которые просто охватывают все области переводческой отрасли.
And the tracks that you have, the art, technology and business, I think that's a good balance.
В этом сочетании природы и технологий и всего общения, которое происходит, есть что-то такое свежее, новое и совершенно замечательное.
формат новый, формат необычный, формат, располагающий более к тесному общению. Мы хотели сделать его более информативным, менее формальным, так чтобы переводчики, которые приехали сюда, смогли унести с собой прямо отсюда какие-то полезные практичные знания, которые завтра же смогут применить на практике у себя дома.
I didn't expect that level of knowledge, of commitment to the work. So I'm happy. I found many new friends, but also many new possible colleagues.
Shining all my kisses just for you. Shining with love forever true.
Благодарю гостей из Америки, из Европы, из стран других, которые действительно делают эту конференцию международной. Спасибо вам за то, что вы помогли нам организовать это мероприятие.
Я никогда в жизни не стоял перед такой, ну скажем, живой и одновременно деревянной аудиторией.
Конференция, безусловно, удалась. Люди счастливы, люди расслаблены, люди, очевидно, наслаждаются тем, что происходит. И я считаю, что это большой успех.
I'm coming from Italy.
Город-героя Киев.
I live in the Netherlands, Holland.
Области Филадельфии.
Приехал из Израиля.
Paris. Мы опять приехали из Санкт-Петербурга.
I'm from Finland.
Мы приехали из Львова.
Из Киева.
Из Казахстана.
I'm from Cairo, Egypt.
Tel Aviv, Israel.
This is such an unusual conference that it's been added value. There's been so many other things happening as well as just good presentation. I come here for new ideas, but mostly I come here to get inspired.
The whole place is just incredible, and talking about, technology and all these topics in open air with beautiful, sceneries and nice people is a premiere for me.
This is a very unique experience, and I like that very much.
Формат изумительный.
Абсолютно уникальный для переводческой индустрии формат.
I think the format is perfect, and also it's so incredibly well organized that everything just works perfectly.
Мне нравится формат недели, и я понимаю, что когда нахожусь здесь, я тоже работаю. Причем работаю там на годы вперед.
I love the setting, I love the way everything is seamlessly done.
Presence of nature in this place, because it creates a very special atmosphere that stimulates creativity and new ways of thinking. It happened to me for the first time in my life that my presentation was interrupted by chicken.
Це ідеальний формат, це те, про що я завжди розповідаю всім, кого зустрічаю на якихось інших конференціях.
Можно говорить, я открыл для себя новый формат проведения конференции.
Я в восторге от этой идеи, я просто поздравляю того, кому она пришла в голову.
Very nice, gives enough time to have both work and play.
It's unbelievable. I mean, look at the trees and the nature, the landscape, the river. Couldn't be more better.
Приглашаю вас на
Приглашаю вас.
Приглашаю всех вас.
Я всех приглашаю на UTICamp 2020.
Запрошую всіх на
Запрошуємо вас на UTICamp 2020.
I am inviting you.
I'm inviting you. I am inviting you.
I am Sameh Ragab, inviting you to UTICamp 2020.
Ми з Ілюшею приглашаємо вас на UTIC 2020.
This winter season, we want to make a special gift to our partners and friends. First, a few words about the ideas behind it. Remember those wonderful childhood years, the time of new achievements and great goals? We were pushing ahead, running fast, and growing up. Then, one day, we looked back and discovered abandoned memories and places behind us. Those places that once inspired us are now forgotten and deserted. We believe that the time has come to take care of our past in order to build a better future. A little attention, a bit of time and investment are all that is needed to bring back what really matters. As we all know, the important things in life are not actually things. That's why this year, instead of sending traditional greeting cards, InText is donating money to the renovation of an old children's camp. Although our resources are not limitless, it will be enough to clear up the forest, plant some new trees, drag the river, and develop the beach. We are looking after this amazing camp with its wonderful scenery, while getting much more in return. This place serves as a holiday destination for our employees and their families, as an informal meeting place for our partners and clients, and of course, as a great venue for unparalleled open-air events. Some of you may recall this venue, where in 2016, language professionals from many different countries gathered for the Ukrainian Translation Industry Conference to discuss language industry trends and have fun with their families. With our help, the Meteorite Camp will be even more comfortable and welcoming next time you visit. We say our help, but let's be honest, all of the credit should go to all of you. We are making this donation thanks to your great support and your trust in InText. We wish you a year of happy moments. As for our gift, it will be waiting for you, refurbished and clean, among the trees on the bank of a peaceful river. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Modern translation and subtitling workflows are multifaceted, consisting of a sequence of related tasks, often formed by different individuals remotely. UNA's toolkit provides instant access to a suite of simple-to-use specialist tools for these tasks and is completely web-based. As the tools are designed to perform just the task you require, they're not weighted by redundant functionality, and so they're incredibly easy to use. The toolkit requires no setup time, which simply means that you can start the job immediately. Just fire up your browser and get the job done anywhere, achieving the time and cost efficiency required to offer a truly competitive service. All the tools you expect for caption and subtitle creation are in one place. With UNA's toolkit, you'll deliver your captions and subtitles online, on time.
Hey there, I'm Paul Irwin from pros.com. I hope you're doing great and I hope you're enjoying this fantastic event, UTICamp 2021. At pros.com, we're delighted to be a partner for this amazing event. And I'd like to take the opportunity to just tell you a little bit about pros.com membership, which if you're a freelance translator or interpreter, it's something that you might find of interest. But you're not going to hear more from me. I think it'd be much more interesting if you can hear a little bit about what some of our current members have to say. Here we go.
I'd recommend Pros. I think it's the biggest platform for translators out there, and it makes me feel very safe. It's a place I can look up clients and know if they have a good reputation.
I would recommend Pros because it's one of the best platforms for learning resources, job opportunities, networking, and collaboration.
I enjoy working on the Pros platform. I'd say 90% of my clients have come through this tool.
I have found many clients through pros.com. Actually, I can say I have found almost all of my clients through pros.com.
If you're thinking about becoming a Pros member, I think you shouldn't hesitate. The membership is absolutely going to pay for itself, basically with the first client you get. And I don't think you will have any regrets given all the content that you get access to.
I would definitely recommend Pros for other freelance translators. It's very reliable, and I think everything, it's all in there. It's worth it. The first job that Pros brought me paid for the yearly subscription and more, so I would definitely recommend it.
Can you translate 100 pages in a week?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Project will come soon.
I have 150 pages project for translation. Can you do it in 10 days?
Yes.
Okay, please wait for the files.
Please help, I need 50 pages in 2 days.
We can do it for you.
Okay, we will send it soon.
Why do they always come together?
Hey there, I'm Paul Irwin from pros.com. I hope you're enjoying this amazing event, UTICamp 2021. And at pros.com, we are delighted to be a partner for this wonderful event. I'd also like to take the opportunity to tell you just a little bit about pros.com training, about all the courses and workshops that we offer freelance translators and interpreters to help you succeed. Let's take a look at the platform. So to access the pros.com training platform, simply come on over to the homepage. In the top menu bar here, you'll see education and drop down to education@pros.com. That will take you to the training homepage. Alternatively, you can simply type in, as you can see at the top here, training.pros.com. So once you're on the training homepage, you can simply have a look through the courses. They're divided up into different sections. You can see here in top picks, for example, we have video game localization, we have the Cat Tools Starter Kit, we have Transcreation Essentials, and more. As you explore the options, you'll also find that we have e-learning courses such as this Transcreation Essentials. This is a 5-hour video course with assignments, with quizzes. We try to make our courses as interactive as possible. So it's not just about watching a series of videos. It really is about getting that connection with the trainer and getting that interaction and being able to ask questions. For example, in the case of this particular course, we have monthly group coaching sessions as well, where you can ask those direct questions. So that's that particular course. We also have workshops. So workshops are live. This Transcreation Essentials course is a self-paced course that you can take in your own time. This direct client marketing workshop is a workshop that takes place on a specific date, as you can see on the 5th of October 2021. So that's with Corinne McKay, Fearless Direct Client Marketing. And I just encourage you to explore, to have a look around, to watch some of these short videos and really find what's right for you in terms of training. I think training is such an important component for many freelance translators and interpreters. It really is important that you invest in yourself, invest in your career. We also have an interpreting section here. So we have the pros.com MCIS online interpreter training program that's very comprehensive. We have the remote interpreter bootcamp, a great course from Claudia Brower. We also have an introduction to voiceover, which is an interesting area. We've got Andrew Morris's course. We've got project management with Nancy Mattis, and so on and so on. I just encourage you to have a look around and find what's right for you. If you have any questions at all, please don't hesitate to get in touch. You can contact me via email, training@pros.com. That's training@pros.com, or you can submit a support request via the pros.com website. So that's our pros.com training platform. I hope you find it interesting. I hope you find it useful, and I hope you can find something here that is going to help you advance your career in some way. It might help you to get more clients. It might help you to be more organized. It might help you to diversify into a different area. But whatever it is, I think you will find something of interest there. So thanks very much for watching. You can find out more at training.pros.com. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Introducing Una's Convert API. Convert API has 4 tabs. The first tab describes the API endpoints. The second tab tracks your API usage. The next tab manages your API access keys. And the last tab manages your import and export configurations. To start using the API, you'll need to use the token endpoint. Copy the URL value. Paste it in a post request. Copy the content type header and the request body. The only value you should replace in the request body is the secret. Generate a new secret key and keep it somewhere safe for future use. Paste the key as the secret value. Copy the access token value from the response and use it in the authorization header of the conversion API requests. The prefix of the access token will always be the word bearer. Now copy the convert endpoint URL. Change the request type to POST and create the required import and export configuration templates. Copy the ID value of the import template into the URL. Copy the ID value of the export template into the URL. Select your input file and run the request. Now you know how to run a file conversion in our API and integrate it into your platform.
Here is your working place. Our project manager will come in a minute.
Hi Sam, nice to meet you. I'll give you the tour.
Too much text, too much text. Ha, it is not as difficult as I expected. Ready.
New in-house translator.
Sorry, guys. We'll play tomorrow.
Our clients choose Intexts because we are reliable and responsive, easy to work with, and because we care about both product and clients' needs. Over the last 2 years, we have greatly increased our DTP capacities and are offering our clients a wide range of services. That is multilingual DTP, which includes, of course, our native Russian and Ukrainian, all European languages, hieroglyphic languages, OCR and preparation of files for further translation with CAT tools. Besides, we have also developed a special workflow for processing AutoCAD drawings. Our experienced teams of in-house and freelance DTP specialists deal with various complex publishing software. We have a quality management system which describes main business processes of the company. Each business process has its key performance indicators and responsibility matrices. Intext's business processes are formalized, clear, easy to use. Choose Intexts because we are reliable and responsive, easy to work with, and because we care about both product and clients' needs. That is multilingual DTP, all European languages, hieroglyphic languages, OCR and preparation of files for further translation with CAT tools.
Modern translation and subtitling workflows are multifaceted, consisting of a sequence of related tasks, often formed by different individuals remotely. Una's Toolkit provides instant access to a suite of simple-to-use specialist tools for these tasks, and is completely web-based. As the tools are designed to perform just the task you require, they're not weighted by redundant functionality, and so they're incredibly easy to use. The toolkit requires no setup time, which simply means that you can start the job immediately. Just fire up your browser and get the job done anywhere, achieving the time and cost efficiency required to offer a truly competitive service. All the tools you expect for caption and subtitle creation are in one place. With Una's Toolkit, you'll deliver your captions and subtitles online, on time.
Can you translate 100 pages in a week?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Project will come soon.
I have 150 pages project for translation. Can you do it in 10 days?
Yes.
Okay, please wait for the files.
Please help, I need 50 pages in 2 days.
We can do it for you.
Okay, we will send it soon.
Why do they always come together?
Our clients choose Intext because we are reliable and responsive, easy to work with, and because we care about both product and clients' needs. Over the last 2 years, we have greatly increased our DTP capacities and are offering our clients a wide range of services. That is multilingual DTP, which includes, of course, our native Russian and Ukrainian, all European languages, hieroglyphic languages, OCR and preparation of files for further translation with CAT tools. Besides, we have also developed a special workflow for processing AutoCAD drawings. Our experienced teams of in-house and freelance DTP specialists deal with various complex publishing software. We have a quality management system which describes main business processes of the company. Each business process has its key performance indicators and responsibility matrices. Intext business processes are formalized, clear, easy to use. Choose Intext because we are reliable and responsive, easy to work with, and because we care about both product and clients' needs. That is multilingual DTP, all European languages, hieroglyphic languages, OCR and preparation of files for further translation with CAT tools.
Modern translation and subtitling workflows are multifaceted, consisting of a sequence of related tasks, often formed by different individuals remotely. Una's Toolkit provides instant access to a suite of simple-to-use specialist tools for these tasks, and is completely web-based. As the tools are designed to perform just the task you require, they're not weighted by redundant functionality, and so they're incredibly easy to use. The toolkit requires no setup time, which simply means that you can start the job immediately. Just fire up your browser and get the job done anywhere, achieving the time and cost efficiency required to offer a truly competitive service. All the tools you expect for caption and subtitle creation are in one place. With Una's Toolkit, you'll deliver your captions and subtitles online, on time.
Can you translate 100 pages in a week?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Project will come soon.
I have 150 pages project for translation. Can you do it in 10 days?
Yes.
Okay, please wait for the files.
Please help, I need 50 pages in 2 days.
We can do it for you.
Okay, we will send it soon.
Why do they always come together?
Our clients choose Intexts because we are reliable and responsive, easy to work with, and because we care about both product and clients' needs. Over the last 2 years, we have greatly increased our DTP capacities and are offering our clients a wide range of services. That is multilingual DTP, which includes, of course, our native Russian and Ukrainian, all European languages, hieroglyphic languages, OCR and preparation of files for further translation with CAT tools. Besides, we have also developed a special workflow for processing AutoCAD drawings. Our experienced teams of in-house and freelance DTP specialists deal with various complex publishing software. We have a quality management system which describes main business processes of the company. Each business process has its key performance indicators and responsibility matrices. Intext's business processes are formalized, clear, easy to use. Choose Intexts because we are reliable and responsive, easy to work with, and because we care about both product and clients' needs. That is multilingual DTP, all European languages, hieroglyphic languages, OCR and preparation of files for further translation with CAT tools.
Modern translation and subtitling workflows are multifaceted, consisting of a sequence of related tasks, often formed by different individuals remotely. Una's Toolkit provides instant access to a suite of simple-to-use specialist tools for these tasks, and is completely web-based. As the tools are designed to perform just the task you require, they're not weighted by redundant functionality, and so they're incredibly easy to use. The toolkit requires no setup time, which simply means that you can start the job immediately. Just fire up your browser and get the job done anywhere, achieving the time and cost efficiency required to offer a truly competitive service. All the tools you expect for caption and subtitle creation are in one place. With Una's Toolkit, you'll deliver your captions and subtitles online, on time.
Can you translate 100 pages in a week?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Project will come soon.
I have 150 pages project for translation. Can you do it in 10 days?
Yes.
Okay, please wait for the files.
Please help, I need 50 pages in 2 days.
We can do it for you.
Okay, we will send it soon.
Why do they always come together?
Our clients choose Intext because we are reliable and responsive, easy to work with, and because we care about both product and clients' needs. Over the last 2 years, we have greatly increased our DTP capacities and are offering our clients a wide range of services. That is multilingual DTP, which includes, of course, our native Russian and Ukrainian, all European languages, hieroglyphic languages, OCR and preparation of files for further translation with CAT tools. Besides, we have also developed a special workflow for processing AutoCAD drawings. Our experienced teams of in-house and freelance DTP specialists deal with various complex publishing software. We have a quality management system which describes main business processes of the company. Each business process has its key performance indicators and responsibility matrices. Intext business processes are formalized, clear, easy to use. Choose Intext because we are reliable and responsive, easy to work with, and because we care about both product and clients' needs. That is multilingual DTP, all European languages, hieroglyphic languages, OCR and preparation of files for further translation with CAT tools.
Modern translation and subtitling workflows are multifaceted, consisting of a sequence of related tasks, often formed by different individuals remotely. Una's Toolkit provides instant access to a suite of simple-to-use specialist tools for these tasks, and is completely web-based. As the tools are designed to perform just the task you require, they're not weighted by redundant functionality, and so they're incredibly easy to use. The toolkit requires no setup time, which simply means that you can start the job immediately. Just fire up your browser and get the job done anywhere, achieving the time and cost efficiency required to offer a truly competitive service. All the tools you expect for caption and subtitle creation are in one place. With Una's Toolkit, you'll deliver your captions and subtitles online, on time.
Can you translate 100 pages in a week?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Project will come soon.
I have 150 pages project for translation. Can you do it in 10 days?
Yes.
Okay, please wait for the files.
Please help, I need 50 pages in 2 days.
We can do it for you.
Okay, we will send it soon.
Why do they always come together?
Our clients choose Intexts because we are reliable and responsive, easy to work with, and because we care about both product and clients' needs. Over the last 2 years, we have greatly increased our DTP capacities and are offering our clients a wide range of services. That is multilingual DTP, which includes, of course, our native Russian and Ukrainian, all European languages, hieroglyphic languages, OCR and preparation of files for further translation with CAT tools. Besides, we have also developed a special workflow for processing AutoCAD drawings. Our experienced teams of in-house and freelance DTP specialists deal with various complex publishing software. We have a quality management system which describes main business processes of the company. Each business process has its key performance indicators and responsibility matrices. Intext's business processes are formalized, clear, easy to use. Choose Intexts because we are reliable and responsive, easy to work with, and because we care about both product and clients' needs. That is multilingual DTP, all European languages, hieroglyphic languages, OCR and preparation of files for further translation with CAT tools.
Modern translation and subtitling workflows are multifaceted, consisting of a sequence of related tasks, often formed by different individuals remotely. Una's Toolkit provides instant access to a suite of simple-to-use specialist tools for these tasks, and is completely web-based. As the tools are designed to perform just the task you require, they're not weighted by redundant functionality, and so they're incredibly easy to use. The toolkit requires no setup time, which simply means that you can start the job immediately. Just fire up your browser and get the job done anywhere, achieving the time and cost efficiency required to offer a truly competitive service. All the tools you expect for caption and subtitle creation are in one place. With Una's Toolkit, you'll deliver your captions and subtitles online, on time.
Can you translate 100 pages in a week?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Project will come soon.
I have 150 pages project for translation. Can you do it in 10 days?
Yes.
Okay, please wait for the files.
Please help, I need 50 pages in 2 days.
We can do it for you.
Okay, we will send it soon.
Why do they always come together?
choosing texts because we are reliable and responsive, easy to work with, and because we care about both product and clients' needs. Over the last 2 years, we have greatly increased our DTP capacities and are offering our clients a wide range of services. That is multilingual DTP, which includes, of course, our native Russian and Ukrainian, all European languages, hieroglyphic languages, OCR and preparation of files for further translation with CAT tools. Besides, we have also developed a special workflow for processing AutoCAD drawings. Our experienced teams of in-house and freelance DTP specialists deal with various complex publishing software. We have a quality management system which describes main business processes of the company. Each business process has its key performance indicators and responsibility matrices. In text, business processes are formalized, clear, easy to use. Choosing texts because we are reliable and responsive, easy to work with, and because we care about both product and clients' needs. That is multilingual DTP, all European languages, hieroglyphic languages, OCR and preparation of files for further translation with CAT tools.
Modern translation and subtitling workflows are multifaceted, consisting of a sequence of related tasks, often formed by different individuals remotely. Una's Toolkit provides instant access to a suite of simple-to-use specialist tools for these tasks, and is completely web-based. As the tools are designed to perform just the task you require, they're not weighted by redundant functionality, and so they're incredibly easy to use. The toolkit requires no setup time, which simply means that you can start the job immediately. Just fire up your browser and get the job done anywhere, achieving the time and cost efficiency required to offer a truly competitive service. All the tools you expect for caption and subtitle creation are in one place. With Una's Toolkit, you'll deliver your captions and subtitles online, on time.
Can you translate 100 pages in a week?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Project will come soon.
I have 150 pages project for translation. Can you do it in 10 days?
Yes.
Okay, please wait for the files.
Please help, I need 50 pages in 2 days.
We can do it for you.
Okay, we will send it soon.
Why do they always come together?
Our clients choose Intexts because we are reliable and responsive, easy to work with, and because we care about both product and clients' needs. Over the last 2 years, we have greatly increased our DTP capacities and are offering our clients a wide range of services. That is multilingual DTP, which includes, of course, our native Russian and Ukrainian, all European languages, hieroglyphic languages, OCR and preparation of files for further translation with CAT tools. Besides, we have also developed a special workflow for processing AutoCAD drawings. Our experienced teams of in-house and freelance DTP specialists deal with various complex publishing software. We have a quality management system which describes main business processes of the company. Each business process has its key performance indicators and responsibility matrices. Intext's business processes are formalized, clear, easy to use. Choose Intexts because we are reliable and responsive, easy to work with, and because we care about both product and clients' needs. That is multilingual DTP, all European languages, hieroglyphic languages, OCR and preparation of files for further translation with CAT tools.
Modern translation and subtitling workflows are multifaceted, consisting of a sequence of related tasks, often formed by different individuals remotely. Una's Toolkit provides instant access to a suite of simple-to-use specialist tools for these tasks, and is completely web-based. As the tools are designed to perform just the task you require, they're not weighted by redundant functionality, and so they're incredibly easy to use. The toolkit requires no setup time, which simply means that you can start the job immediately. Just fire up your browser and get the job done anywhere, achieving the time and cost efficiency required to offer a truly competitive service. All the tools you expect for caption and subtitle creation are in one place. With Una's Toolkit, you'll deliver your captions and subtitles online, on time.
Can you translate 100 pages in a week?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Project will come soon.
I have 150 pages project for translation. Can you do it in 10 days?
Yes.
Okay, please wait for the files.
Please help, I need 50 pages in 2 days.
We can do it for you.
Okay, we will send it soon.
Why do they always come together?
Our clients choose Intexts because we are reliable and responsive, easy to work with, and because we care about both product and clients' needs. Over the last 2 years, we have greatly increased our DTP capacities and are offering our clients a wide range of services. That is multilingual DTP, which includes, of course, our native Russian and Ukrainian, all European languages, hieroglyphic languages, OCR and preparation of files for further translation with CAT tools. Besides, we have also developed a special workflow for processing AutoCAD drawings. Our experienced teams of in-house and freelance DTP specialists deal with various complex publishing software. We have a quality management system which describes main business processes of the company. Each business process has its key performance indicators and responsibility matrices. Intext's business processes are formalized, clear, easy to use. Choose Intexts because we are reliable and responsive, easy to work with, and because we care about both product and clients' needs. That is multilingual DTP, all European languages, hieroglyphic languages, OCR and preparation of files for further translation with CAT tools.
Modern translation and subtitling workflows are multifaceted, consisting of a sequence of related tasks, often formed by different individuals remotely. Una's Toolkit provides instant access to a suite of simple-to-use specialist tools for these tasks, and is completely web-based. As the tools are designed to perform just the task you require, they're not weighted by redundant functionality, and so they're incredibly easy to use. The toolkit requires no setup time, which simply means that you can start the job immediately. Just fire up your browser and get the job done anywhere, achieving the time and cost efficiency required to offer a truly competitive service. All the tools you expect for caption and subtitle creation are in one place. With Una's Toolkit, you'll deliver your captions and subtitles online, on time.
Can you translate 100 pages in a week?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Project will come soon.
I have 150 pages project for translation. Can you do it in 10 days?
Yes.
Okay, please wait for the files.
Please help, I need 50 pages in 2 days.
We can do it for you.
Okay, we will send it soon.
Why do they always come together?
clients choosing texts because we are reliable and responsive, easy to work with, and because we care about both product and clients' needs. Over the last 2 years, we have greatly increased our DTP capacities and are offering our clients a wide range of services. That is multilingual DTP, which includes, of course, our native Russian and Ukrainian, all European languages, hieroglyphic languages, OCR and preparation of files for further translation with CAT tools. Besides, we have also developed a special workflow for processing AutoCAD drawings. Our experienced teams of in-house and freelance DTP specialists deal with various complex publishing software. We have a quality management system which describes main business processes of the company. Each business process has its key performance indicators and responsibility matrices. In text, business processes are formalized, clear, easy to use. Choosing texts because we are reliable and responsive, easy to work with, and because we care about both product and clients' needs. That is multilingual DTP, all European languages, hieroglyphic languages, OCR and preparation of files for further translation with CAT tools.
Modern translation and subtitling workflows are multifaceted, consisting of a sequence of related tasks, often formed by different individuals remotely. UNA's toolkit provides instant access to a suite of simple-to-use specialist tools for these tasks and is completely web-based. As the tools are designed to perform just the task you require, they're not weighted by redundant functionality, and so they're incredibly easy to use. The toolkit requires no setup time, which simply means that you can start the job immediately. Just fire up your browser and get the job done anywhere, achieving the time and cost efficiency required to offer a truly competitive service. All the tools you expect for caption and subtitle creation are in one place. With UNA's toolkit, you'll deliver your captions and subtitles online, on time.
Can you translate 100 pages in a week?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Project will come soon.
I have 150 pages project for translation. Can you do it in 10 days?
Yes.
Okay, please wait for the files.
Please help, I need 50 pages in 2 days.
We can do it for you.
Okay, we will send it soon.
Why do they always come together?
Our clients choose Intext because we are reliable and responsive, easy to work with, and because we care about both product and clients' needs. Over the last 2 years, we have greatly increased our DTP capacities and are offering our clients a wide range of services. That is multilingual DTP, which includes, of course, our native Russian and Ukrainian, all European languages, hieroglyphic languages, OCR and preparation of files for further translation with CAT tools. Besides, we have also developed a special workflow for processing AutoCAD drawings. Our experienced teams of in-house and freelance DTP specialists deal with various complex publishing software. We have a quality management system which describes main business processes of the company. Each business process has its key performance indicators and responsibility matrices. Intext business processes are formalized, clear, easy to use. Choose Intext because we are reliable and responsive, easy to work with, and because we care about both product and clients' needs. That is multilingual DTP, all European languages, hieroglyphic languages, OCR and preparation of files for further translation with CAT tools.
Modern translation and subtitling workflows are multifaceted, consisting of a sequence of related tasks, often formed by different individuals remotely. Una's Toolkit provides instant access to a suite of simple-to-use specialist tools for these tasks, and is completely web-based. As the tools are designed to perform just the task you require, they're not weighted by redundant functionality, and so they're incredibly easy to use. The toolkit requires no setup time, which simply means that you can start the job immediately. Just fire up your browser and get the job done anywhere, achieving the time and cost efficiency required to offer a truly competitive service. All the tools you expect for caption and subtitle creation are in one place. With Una's Toolkit, you'll deliver your captions and subtitles online, on time.
Can you translate 100 pages in a week?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Project will come soon.
I have 150 pages project for translation. Can you do it in 10 days?
Yes.
Okay, please wait for the files.
Please help, I need 50 pages in 2 days.
We can do it for you.
Okay, we will send it soon.
Why do they always come together?
clients choosing texts because we are reliable and responsive, easy to work with, and because we care about both product and clients' needs. Over the last 2 years, we have greatly increased our DTP capacities and are offering our clients a wide range of services. That is multilingual DTP, which includes, of course, our native Russian and Ukrainian, all European languages, hieroglyphic languages, OCR and preparation of files for further translation with CAT tools. Besides, we have also developed a special workflow for processing AutoCAD drawings. Our experienced teams of in-house and freelance DTP specialists deal with various complex publishing software. We have a quality management system which describes main business processes of the company. Each business process has its key performance indicators and responsibility matrices. In text, business processes are formalized, clear, easy to use. Choosing texts because we are reliable and responsive, easy to work with, and because we care about both product and clients' needs. That is multilingual DTP, all European languages, hieroglyphic languages, OCR and preparation of files for further translation with CAT tools.
Web-based. As the tools are designed to perform just the task you require, they're not weighted by redundant functionality, and so they're incredibly easy to use. The toolkit requires no setup time, which simply means that you can start the job immediately. Just fire up your browser and get the job done anywhere, achieving the time and cost efficiency required for a truly competitive service. All the tools you expect for caption and subtitle creation are in one place. With Una's Toolkit, you'll deliver your captions and subtitles online, on time.
Can you translate 100 pages in a week?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Project will come soon.
I have 150 pages project for translation. Can you do it in 10 days?
Yes.
Okay, please wait for the files.
Please help, I need 50 pages in 2 days.
We can do it for you.
Okay, we will send it soon.
Why do they always come together?
Our clients choosing texts because we are reliable and responsive, easy to work with, and because we care about both product and clients' needs. the last 2 years, we have greatly increased our DTP capacities and are offering our clients a wide range of services. That is multilingual DTP, which includes, of course, our native Russian and Ukrainian, all European languages, hieroglyphic languages, OCR and preparation of files for further translation with CAT tools. Besides, we have also developed a special workflow for processing AutoCAD drawings. Our experienced teams of in-house and freelance DTP specialists deal with various complex publishing software. We have a quality management system which describes main business processes of the company. Each business process has its key performance indicators and responsibility matrices. In text, business processes are formalized, clear, easy to use. Our clients choosing texts because we are reliable and responsive, easy to work with, and because we care about both product and clients' needs. That is multilingual DTP, all European languages, hieroglyphic languages, OCR and preparation of files for further translation with CAT tools.
Modern translation and subtitling workflows are multifaceted, consisting of a sequence of related tasks, often formed by different individuals remotely. Una's Toolkit provides instant access to a suite of simple-to-use specialist tools for these tasks, and is completely web-based. As the tools are designed to perform just the task you require, they're not weighted by redundant functionality, and so they're incredibly easy to use. The toolkit requires no setup time, which simply means that you can start the job immediately. Just fire up your browser and get the job done anywhere, achieving the time and cost efficiency required to
Так, всім привіт. Ну що ж, останній, третій дзвіночок до театру, до нашого долітнього театру. Підходьте, будь ласка. Вечеря була напрочуд смачна. Я пропоную, можливо, навіть взяти недопиті келихи і приходити до літнього театру.
Прийом, прийом. Всі збігаємося сюди.
Ну що ж, друзі, нам вже час починати. Я гадаю, що зараз вже всі на прекрасні звуки музики підійдуть. Але, звичайно, хотілося б, щоб вони трошечки поспішили, бо перший у нас напрочуд класний танець. Дуже хотілося б, щоб його побачили якомога більше людей. Бо доведеться їм то потім дивитися у трансляції або у повторі. А це вже не ті враження, знаєте. Так, ну а що, хочеться запитати, як вам ці перші дні конференції? Будь ласка, якісь реакції, лайки, відгуки, давайте.
Бачу перший лайк. Лайк один, лайк другий. Хто більше?
Є! Лайк, підписка і дзвіночок.
Колокольчик.
Ну що ж, я гадаю, що хто добре працює, той добре відпочиває. Тому ми розпочинаємо концерт учасників UTICamp 2021.
Дуже раді вітати всіх, хто до нас приєднався. Сподіваюсь, зараз до нас приєднаються всі інші, тому що насправді зараз розпочинається моя найулюбленіша частина UTICA. Перепрошую, доповіді також я дуже люблю, але це просто феєрично побачити всіх цих перекладачів, всіх цих професіоналів і спеціалістів зовсім з іншої сторони, і ви цього не хочете пропустити. І що ж, я думаю, ми не будемо довго затягувати.
І зараз ми об'явимо першу учасницю. Анастасія, будь ласка.
І першою для вас виступатиме надзвичайна, неймовірна, талановита перекладачка, танцюристка і просто чарівна Анна Коломійцева. Дайте шуму!
So I walk through the storm and I recommend
що ж, просто неперевершено. Просто не... Так, дайте шуму. Так, ну не дарма Анна Коломійцева займається танцями з 12 років. І хоча вона сама була викладачкою танців, наразі змінює напрямок і навчається сама. Це просто чудово, коли людина навчається протягом всього життя. Так? Дайте шуму! Ну що ж, а наступну учасницю нашого концерту, особливо приємно мені оголосити, тому що це моя колега, це Вікторія Бурбела, яка доєдналася до команди організаторів лише нещодавно, але, здається, була завжди. І без неї наша команда здалася, мені здається, трошки incomplete. І Вікторія зараз нам виступить зі своїми авторськими віршами. Тож, привітаємо Вікторію!
Hello everybody! Are you having fun at UTICamp 2021? Woo! Thank you. It's a pleasure for me to be here at UTICamp, especially in the organizing team, the best team ever, right? Okay. Thank you. I'm gonna read some poetry now. Imagine that your love lives far away, and when you meet, your heart is full, but then there comes a time to say goodbye, and you're in a whirlpool. The poem is called You're Gone. How can I think of anything else? How can I change the tune? You're gone, but your presence still lingers in my room. How can I find my way around, walking these rainy streets? You're gone, but your warm breath still lingers on my lips. I'm trying to face this storm inside, fighting away my fears. You're gone, but your tender words still linger in my ears. I'm hoping and praying for us both, for our brand new start. You're gone, but I feel you deep inside my heart. Спасибо. Весна – время любви и вдохновения. Что еще сказать? Весна. Мои волосы пахнут ветром, а глаза стали цвета мечты. Я весну полюбила эту лишь за то, что пришел с ней ты. Что мне делать, мой синеглазый? Отправляться ли в этот путь? Можно мир покорять не сразу, можно дать себе отдохнуть. Хорошо бы покрепче кофе и на завтрак слетать в Париж. Вдохновленным живется проще. Только так этот мир покоришь. Вот возьмешь свои чудо-идеи и мои золотые слова. Сумасшедшая эта затея, но весна, как всегда, права. Дякую. І, як ви знаєте, сильні особистості притягують також сильні особистості. Але що буде потім, це вже вирішить доля, чи битва протилежностей, чи гармонійний союз. Ми створені із різної стихії. Вогонь гарячий та стрімка вода. Але з тобою здійснюються мрії, і біль минає скоро, і біда. І хоч буває інколи, що сила, що Богом нам дана, руйнує нас, незгода відступає, наче хвиля, коли в твоїх обіймах плине час. Ми створені з матерій протилежних, як плюс і мінус, та як інь і янь, з характерів стійких і незалежних, що підкорять життєвий океан, та я без тебе лише половина, а разом Ми гармонія єдина. Дуже дякую. Enjoy the evening. Гарного вечора. UTICamp 2021. Woo!
Давайте ще раз підтримуємо бурними оваціями.
Ну, звичайно, ми помітили, що поет працює у перекладацькій компанії, бо вірші були представлені на 3 мовах. Ви зауважили, так? Аплодисменти! Ну, а зараз, Анастасія, хто нас порадує?
А зараз я хочу представити вашій увазі дівчину, чиє обличчя стало обличчям UTICA 2021 цього року. Єлизавета Галина із уривком «Гамлет. To be or not to be».
Вітаємо!
To be or not to be? That is the question. Whether it is nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against the sea of troubles and by opposing end them, to die, to sleep, no more. And by a sleep to say we end the heartache and the thousand of natural shocks that flesh is here to, 'tis a consummation devotedly to be wished. To die, to sleep perchance to dream, there is there up. For in that sleep of death what dreams may come when we have shuffled off this mortal coil must give us pause. There is the respect that makes a calamity of so long life.
Ну що ж, ця сцена, мені здається, Гамлета не бачила ще. Ну, а зараз ми оголосимо наших наступних учасників. Ви їх добре знаєте ще з минулого року. Це Кузнєцова Анжеліка та Хмиров Кузнєцов Єлісей. І це буде поезія в танці. Вітаємо наших учасників на цій сцені. Оплесками, оплесками!
Можно фонограмму? Фонограмму. Вы сейчас увидите импровизацию. Вот мы придумали это только вот сегодня на UTICе. Эту композицию я посвящаю своему другу Алексею Руденко, поэту, который погиб, к сожалению, неделю назад. И с этой композицией мы принимали участие в фестивале в Одессе «Поэзия в танце». Я страница. Я страница в этом мире. Читай меня. Я снова в эфире. В этой квартире сомни меня. А потом выбрось. Сожги меня. Но оставь в сердце. Сердце в лестничной клетке груди поет и плачет, ликует, страдая, в бешеной пляске бьется зеркально в медленном вальсе, плавится свечкой сердце в шахматной клетке груди, падает медленно вверх по ступенькам, к звездам летя, рвется газетой. К солнцу стремясь, бьется, а камень неизвестной планеты. Сердце птицей в клетке звучит, рвется газетой и бьется зеркально. Грань, гранит, связь, стыд, плач, палач, боль, быт, вязь, весна, свет, стена, дом, даль, пыль, жаль. Тишину можно резать ножом, в зазеркалье больные глаза. Как уходит тепло, рассказать серой мышью из преданных глаз. Где-то там, в голубиной дали, неизбывный, невиданный крик. Этот крик в зазеркалье проник неизбывностью боли своей. Черный дождь все пляшет, пляшет, монотонный плач. Сердце понеслось в присядку, злой палач. Что дождю мои мучения? Смех да грех, да язвительная сплетня на устах у всех. Черный дождь все пляшет, пляшет, монотонный бред. Сердце в пьяной лихорадке, ближний свет. Что дождю мои мучения? Смех да грех, да язвительная сплетня на устах у всех. Приговоренная, заговоренный ты, заговоренная, приговоренный ты взглядом, пронзенная пулей, прожженный ты, заговоренная, приговоренный ты, нерасторжимая, невыносимость, невыносимая неповторимость, бездны желания, невосполнимость, нерасторжимая необратимость. Cold. I'm as cold as a tear that's cried in vain. I'm as hot as winter sun going down.
Ну що ж, напрочуд чуттєва композиція. Зараз. Дякуємо Анні, дякуємо Анжеліко. Итак, а сейчас на сцену выйдут еще дополнительные артисты. Итак, встречаем Єлісей, Василь із середньовічною програмою, а ще Олександр і Катя. Оплески, глядачі, що ж ви... Так, а поки наші музиканти готуються, доки наші музиканти готові? Готуються. Треба ще один мікрофон, так?
Ну, можно, в принципе, я думаю. Не, ну нормально, думаю, услышите. Нормально. This is probably, I cannot hear myself. This is probably the most known song. It is said that it was written by Henry VIII, the Green Sleeves. And as you know, it was dedicated as a great love. Again, it's an experiment, and we just added the second violin here at UTIC. So what you are going to hear is a premiere, actually. Можно выключить фонограмму, пожалуйста? Спасибо. Вы услышите живой состав. Каким образом? Я не смогу выдержать. Что как будет все? Alas, my love, you did me wrong to cast me off discourteously, for I have loved you oh so long, delighting in your company. Christmas was all my joy, green sleeves my heart's delight. Green sleeves was my heart of gold, and who but my lady green sleeves? Thy gown was of the grassy green, thy sleeves of satin hanging by, which made thee be a harvest queen, and yet the wouldn't love me. Green sleeves was all my joy, green sleeves my heart's delight. Green sleeves was my heart of gold, and who but my lady green sleeves?
Well, I will pray to God on high that through constancy may you see that yet and once before I die, you will vouchsafe to love me. Grant spares no farewell, adieu. God, I pray to prosper thee, for I am still thy lover true. Come once again and long.
Дякуємо нашим надзвичайним артистам. А зараз я хочу запросити на сцену талановитого хлопця, якого ви щойно мали насолоду чути, але в зовсім іншому амплуа. Я насправді тільки знала, що значить це слово, і я не буду вам розповідати. Але Василь Трущак, окрім того, що він скрипаль, він ще й харпер. І зараз він покаже вам, що це таке. Оплески!
Ну що ж, я бачу, що градус веселощів наростає, і мені напрочуд приємно оголосити наш наступний номер. Адже цей творчий колектив народився на минулорічній конференції. Я думаю, що ви вже здогадалися, про кого я говорю. А ну-ка, оплески. Хто здогадався? Хто буде наступний? Так, це гурт Мармелоніка. Тож вітаємо учасників, вітаємо гурт Мармелоніка. Виходьте, будь ласка, на сцену.
She was from another time, like some baby Barbarella, with the stars as her umbrella. She asked me if I'd like to magnetize. Do I have to go start trekking? 'Cause it's you I should be checking. So she leaves a female with her cosmic eyes.
Всім добрий вечір. Нам буквально 20 секунд треба все увімкнути зараз, і це, мабуть, запрацює. Ми насправді техніки, які обслуговують свою апаратуру. У нас були колись музиканти, ми наймали, потім вони від нас звільнились, то нам, як технікам, прийшлось перевчитись і грати за них музику. Це такі складні у перекладачів жарти бувають.
Добрий вечір усім. Сьогодні ми зіграємо для вас те, що ви не чули. Це будуть пісні Мілен Фармер. Якщо хтось знає, то це французька співачка. Така шоу... Ну, ні, вона не шоу-вумен, вона просто відома тим, що на її концерти фактично не концерти, а цілі спектаклі. От ми намагатимемось зробити спектакль просто своїм виконанням. І ще, щоб вона стала для вас зрозуміліша, ми переклали ці пісні українською. Тож на перекладацькій конференції, де як не тут.
Варто виявити мужність.
Дякуємо. Зазвичай ми розповідаємо про що пісні, але оскільки вже є приклад, то я не буду розповідати, просто ми заспіваємо ще другу пісню. Заспівати?
Там у нас такі класні сусіди. І ми так наслухались таких плейлистів з тих двох таборів. Просто бомба. Такі пісні класні. Діти порадувались за дітей, що у них класна музика там.
Danser sans cesse au bord du cours, pourtant l'ivresse comme dans notre nous. Voilà la pénombre qui éclaire mon visage. On s'est dit ensemble, si c'est ton voyage, un sentiment de n'être rien du tout. À vous peut-être je dirai tout. Moi j'ai essayé de lui donner en sens à ma vie. Moi j'ai au clair de lune, mon ami qui suis-je ta plume? Mais quand la nuit, où étais-tu alors? Puisque je t'aime, où étais-tu encore? L'imaginaire, es-tu un rêve? Es-tu un frère? Et je manque d'air.
Дуже дякуємо.
Ну, якщо комусь щось сподобалося, то завтра намічається, ну, подивимось по погоді, десь або тут, або там більш така розлога програма різних пісень. Там Воркута. Да, не без этого. Это про ту песню, которая Воркута, Воркута, Воркута. Да? Это отдельно на VIP лаунж, бесідка, буде на ховеркрафті висіти отам от.
Підтримуємо облисками. А я нагадую, що ви також можете знайти гурт Мармелоніка на YouTube, в Instagram і підтримати їх своїми репостами, лайками і просто насолодитися ще раз